Good morning and welcome to Time Attack. We're here at very sunny Oulton Park for the 5th round of our 20th anniversary season, which is being brought to you live courtesy of our fantastic sponsors, Lucas Oil. So after a very eventful Snetterton, in which, all kinds of things happen to all kinds of drivers, we are here today at Oulton Park for the international circuit. So a really long circuit, but a firm driver's favourite. We've got a really good mix of the fast flowing sections, a few tight chicanes thrown in there, and of course the Shell Oil banked hairpins. So yeah, as I say, a real driver's favourite. So I think the real issue today that we're going to see is going to be heat management. So it's really looking like being a scorcher of a day. So we're going to see drivers having to find that enough clear air when they've got the optimum temperature for both their tyres and their engines. So keep an eye out for that. So our drivers are getting ready to line up out on circuit. So we're going to head over to the track and we'll see what our drivers can do. The battle for the perfect lap begins now.
Oh, what's going on here? Anyway, so yeah, this anyway, this Ioniq 5N managed the same lap time as what my friend did, I think there or thereabouts, in a V8 powered MX-5. So this Hyundai definitely know what they're doing these days when it comes to building a performance car. Very interesting stuff. So let's cast our eye over to what's happening on track here at Oulton Park. You can see that's Martin Henry's Mark V Astra VXR on track now. We've changed the order a little bit so that our Pro class cars go first. And then we'll move through that sliding scale of spec, so to speak. Time Attack is a very broad church. It's very accommodating. The whole idea behind Time Attack is, as you may know, is to develop and build and upgrade and modify your car. And what that means is there are some cars that are more or less modified than others. And so we try to group them together based on their spec. Most things are allowed. You know, whatever it is that you've built will be allowed into Time Attack. The question is, what class is it going to fit into? The Pro classes at the top, we have Club Pro, Pro, and Pro Extreme, which are on track now. And then we'll move through to, you know, fast road cars and track day cars and things like that. So, Martin Henry's Astra H VXR here. Quite a well-known Time Attack name. He's been around for many a season, although he took a little break for a few years, I think perhaps in 2019, around when I stepped out as well. But he's back for this year, and in fact, I managed to catch up with him properly for the first time this morning, Martin Henry in that Astra VXR. And he's been putting in the work over the past 6 years. That is a incredibly high spec car. Perhaps even the fastest front-wheel drive car that we have in Time Attack, and also probably the fastest car with an H pattern gearbox. Most of what we see in the Pro classes now run some kind of sequential or maybe flappy pedal type situation, whereas Martin Henry still has, you know, the old shift lever in the cabin with the cables that go and pull-on bits of gearbox, which is quite a low-tech approach in today's pro class world. So yeah, great to see, and of course requiring quite a lot of skill too. So Martin Henry's car there, perhaps, you know, now it's dry sumped. It's got even the oil pressure to the turbo has got a regulator as well. So many little touches here and there, anti-lag, all this stuff which has happened over the past 6 years. And yeah, perhaps now the fastest H pattern car, front-wheel drive car that we have in Time Attack today. Luke Sandziakowski there on your screen, followed. What's that behind him? That is a Club Pro machine. That's a single round entry for today. I couldn't even tell what that was. Was that a Evo or that's Kevin Horsley in the Sing Speed Subaru Impreza WRX. Single round entry for today. So will not qualify for points towards the championship and so on. But that's why I didn't recognize that car at first. So Luke Sandziakowski there in that Honda NSX. Honda K Series swapped, no longer running that glorious V6 that put the NSX on the map back in the day. Of course, to compete with the likes of Ferrari when it was launched back in the late 80s, that also needed to have a decent number of cylinders. So V6 is what it came with. But these days, the engine in this particular car K-swapped. And Tegawa, if you've been into Hondas for a while, Tegawa are very much the OGs of Honda tuning in the UK. And whatever cool Honda related stuff is going on, you can probably see Tegawa's fingerprints on it somewhere. And in fact, I think Luke Sandziakowski might be driving in a later class as well. Maybe if I just cast my eye down the entry list, I suspect we might also see him driving a very interesting Honda S2000, a new, fresh build. But perhaps more on that later. But very interesting stuff coming, I think, for the world of UK Honda circuit action. And of course, alongside the action in Time Attack, of course, throughout the day, we're going to have the Racing Hondas Championship and Motorsport UK Drift Pro Championship exhibitions, National Supercar Club Track Parade, and of course, all of the things that you might expect to see at Tunerfest North as well. I can see lots of car clubs here already. In fact, I got stuck in a very, very cool, very colorful traffic jam on the way into the track as the clubs were starting to make their way in. I was actually behind a really nice, actually, R32 GTR. So I was in the green Volvo estate, just following that car onto the circuit. Loads of stuff happening here as part of Tunerfest North, powered by Lucas Oil. The same Lucas Oil who have made this live stream possible, so big thank you to them for supporting all of these various initiatives that we're trying to do here at the Time Attack organization. And of course, thank you also to our show sponsors, MMT Performance, Get It On, National Supercar Owners Club, Razor and Miss Torque. And on your screens now is the only Pro Extreme car that we have here today. And for those of you watching from the trackside, that's the blue Subaru Impreza P1, driven by Ross Hampson of Daffy Racing. And Ross Hampson has he's been following along the streams quite a lot and has always had very helpful and insightful things to contribute in the comments. So by the way, if you are watching the Lucas Oil live stream, please get involved in the comments. Some feedback, some questions. I'll take a look at those in a moment, and we can discuss those too. In the meantime, I believe Susie is in the paddock with an interview for us.
So I'm grabbing an early morning catch-up with Martin Henry. So good morning.
Good morning. You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. How are you? We had a very eventful last round at Snetterton.
Oh, eventful's an understatement. I think every single session of the day there was a problem of some sort. The main one was the car kept cutting out. Could not get to the bottom of it. Didn't know why it was cutting out. Frustrating. Looking at the data logs, couldn't see anything obvious. Tried checking things, loose wires, anything we could get a clue. Tried changing something, and then you'd go out the next session, and then the drive shaft broke heading out the pit lane. That barely got onto the track, and the drive shaft broke. So then it was lunchtime. We're like, we still don't know if it's fixed, cut it out. And then the session after, so attack 2, after lunch, still cutting it. I'm like, no. So you can imagine the frustration there. It's just, I was ready for home.
Every time I saw you, you had the laptop out, and pretty stressful morning.
Oh, it was. And then for the final, I just went into the laptop and I was like, go gun ho. Switched off all safety things in there.
Don't need any of that.
Nah, I don't need any of that. I'm sick of this. So we switched off everything, and then we even changed the crank sensor. We're like, is it a crank sensor issue? And we've seen a little mark on a crank sensor, had a spare one. Let's put a crank sensor in it. Even changed that. Didn't make any difference. So we switched everything off. Right in the final, halfway round the warm-up lap, the battery light come on, and I was like, alternator belt's broke or something. I was like, oh well, hammer down. Let's see how many laps we can get in before the battery goes flat. So we got one lap, and that one lap luckily was enough to get a third place trophy. So
that's amazing. So you had all that drama and still walked away with a trophy.
Yeah, exactly. So you just need to keep in there and just keep going, because you never know what problems other people's having and everything like that. You just have to stay in your game and try your best to try and fight through it.
Basically, keep your foot in, flat out.
Yeah.
Don't turn all the safeties off.
The normal Colin McRae things, just if in doubt, just flat out.
But it also really shows the difference, I think, with the point scoring system this year, that actually you've got to go out for each round, right, and get the points.
Exactly, yeah. Even like warm-up, you know, I was out in warm-up and I was like, this is pointless, right? Let's do 2 or 3 laps, try and get a bit of data together, get that points or whatever, and come back in. So you just need to keep persevering. Like so, I was surprised when I seen the point score, and I think I'm joint 5th with Andrew Barber. Andrew Barber's having a mare of a time as well, so he's missed a couple of rounds. So again, just keep plugging away at the points. You just never know where you're going to end up.
So hopefully a little bit of a less eventful day today.
Hopefully, I went through the car and can't find anything wrong. I found out what the problem was. The cutting out was actually a slightly low oil pressure, and just the parameters were set too high. So that's all it was. I changed the oil filter to a different brand, and there was more flow in that oil filter, so it wasn't backing up the oil the same. That's as simple as it was.
I see you got your cable ties ready though.
You need the cable ties. The duct tape's in the pickup and the tech screws, so we're all good.
That's it. That's your whole kit.
Every event, we can sort it.
Oh, well, fantastic. It's going to be a warm day today as well, so just managing temperatures.
Sweaty, definitely. But I've got 2 oil coolers in the car. I've got a big Pro Alloy radiator, so hopefully everything will be fine. And especially with time attack, you're not out there for 20 minutes flat out, so you can manage your coolant and everything like that. It'll be good. It'll be a good day.
Well, fantastic. Good luck today. Hopefully, like I say, a little bit less drama today.
Very much. I think I'll need it. Right,
thanks.
Thank you.
Great stuff, and I say it every single round this year so far, but that's one of my favorite things about the Lucas Oil live stream, is being able to bring to your screens the experience and the vibe in each of our pit garages Of course, if you're here in person, one of the great things about the Time Attack Paddock, and by extension the Racing Hondas Paddock and the Motorsport UK Drift Pro Paddock, is that it is open to the public. So as long as you have a bit of common sense with you and you read the room, and perhaps if a team looks particularly stressed and are trying to fix stuff and rushing and throwing tools around, then perhaps don't really poke your nose in too much and get in the way. But provided that things are calm and friendly, then you can absolutely have a look and get a feel for the vibe in the paddock. It's one of the friendliest I know loads of motorsports say this, that they've got the best paddock, but the Time Attack Paddock really is the best paddock, both as a competitor, but also as someone who's just visiting one of the shows. Especially, as we move through the classes, we'll see a lot of chassis that people, even here at the show, have, or perhaps you might have in your driveway, whether that's a Civic or an Evo or a Fiesta. These driver builders are exploring what can be done with these particular platforms. So it's always interesting to go and have a look and get some inspiration for your own build. In the meantime, it looks like Ross Hampson has stopped on track in that Daffy Racing Impreza P1. Well, I was going to say that's not what he's going to want to see, but actually maybe it's not that big of a deal, because it's the first session, it's warm-up, it's not going to score any points. As Susie and Martin just alluded to, we do have a new format for this year where, warm-up aside, all the subsequent sessions do score points for our drivers. And Martin there in the Astra, even when his alternator belt snapped, still sent it and got one hot lap in before the battery died, which was good enough for third. And so these are the calculations that drivers are going to be making later on in the day. But if you stop in warm-up and didn't get too many laps in, that's not a massive deal. And these cars, that looks like we've had a red flag. I think Ross has stopped in a place that's potentially, going to cause issues, cars getting around and going around at speed and stuff. So a bit of an issue there. Let's red flag the session and get that car removed, as it's posing a bit of a risk where it's currently stopped. But as you will have heard there, so for example, in Martin Henry's car, these standalone ECUs that pretty much everyone is running in these classes, there are so many sensors and so many settings and so many details to get right, that actually when a car is not working and is stopped on track, then perhaps actually the solution isn't as complex as it might seem. So Martin was explaining to me this morning how it was actually where he was running a slightly different oil filter, which bumped down his oil pressure just like by 1%. It was just like a slightly different filter with maybe not even 1%, like just such a tiny little difference in oil pressure. That was enough to be below the oil pressure safeguard on the ECU. So when it detected that, it kept on cutting power. When in fact, that different oil filter just put it below the threshold. These aren't problems that drivers in the lower classes with perhaps even factory ECUs are necessarily going to have, but these pro class cars are so complex that hopefully it'll just be some annoying little fiddly thing.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
Oh, interesting. I haven't seen that last VT there from Motegi Racing. I think that's a new one. Don't think I've seen that at the previous rounds. So, still have the red flag on track. So, perhaps if we pick up then, so what did Maz have to say about the history of Time Attack? So basically, as you may know, Time Attack historically was all about who can build the fastest car, and also who's the fastest driver, which I guess isn't that crazy of a concept, but the aftermarket was beginning to go in new directions, turbocharging, boost controllers, all this kind of stuff. So drivers and workshops were competing to see who can take, this is in Japan, who can take their lowly Honda Civic or Honda CRX or Toyota Starlet or Corolla and really build that up into something quite special and fast. And they would then test them on the roads, and this all got very dangerous, and it moved on to performance circuits. But ultimately, it was all about lap time or course time, if it was a point-to-point. So why is that? Surely the way to test the fastest car and the fastest driver is to put them all out onto the circuit at the same time and let them race wheel to wheel, which Time Attack has never done, nowhere in the world, from what I understand. And why is that? And the answer is so simple. And this is what I was getting at with the recovery of Ross Hempson's car there, is that there is so much one-off custom stuff on each of these cars. You know, whether these are very specific aero bits or suspension bits that have been handcrafted by, well, either people at home or in the workshop, especially in the case of these pro cars. You look at the aero on cars in these classes, the aero rules are quite accommodating in these classes. You know, there's so much one-off stuff that you really don't want to necessarily be on a track with loads of traffic around you, racing wheel to wheel, smashing into each other, and so on. You know, ultimately, if it's a spec series and everything's largely the same, and there's a bit of a ding, and your steel panel is bent, or you go to a breaker's yard and you get a different steel panel and you put it on and life continues. Whereas in the case of a lot of these cars, Time Attack cars, you know, historically, since the beginning, is, you know, you have a little ding, and actually perhaps you've been, you know, putting vents in your fenders and welding stuff on, and aero and splitters and little canards and all of this stuff. And now that work has all gone in the bin, and you've got to do it all over again. And maybe, you know, it gets to a point where the expense and the time, you just give up. And so that's why Time Attack cars, with all of that custom one-off work that goes into them, don't really ever race wheel to wheel. And that's also why when these cars are getting recovered, you're like, but luckily in Time Attack now we've got a great, I think, pretty good track record and very experienced recovery people who treat these cars with a lot of care. So, but you're always going to worry about your baby that you've built yourself, aren't you, when it's in someone else's hands. So that recovery then still ongoing. What an incredible track Oulton is, actually. There's a few drivers here who are perhaps new to the fold, who've never driven Oulton before. So interesting to see how they get on. But it's actually quite an intimidating track in terms of how fast and narrow it is. Very, you know, fast and flowing, and elevation changes and so on. It's really quite demanding. It's amazing when you put a good lap in. But that is also a bit tricky here in Time Attack because of the traffic, because of how many cars we have on track. Especially you'll see in some of the classes, when you have a narrow track, even so, our drivers are meant to yield track position to those who are on a hot lap. That's the sporting thing to do. But even when you're trying your best to do that on a narrow track, you can't. You know, there are situations where sometimes even if you do try to yield and get off the line, it's still a little bit too narrow and tight for the driver on a hot lap to really send it past you. And so even though everyone's got the best intentions, lap times can get a bit impeded by other drivers and so on a narrow track like this, especially one that's so fast. You want to be really carrying a lot of momentum everywhere, and just that little hesitation to go around someone who's being blue flagged can sometimes have an impact on your lap time. So Oulton Park, very challenging, but also very rewarding circuit to drive here in Time Attack. I can see it looks like we had a green flag on the timing screen briefly, but perhaps that was okay. No, it is green flagged, but and I guess going back to what we were discussing earlier about these pro class cars, there's so much bespoke, complex stuff in these cars, and no points up for grabs in warm-up, that even though the session is green flagged, perhaps a lot of drivers there are making the choice not to run just because of the risks of break. Dave Ward, who is a Time Attack driver, so he's watching the stream, so good to see you, Dave. Thanks for joining us. Marco, Black Scooby looks mean, sure does. That is the single round entry machine there of Kevin Horsley. Sing Speed. We saw a little glimpse of it on the live stream, and those of you watching from the trackside would have seen that black flash. It was following Luke Senjakovsky's Honda NSX, I think, for a few laps, and then the red flag came out, and that was that. So it looks like, here we go, the checkered flag has been called for this session, which means that we will be getting our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive warm-up underway in just a few moments. So while we can actually see some of the cars heading onto the track. You'll see that they're being gathered in the assembly area now. We're not queuing in the pit lane here at Oulton Park today. So you can see a whole new batch of cars heading onto the track, as I can actually see Ross Hampson's Impreza now being recovered back into the paddock. Must say, not a terribly eventful pro class warm-up. But perhaps Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive might be able to fill in the gap there. I can see a Corvette C7 in the club's display area. That's pretty cool, very unique. I think this the C8 is officially available in the UK. It's quite a lot of money, I think. In the US, it makes a lot of sense, the old C8 Corvette. It's about the same kind of money as the new Z, as the new Supra. But in the UK, the Corvette C8 is like $100 grand plus car. But the C7 was never available here. So always quite cool to see one of those. But yeah, we have a whole new batch of cars. Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive machines. These are what you might call track day cars. They have, you know, a cage and maybe some aero, but fully stripped out, but not quite to the level of the pro class cars. Also joining us are the Racing Honda Championship cars. who are taking part in the Club 2-wheel drive, Club 4-wheel drive warm-up. Bit of extra seat time for them. In fact, I wonder, is this also their warm-up? No, they haven't. No, there's a separate practice for the Racing Hondas Championship, but they're getting some more seat time here in Time Attack as well. So we'll give our drivers a couple of laps to get themselves up to speed. And in fact, we already have one car stopped on track. And that's Andy Grady in the GR Performance Mitsubishi Evo. This car in particular, one of, well, they can only be less than a handful of these Evos that are running the Volkswagen gearbox. Which one was that again? The DSG? Yeah. So the Evo there of Andy Grady running a Volkswagen DSG gearbox. Believe it or not, not many in the world. In fact, this is apparently the only one that works. Whoa. These okay. Right. So we have so this is an interesting one. This orange car on track, very, very unique. I think those of us who've played Gran Turismo ALMS GT2 inspired aesthetic. Well, that's how I've always thought of it. I think that car has been around since 2016. It's the first time I remember seeing that in Time Attack. So Mike Butler is quite a veteran, you could say. And I believe I caught up with him last week. And yeah, he's got quite a few changes to his car, I think. A bit more power, basically. Tweaked map. So he's unlocked a few more ponies for this weekend. Stu Summers in the 179 Race and Retro Cars Citroen Saxo. Currently 8th in Club 2-wheel drive with a 155.9. So it's quite a long lap here at Oulton Park International. And faster than anybody right now is Tommy Knight in the Knight Racing Honda Civic. That said, this is only warm-up, so perhaps there's no real need to pay particularly close attention to the lap times because they don't score any points at this point of the day. They will do later on. And what we found in the past was when we had a different timetable, different structure, is none of the morning sessions scored points to the drivers, so they didn't really push very hard and did lots of very valuable R&D, go out, set some laps, come into the pits, make some tweaks, go out, set some laps, come into the pits, try different things out, which is extremely valuable actually. And as a driver, that never bothered me. But as a spectator, what that meant was you're not going to necessarily see any representative lap times until later on in the day. So the new format, that's the word I was looking for, the new format for 2025, this anniversary year of Time Attack, means that after warm-up, all the remaining sessions are point scoring. So we should see the drivers really on the attack. We have attack 1, attack 2, and then super attack throughout the day. And drivers are going to be on it pretty much all day because each session has points up for grabs. So there you go. But in warm-up, this is the only session of the day that's, you know, it does what it says on the tin. Drivers who perhaps don't know this track terribly well, you know, that's especially applicable here at Oulton Park. You know, they can warm themselves up to the track. They can warm their car up, of course, as well. Make the various tweaks that they need to. And we see quite a few drivers now jumping into the pits, often to make changes to their tire pressure. That's one of the most valuable tools that that a driver can use on track to fine-tune the balance and the handling of their car is tire pressures. A quite underestimated tool. And I was pondering just now, often I grandstand about the importance of tire pressures on cars, especially in the days of Klarna, PayPal, Pay in 3, and so on. You know, these very shiny, flashy upgrades become suddenly much more within reach. And I think youngsters who are perhaps not even, I mean, actually, it's age independent, but those who are new to the world of car modifying might get the old Klarna out and put coilovers and expensive stuff all over the car, but not have the basics right? If your alignment is wrong, and your tire pressures are wrong, then coilovers aren't. You've got a few track days under your belt. You start to learn just from, you know, even on the fly, what tire pressure tweaks you might want. So you don't necessarily need to use a full warm-up session to get to grips with that. You can kind of work it out on the fly. You know, is my car understeering a little bit? Well, let's drop the front tire pressures a bit. You know, is my car oversteering a bit? Maybe let's drop the rear tire pressures a bit. You know, you can work it out as you go. But yeah, very valuable tool. Alexander Volkov here in that Nissan GTR. Currently first in class with the 148.2 and actually faster than anyone on track right now. Warm-up is warm-up, but you know, the trends start to make themselves known even at this early point in the day. Ben Morris in that TVR Speed 12, currently at 246.9 there from him. That, to me, feels like perhaps an out-lap and an in-lap, something like that. And you could see him out of the car, you know, shaking his head, hands on hips. And I think perhaps this is a bit of a shakedown day for that team with the Speed 12. Not sure they're going to go for any club two-wheel drive records. Don't think that's what today is about. Today is about getting some seat time and a bit of shaking down for this exceptionally rare and special chassis. Dean Taylor there in that Evo, and you can see that camera shot there especially effective at showing how not uneven. I don't want to use the term undulating, but you know, it springs to mind. It's a clanger, but it's correct. You know, this Oulton Park is really a bit like a roller coaster, similarly to Cadwell Park, in terms of there's lots of ups and downs here that unsettle the car throughout the course of the lap, which is what makes Oulton Park so thrilling to drive, because there are the long, straight, flowing sections that go over all of these bumps and dips. And you're kind of holding on for dear life. The car is being thrown around on its suspension. It's very thrilling to manage to hold that together and put a fast lap in. And in fact, you could see from those shots there of Dean Taylor, that car bouncing around quite a lot as it made its way round the international layout. So yep, very thrilling circuit indeed. And of course a great, very picturesque setting as well, with the Oulton Park Lodge in the background, you know, the red brick building, the tree cover and so on. I was here back in, first time I was here was for some touring car stuff as a spectator back in 2007 or something like that, and they were supported by the Porsche Carrera Cup or something like that, and I was very much into track photography and so on at that point, and some of the best pictures I've ever taken were of these Carrera Cup cars coming through the heavily wooded section at speed. You know, with the beams of the rays of light coming through the leaves and so on. It's a visually really, really impressive track to be at. Yeah, it's always a real pleasure to be visiting Oulton Park year on year as part of Time Attack. I think we've been here pretty regularly. Dean Taylor sets a faster Sector 3 than anyone, and this is towards the end of the session as well. So, you know, everyone else has kind of had a stab at it by now. Dean Taylor managing to put in a faster Sector 3 than anybody else. So, great stuff there. Both of the four-wheel drive cars now faster than all of the two-wheel drive cars. Sometimes we see a little bit of a mixture. You know, it isn't a given that four-wheel drive is going to be faster. So we see a bit of a mixture there. But in this case, today specifically in warm-up, both four-wheel drive cars of Alexander Volkov and Dean Taylor are pretty clear of... those are my, I think, eyes playing tricks on me. Dean Taylor 49.6. And actually the fastest Club 2-wheel drive car at the moment, Luke Capehorn with a 49.2. So actually they're a bit mingled up, a bit muddled up. Anyway, checkered flag has now been thrown. That's Mike Butler's E92 then is able to finish its hot lap. And then we'll see our drivers heading back into...
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
So it looks like preparations are still underway for our Classic and Retro Clubman Pocket Rocket NA and Pocket Rocket FI cars to begin their warm-up. Collectively, you know, as a catch-all term, I refer to them as Clubman classes. That term is sometimes used, but actually it's a bit more complex than that, as always. So the Clubman class is very much for road cars. So these are cars that have a full dashboard, standard body, standard gearbox, unopened engine. But then you think about things like track day cage, coilovers, brakes. So what you might call remap. So what you might call a fast road car. Then we have the Classic and Retro class for the older chassis, 25 years and over. And you can see some of those joining the track now. We also have the Pocket Rocket classes for cars with little dinky engines, up to 2 liters in the case of naturally aspirated, or up to 1.6 liters if there is forced induction. And you can see now the machines of Clive Hopwell and Eden Young joining the track now. And while our Time Attack drivers get themselves up to speed, their tires nice and toasty and gummy, their brake pads nice and grippy, I believe Susie has an interview with Ryan Barker in the paddock.
So here I am having a quick word with Ryan Barker. Good morning.
Hello.
How are you doing this morning?
A little bit nervous today, actually. Yeah, just want to get out there and get on track and then settle down and get into it. So yeah.
Why are the nerves this morning then?
Been here twice. I don't know. Just pressure and put myself because I want to perform. I want to make sure I'm at the top. I want to make sure I don't put the car into the barrier. And yeah, I get where I want to be. So yeah, bit of nerves, but they always disappear once you get out on track for the first time.
The championship's going really well for you, right? So you're leading at the moment by I think 1 point.
Yeah, 1 point. Pretty shocked. So I walked in here, no experience, no track days really. Didn't know the car, and it's gone very well. Can't lie, it's gone very well. I'm very happy how I'm performing, how car's performing. I just want to keep maintaining it.
So tell us about that. You say you'd never done any track days before.
No, we had a Megan what should have been club. Fail after failure, bad build by previous owners. So we had to sacrifice it, come into this, because I'm always going to do racing on this. And I've just really enjoyed this car. This car is just so good to drive. A Civic on the edge is better adrenaline feel than a 500 brake Megane for me. I love it, absolutely love it.
And your brother's driving as well, right, today, but not in Time Attack.
No, he's in racing Hondas, same again. He started about 6 months before me. He's running well, I think he's 4th in championship. More or less identical cars. I've got a little bit more brake horsepower than him, so in my eyes I've got to beat his times to then be ready to move over to racing Hondas. But yeah, more or less identical cars.
So is there a bit of competition between the two of you?
Never. Me and him are like twins, right arm, left arm. If he's quicker than me, we did it at another event, I'll let him pass. Because he's quicker than me, I'm not going to battle him and slow him up. So it'd be tricky if we do get to the top end of racing on this, how that's going to pan out. But no, we're not competitive. We support each other massively. Yeah.
Well, that's really cool. And so you were saying you've got the same spec car, but then in different championships at the moment.
Yeah, same spec, same everything. It's literally I think it's 20 brake horsepower more than Lewis. He's got to run power to weight. I can run whatever power I want, so I think I've got 20 brake horsepower more. So yeah. My battle between him is beating his times. So yeah.
Are you so far?
No, no, I'm not. He's running quick. He's got a very loose back end compared to mine. I've got mine very neutral, very safe, just to build my confidence. But yeah, he's quicker than me. I can't lie. I've got more brake horsepower, so he's got that one over me.
And you made changes for this round today?
Yes, coming here on Tuesday, I was suffering quite a lot with brakes. Bled brakes back up, but they weren't what I expect them to be, so I've ended up putting big brake kit on. The yellow speeds, practice, going to bed them in, see how it goes, and yeah, then start pushing on.
How are you feeling about the weather today? It's going to be pretty warm out there.
Pretty warm, so I don't think there's going to be the ultimate lap timing. But yeah, it should be good anyway. We're going to obviously lose a stone or two in car, sweating away, but it should be fun.
Don't have any problems with calling then?
No, because it's pretty fine with these Civics we're calling. I've not really come across anything. I've not heard anything in Honda lads, so we're pretty fine with on that side of it all. So yeah.
Okay, well, fantastic. It's good to catch up with you at last, and yeah, we look forward to seeing the little battle game between you and Mark then.
Yeah, so hopefully we have a good battle today, and no mechanical failures, and it's just a straight out battle.
And maybe a little bit lighter at the end of the day from the heat.
I think I will be, definitely, that's for sure.
Well, good luck out there today.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff. I especially enjoy the picture-in-picture, like the two shots next to each other, because you can see the interview, which of course he's not interviewing outside of the car and also driving the car at the same time. The interview was recorded a little while ago, earlier in the day, and but to see the shot of the driver talking about the car and then the car on track next to each other is always great viewing. I think lots of cool stuff has been made possible by Lucas Oil with their live stream. Those of you watching the live stream, a few of you getting especially involved in the comments. So Lee Fletcher and Marco there, thank you for being, for really mucking in the comments, keeping the conversation going. So that's great stuff. Thank you for that. There are a few points there about the commentary dropping in and out. So we're aware of that. We're working on that. But thank you for flagging that. So hopefully we'll get that resolved. If not already, then a bit later on. But that's something that is in hand. The Giovinazzo fellas saying ciao, morning to all. So the Giovinazzo bros were Time Attack competitors in years gone by. They may be again in the future, who knows. They kind of come and go. But always a pleasure to see their names popping up on the feed. So thanks for watching. Dean Riley there in that Vauxhall VX220. I think last round's winner, if memory serves me well, in the DRS racing machine. And that's ahead of Jamie Biss there in the Pocket Rocket forced induction Scuderia Anchor Hill Mazda MX-5. An older chassis that could have gone into classic and retro from what I understand. But for whatever reason, Jamie opting to run in Pocket Rocket forced induction instead. Very interesting machine here as well, the number 313 of Thomas Langley, the 313 Motorsport Ford Fiesta, which has undergone some real transformations over the course of the season. I think for those experienced Time Attack watchers, including myself, one of the favorite things is to see how a car develops year on year on year. Again, the Time Attack rulebook is flexible in that sense, and if you make too many changes, well, all that's going to happen is you might get put into a different class. But ultimately, you have that creative freedom to develop your platform, to develop your chassis. But the 313 Motorsport machine has undergone quite dramatic transformations just this year. So at that rate of change, it'll be interesting to see where we are in a few years' time. Eden Young in the number 69 Haltech Micra. He begins his next flying lap. You can see his headlights there switched well and truly on, indicating to other competitors and to officials and marshals that he is on a hot lap. Personal best there, 2:17.2 there for Eden. It was, I think, 420 horsepower at the start of the year for the memes. But I think now it's actually closer to 460 from what I understand. He sets a faster Sector 1 than anybody else. So you can see that purple bar at the just under his sector time there. So that means that's better than what anyone else could manage in this session. Bit of a lockup there. Flashing his lights, I think, at drivers to get out of the way. Yep, so I think quite aggro, even though it's only warm-up. I think Eden Young is on a mission from the get-go. So made his way around Phil Ackerley there in the Zero Motorsport E36, both in classic and retro class. Eden Young sets a personal best Sector 2, but not an overall best. That little K11 Micra really moving. I think this year in particular, we've seen Eden really step up his game. Incredible stuff. Look at that. Eden Young now leapfrogs a whole bunch of cars to take second in class with a 154.8. And we have a red flag. Red flags being waved. And that looks like the machine of, let me just double check. Yep, that is Marcin Bachkovic in the Mars B Racing Honda Civic, stopped out on track. From a distance, doesn't look like anything too serious. Perhaps some kind of mechanical issue and he just pulled off the track. Don't think there's any contact or anything like that. Yep, so our drivers now making their way back into the pits. I think what you might be able to hear there is the little air horn that goes off when a car enters the pit lane. It's a audible signal to mechanics and crews and such who might be milling around in the pit lane. Just to bear in mind that something's coming up behind them. And I think while we wait for this incident to get cleared up, I can see some cars still making their way back into the pit lane. Might take a little while, might take a few minutes. We're going to take a little short break.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
Mark Roberts there in the Clio. I think the last in the queue there. One of the few F4R powered Clios that we have here in Time Attack. The F4R being the engine that these Clios came with. A lot in the Time Attack fold now K-swapped. For example, the one you see on your screen right there, I believe is the, let me just take it, yep, that's the car of Stephen Wilkinson, the Team W Racing Renault Clio. That's a K-swap. In the past, we also had Laura Tebbs. I think hers was K-swapped as well. So yeah, quite a few K-swapped Clios. That was very much the flavor of the season in Time Attack for a little while, but Mark Roberts there. And in fact, Mark Blackburn as well. Both of these being Renault powered still. But yeah, Steve Wilkinson there. The 334 machine running Honda power instead. Of course, the Honda K-swap being perhaps the most competitive, non-built factory engine that you could get in Pocket Rocket, naturally aspirated. So a lot of drivers opting for that. Eden Young in the Haltech Micra, also running a K-swap. His, however, is turbocharged and putting out around 460 horsepower. So, yep, it's interesting to see these trends come and go in the Time Attack world, or in fact, even the modifying world more broadly. As I think it's an interesting cycle where some particular engine gets over-swapped and they start getting a bit rare and start getting a bit expensive. Maybe there's some hype tax, or there's just not many of them left, right? So then people move on to the next affordable, interesting engine, which is now, of course, the Honda K-Series. At one point, perhaps one could argue it was the Rover K-Series. A little while ago, that was the engine to swap into your little hatchback. These days it's the Honda K-Series, but what we've seen is the price is now being nudged more and more upwards for the Honda engines. And so then perhaps you start to wonder, well, there will come a threshold at which these engines are no longer worth an increasing hype tax. Then you think, what's the next thing going to be? Of course, at one point, it was the Toyota 2JZ was a very commonly swapped engine. But of course, they became crazy expensive, so people started looking elsewhere. Some people say the BMW B58 might be one of the engine swaps of the future to look out for. I can definitely vouch for that. Incredible, incredible engines. And of course, they're in a lot of cars, quite a lot of cars. So, you know, there's a lot of them. Probably not going to be too expensive at the moment. But of course, once everyone jumps on them, then the value for money equation starts to look quite different. Lewis Hyam here in the GM Automotive Ford Transit Courier. And again, going back to the question of variety, yeah, absolutely incredible stuff here in Time Attack. And this particular machine, then Fiesta ST swapped, 320 horsepower, with quite a few other tracky upgrades. But this is also a work van. So you can see, this isn't just, because we have actually had other vans in the past, you know, estate panel van kind of things and so on. But those were, so we had Andy Stockton in the orange Astra VXR powered Astra van, but that was purely a Time Attack car. And we've had a few others, I think, estates and vans over the years, but those have been pretty much built for the job of track work. But Lewis Hyam's van is also his work van that he delivers stuff in. So, and yet it can also do Time Attack. So what a crazy world we live in. Jamie Biss, personal sectors 1 and personal best in sector 2 and personal best in sector 3, giving him a new personal best lap time of 1:57.2 in that pocket rocket forced induction Mazda MX-5. Flippy lights and all. Great stuff. And in fact, some of my family members are moving just down the road from Jamie Biss. So yeah, I'm quite looking forward to hanging out with him more outside of the world of Time Attack. I think it's going to be quite interesting. Number 714, that's Ryan Barker in the Europa Racing Civic, who you saw Susie interviewing earlier on. As always, very insightful stuff. I really enjoy the interviews here that are part of the Lucas Oil live stream. I think that's one of my favorite parts. But of course, if you're here at the trackside, then you can also come and have a wander around the Time Attack paddock as well. But again, you know, an important disclaimer, an important caveat is to just read the room and keep a distance from the work that's going on, and you know, not cut yourself in any tools or anything like that. So just use your common sense when you're in the paddock, because you know it is a circuit. There's work going on. Some of it quite rushed and stressful, as motor sport tends to be. So yeah, just have your wits about you. But you know, by all means, come and enjoy the vibes in the paddock, because I can see some of our show goers already doing so. Great stuff. And for those of you who are watching the Lucas Oil live stream, the interviews with Susie in the paddock are a chance to get a bit of a taste of what the crowd here is like at Time Attack. Mark Donnelly, we haven't really looked at Mark Donnelly a great deal today. Well, I mean, we've only had this one session so far, the Classic and Retro warm-up. But, you know, we're already 20 minutes in. Let's perhaps look at Mark Donnelly, because from what I gather, he is the championship leader in that class. And in fact, Mark Donnelly in the 1983 Escort is often, depending on track, also the fastest car, fastest driver out of everything on your screen. So definitely one to watch there. Mark Donnelly not doing anything particularly crazy with his car, like, you know, Eden Young with a turbocharged K-swap, you know, nothing like that. It's a relatively tame Focus ST170 swap, turbocharged, but again, you know, that'll probably be nowhere near the kind of power that Eden Young's Micra is pushing, for example, thanks to its Haltech electricery and goodies and so on. You know, Mark Donnelly's pace can perhaps be explained by how well he knows this car. He's driven it for a very long time. He knows it incredibly well. And when you're chopping and changing and building and developing your car year on year, that's great. And, you know, that's a really creative thing to be doing, and something that we all enjoy. But of course, the downside is you need to keep relearning your car. Whereas when you have one formula and you stick to that formula year on year on year on year, you get to know it very well, and you know how to drive it very, very well indeed. So one to watch there. Checkered flag then is now thrown for this session, which concludes our time attack warm-up. So a reminder on the format is we will then have attack 1, attack 2, and super attack later on in the day. But as our Clubman Classic and Retro, Pocket Rocket NA, and Pocket Rocket FI cars head back into the pits, next up we will have the Racing Honda's Championship practice, and that will be coming shortly.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Racing Hondas Championship here today at a very sunny Oulton Park. Now we've got our 5th round here and races 9 and 10 with our drivers taking on the full international circuit. Now we have got a new leader in the Class A Championship with Will South off of the back of a clean sweep at Snetterton. We've of course got Unbeatable Dan still leading the Class B Championship and of course Matt still leading Class C. Now our drivers have got a fantastic crowd cheering them on today with Tuna Fest North going on in the background, and of course as always thank you to Lucas Oil who power our live streams. Now stick around for a fantastic day of racing.
Do you know what? I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, Charlie. Welcome to Oulton Park, who's watching around the circuit. Tuna Fest North, if you're watching trackside. We've had our time attack sessions for warm-up. Now we're getting into a little bit of circuit racing action with, as you mentioned, rounds 9 and 10 of the 2025 Racing Hondas Championship. This is a great driver circuit, nestled in Little Budworth in Cheshire. Beautiful summer conditions here. It's perfect conditions for motorsport. And, of course, a massive crowd turning out for Tuna Fest North around the circuit. If you're watching either inside or outside the circuit, you'll be able to see the sounds of VTEC once again get themselves underway. First session of the day for Racing Hondas is go. 15-minute free practice session. The times here simply will just don't really give us too much of an indication of what's going to happen in qualifying. It will give us some, because some drivers will be on different run plans. They'll be trying different things, different setups. Some will be a little bit fresh from having done a couple of sessions in the time attack runs as single round entries. As the cars now head out as the assembly area onto the 2.6 mile Oulton Park International Circuit, which was built back in 1953 and had its first motor race that year in August, and was organised by the Mid-Cheshire Motor Club. A year later, they extended it to give you the Cascade section and the Island hairpin that you'll see on the full international circuit here as well. It became a notable circuit for the International Gold Cup, which they still hold more as a historical event, but you used to have Formula One cars race around here for quite a while. Drivers such as Sterling Moss and Jim Clark have done here well too. And in terms of how it runs now at the moment, it's a popular venue for circuits such as BTCC, British Superbikes and British GT. So Scott Woodward's here in the commentary box to guide you through all of the action. As you heard also as well, the wonderful Charlie Harmon is our presenter for this weekend once again. She'll be chatting to the drivers post-session for qualifying and both races. And on screen, if you're watching, this is a very special occasion because look what we have here. If you're watching down towards the Knickerbrook chicane, or Hislop chicane, you'll see a car that's not quite like the others that we've seen in Racing Hondas before, because this is the brand new S2000R. This is the S2000 Cup car that was launched earlier on a couple of weeks ago. It took its first public shakedown at Donington Park earlier on this week in the hands of Tegui's very own Luke Sedjakowski, who is driving the car this weekend today to give it its first proper public racing demonstration. It'll be out for free practice and qualifying. Here it is on screen. And first things first, let's get straight to it. She is quite a looker, isn't she? She's got a custom rear wing on the back, a front splitter, runs about 240 brake horsepower, and it is a kit that you can bolt on to an AP1 or I believe also an AP2 generation S2000. Gives a rear-wheel drive option to anyone that wants to come and race in Racing Hondas, because typically hot Hondas have mostly been front-wheel drive. You see Civic Type Rs, Integra Type Rs, all different types of generation Civic and Integra. So we thought we'd add a third element to the mix, an S2000, and this one of course is going to be the main development car. There is, in fact, an incentive for anyone that wants to take part in the championship either this year or next year when the new S2000 Cup forms. The car essentially runs as part of Class B. It is a single round entry, so it won't score any points, but if Luke Sedjakowski does manage to get it onto the podium, he will at least get a trophy home for his troubles. But anyone who is one of the first 3 people to get a build for this car and put it together and enter it, they can get a full season's worth of racing paid for by, I think it's by Tegua. So that is certainly key to watch out for if you're interested. And as mentioned, it's nice to have a rear-wheel drive Honda in the mix compared to all our front-wheel drives that are out there too. And you can see plenty of the Civics on screen as they power through. There's 3 classes in this championship, A, B and C. Class A, what we call technically a bit of a prototype class. You'll see cars that are heavily modified. They're far from standard. And then classes B and C, a little more showroom spec in some cases, but definitely not standard either. In terms of how those class structures work, if we look at the free practice sessions here and just give you a chance to see the Racing Hondas out on track for their first run. The class structure in the championship runs as follows. It's based on power to weight ratio. So in terms of categories, you will find 3 classes, which is Class A, which is the top class, which is up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne, or 235 brake horsepower if the car, I think it's forced induction, so it's either if you've got a supercharger or I think a turbocharger on top of that. Class B is up to 195 brake horsepower per tonne, and then Class C is up to 176 brake horsepower per tonne. And in this free practice session, again, just bedding themselves in, getting themselves used to the Oulton Park circuit. Making their way now, watching on screen through the Hislop chicane, named after the late bike racer Steve Hislop, out of Knickerbrook, where there is a story behind that name, but we'll get to that later on. Over Clay Hill, underneath the Oulton Park Bridge, and plenty of Bank Holiday Monday traffic on the circuit here, with some 25, 26 cars entered across all three classes. You're looking at both on screen of the two kilted K-Swaps Civic EGs that have come down from Scotland. Fraser McNeil's car, which was
Right, I'm in the pits here with Bob Barron, one of our Class A drivers. Now, Bob, first podium last round at Snetterton. How was that?
Yeah, it was brilliant. Yeah, I was not expecting it at all. But yeah, it was really good. Shows me the car has got potential if I can kind of keep it on the track.
Yeah, no, of course. Obviously, it is your first race season as well. We're about halfway through now. How are you finding the season?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, really enjoying it. Doing a lot better than I was expecting.
Yeah.
Before I kind of started the season, I said as long as I'm not last. So to get a podium is really, really good. I'm chuffed with it.
Yeah, up in the top 10 as well, 6th in the championship.
Yeah, 6th in the championship. Yeah, so no, really happy with it.
No, fantastic. Yeah. Obviously, car behind us here. I'm right to say we've had a couple of changes since Snetterton.
Well, there was meant to be big changes happening for this round. There was meant to have new suspension and everything here, but there was big delays in Japan, and it got held up in customs. And literally an hour before I left to head here, the suspension arrived at my door, and it was too late. It was too late. So I think the safe decision was just to run it how I know it and make changes for next time.
Of course.
So.
Obviously, you can see we've got a bit of a wing going on in the background as well.
Yeah, that is the change. I've put some vents in the bonnet just to let a bit of heat out and a big wing on the back. And I took it to Knock Hill and set my personal best. So it's definitely doing something. So
amazing, good stuff. Hoping for a positive day today.
Yeah.
Good.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Thank you so much. Good luck. Thank you.
There we go. So Bob Barron, you can see, has got that rear wing on the back now. He's fitted it, so it matches his teammate Fraser McNeil's car as he makes his way over the crest to complete another racing lap. Of course, he and Fraser McNeil, teammates in the kilted K-Swaps stable, and looking to try and do well. As you mentioned, times won't really give us too much of an indication of how quick they're going to be in qualifying, because some drivers will be running different fuel loads, different tyres. They won't be really pushing fully, but they'll get an understanding of just how fast they really can go. For the times that we have got coming in on the session, it is Will Self, the championship leader, double race winner from Snetterton. That's his third race, up to 3 race wins so far this year. He now leads by, or he's fastest in this session by about 1/10 and a half from Liam Collins in second quickest, and Tommy Knight in third, who has made some changes to his car. He's made some fiberglass doors now fitted onto that Civic EK. It's the blue EK number 24 that you'll see going around in Class A. And he's also put some new rear springs on it. He hadn't tested the rear springs before this weekend. I'm a bit dubious to see how they're going to work, but he's listened to some of the expertise and what it should do, and so this lap time at least has put him third fastest. He's just under a second off Will Sell's best time, so he'll try and do a bit better for qualifying if he can dial it in. This will be crucial data for him to be able to set the car up a little bit better. Bob Barron, that rear wing, certainly is doing a job at the moment. He's now 4th fastest at the moment, but again, times aren't really fully representative because there are big gaps here. I mean, the fastest time is a 1:50.457 for Will Self. And Bob Barron's time, for example, in 4th was a 1:52.7. So he's 2.3 seconds off, but I'm certain that won't be representative pace time when it comes to qualifying a little bit later on. 5th fastest going up there is Kevin Talbot. He's in the green and blue DC5 Integra, number 137 that you'll see going around. 6th fastest is the 2023 Racing Honda's champion, the first ever Racing Honda's champion, Phil Wright. Dave Buki, who's had some modifications. He was looking for a bit more mid-end power, so he's made 1 or 2 engine modifications. It seems to be working, which he thinks will help him here at a circuit like Oulton Park, where it's very much a circuit that favours cars that have got good power. He's lost a bit of top end, but he has managed to find a bit more mid-range power and torque, which is quite crucial because you've got some climbs here, exiting out of Hislop chicane, Britain chicane, and also up Clay Hill going under the bridge before Druids. So 2 key ones there. And then we've got Lewis Barker, who is currently fastest in Class B. We should mention Class B because that's our middle class. Lewis Barker fastest at the moment by 84 thousandths of a second from Sam Linster, who comes off the back of one of his best performances of the season so far at Snetterton. He led race 2 practically for the entire way and then was beaten at the end by making a small mistake and letting, as Charlie affectionately calls him, unstoppable Dan Thackeray, to get a victory. And that means that Dan now has 7 wins from the first 8 races this season. He's looking on track down at Cascade. You can see it's a bit busy with some of the Class A and B cars turning through. Dave Buki was in there, so is Kevin Talbot going past Ryan Cunningham, who's he's our defending champion in car number 1. Won the championship in Class C last year. He's now into Class B and battling hard with Dan Thackeray for the overall and the class championship. Of course, with Kent models emblazoned on the side of that Civic 2. And for Class C, we only have 2 cars, but there's still quite a tight battle between them. Matt Raleigh and Callum Houchin, who share an awning together, so they're decent enough in terms of, I guess, friendship, but of course on track they'll be just another rival to each other. And so far at the moment it is Rowling who is fastest by 1.7 seconds in this practice session, but again the times won't really give us massive representation of who is going to be setting what, and we'll get further representation of who's going to be quicker by the time we get to qualifying and setting some proper lap times in that sense. So if you watch on the screen with 5.5 minutes to go, there's the timings on the left-hand side. Liam Collins has gone to the fastest time now. He's gone to a 150.024. He's gone quarter of a second clear of Will Self in second place. Barron's gone up to third as well. So he's gone a little bit quicker. That rear wing certainly doing something, because if you have watched Racing Honda so far this season, you know that Bob Barron's car, it likes to dance around on the rear end a little bit. It tends to get a little bit oversteering sideways, and it has cost him a couple of results. As a result of that, Cadwell Park, he was leading in his second ever car race for half the way, then lost the back end at the top of the circuit and dropped back down the all run off the podium. He was then in a good position at Brands Hatch and then lost the back end and locked up and went into Paddock Hill Bend. Very kind of John Cleland 1995 BTCC style, if you know that reference. And he finally got his first podium. He was helped a little bit by the fact, I think, that Kevin Talbot retired from the race, and so he ended up being a battle for third place. He held off, I think it was Liam Collins towards the end, and finally got that first top through, which he was very ecstatic about. And now he's hoping with some of the developments he's made, as we heard there briefly from Charlie talking to Bob about that this morning, he's hoping he can get a little bit closer towards the front. He is third fastest. He's currently pitted at the end of this session, so it looks as though he's going to be okay at this point. Should give you a rundown of who's where in the championship. So in terms of the championship, it runs with an overall standing, but also so you score points within your class. So there will be class champions or class winners, but also an overall champion on top of that. And in terms of points scoring, you score 15 points for a win. Scroll back to my information here so I can actually get that accurate for you. 15 points for a win, 12 for second, 10 for third, 8 for fourth, 6 for fifth. Then it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But you also get points for scoring well in qualifying per class. If you take pole position in your class, you get 5 points. You get 4 for second place, 3 for third, 2 for fourth, and 1 for fifth position. And you also get a point for the fastest lapping class as well on top of that. So plenty of points up for grabs to decide things, which means that depending how the championship plays out, not just here, but the next few rounds, we've got a double September meetings with in a couple of weeks Brands Hatch, and then at the end of that month you've got Knock Hill, and then the season finale will be going back to Snetterton, this time on the 200 circuit, whereas last time out we were on the full 300. There's a chance that depending how the championship plays out, with drop scores also coming into play towards the end of it, we could even see a champion decided potentially in qualifying if someone scores enough points. So that's something to keep an eye on as the season goes on. But in terms of standings, as you watch both Dave Buki and Kevin Talbot on screen heading down towards Lodge before they come back across the line to complete another lap, Dan Thackeray, who's won 7 out of 8 in times in class, as we mentioned, he leads overall, and in Class B, we'll go through the overall standings with Dan Thackeray leading with 131 points. It is Ryan Cunningham on 113, and then we get to the Class A runners in the rest of the top 6. It's a point between Will Self and Phil Wright. Those 2 victories of Will Self at Snetterton have helped him catapult Kevin Talbot, because Kevin, last time out, didn't have the best of fortunes. It was a little bit mixed. He got himself a 4th place in race 2, but that was after he retired at the end of race 1. See Kevin Talbot on screen here. He's got the livery's very much reminiscent of the Jordan 191. It's a bit of a tribute to Eddie Jordan. Even a little 7-Up logo on the back of there you can see as well. A nice nod to Eddie, who we sadly lost earlier on this season, the legendary F1 team boss. And Kevin comes into the weekend 5th in the overall standings, 3rd in Class A, and now 7 points off the lead. He had quite a lead going into Snetterton. But of course, the retirement that he had, he'll have to count as one of his drop scores, unless he has any more issues. Now on screen here, we've got one of our newcomers here this weekend, Jackson Yates. He's got a rookie cross on the back. That's the yellow square with the black cross. That means he's done less than 6 races. Now he's treating this weekend as a bit of a signature weekend because he is looking to go into, of all championships, Ferrari Challenge. So he's had a couple of races at It's Donington Park. He's here this week today to race the pair of races for Racing Hondas. Then he's off to Ireland to do a couple more races to get the signatures he needs, and he can upgrade his licence and then move into Ferrari Challenge. So not bad he's racing with his presence here in Racing Hondas to get himself a couple of runs. And he's running with Ben Sharp Racing, and that's their hire car for the season. So that's also been hired out for Knock Hill, which will have Dan McDonnell at the wheel of that car when we go there in a few weeks' time at the end of September. So good to see we've got a newcomer in the championship. Always happy to see new faces. And Jackson getting to grips there as he winds his way out of the Hislop chicane, through Knickerbrook and underneath the bridge at Clay Hill. Great shot there. You get to see the cars pretty up close as they come past. A few more cars go through then. That's one of the Kinetic cars. Here's the S2000, Luke Sedjakowski. And he is quite pleased with how this car's turning out. He's quite happy with how it handles. Left a really good first impression when they gave it its first shakedown test at Donington Park on Wednesday. And he said that it got to the point where it didn't take him very long to get up to speed, and this car had enough pace in it that he was able to pretty much take the Craner curves flat. And that's not something that you can do every day, which is quite intriguing. In terms of his current pace he's setting, he's only done, how many laps has he done? 6 or 7. And by that time he's setting Class B as a 158.951. As I mentioned, as I keep on saying, practice times won't really give us the true representation of how fast these cars are going to be. They're just betting in setups, they're betting in getting used to the car, the track conditions, how it feels, the temperatures, pressures, all the data that they need to get this car as quick as possible for qualifying in a couple of hours' time. That's due to come up just before lunch at around about 12 o'clock scheduled on the timetable or anything else. Checker flag is out on the session. And in terms of the S2000, makes its way to the line. Luke Sedjakowski ends its first competitive session. And for what it's worth, we'll end the session in Class 7th and 17th. But again, it looks pretty close. There's Dave Buki doing Dave Buki things down at Cascades, little sideways moments. And I'm not quite sure where he's going. He's damaged the front bumper, so that's going to need some work. The Kinetic Motorsport boss. He's taken the cut through at Foster's, so he hasn't really done the full section. Now he's waiting patiently to see where he goes. And I imagine he wants to do that because if he does a full run, unless he's realised now he's got front end damage, it'll probably start to cause more issues. So I think he's just cut through to save himself some trouble and issues unless that splitter falls off and he has more problems. So the checker flag is out on practice, and we'll give you the rundown of the times for what they're worth, because qualifying is where it will all matter, where points will be scored, and where we start setting the grids for the first of our 2 races of Racing Hondas. Again, timetable for all of those we should mention is about 12 o'clock for qualifying, then the first race is after lunch at about 2 o'clock, and then 4 o'clock is when race 2 is happening as well. I'll quickly run through the championship connotations as well as we're going through them earlier on.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts. Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
Welcome back to Time Attack, everybody. Now it is Attack 1, and we're going to get our pro classes on track first. And in fact, those past few sentences included quite a few changes that we've made to the format for this 20th anniversary year of Time Attack. So firstly, now with warm-up out of the way, all sessions have the potential for our drivers to score points. They are all classified. They are all points scoring. We have Attack 1 now. Then we have Attack 2. And then at the very end, we have Attack, not Attack 3 actually, but Super Attack. And the fastest driver in each class of the Super Attack will be deemed that round's winner. However, with points up for grabs pretty much throughout the course of the whole day, winning Super Attack isn't necessarily enough. Our drivers are going to want to be fast all day across Attack 1, Attack 2, and Super Attack to score the maximum points towards their championship. In addition, we now run the classes in a reverse order. So in fact, we get our pro classes on track first. Then we have our club classes, and then we have our clubman classes. So, Time Attack, a very broad church. Is Ilya flashing his lights? He's ready to go on track. Ilya Krylov in the Haltech Clio. And Time Attack, as I said, very accommodating. Whatever you've built, provided it's built to a good standard and it's got the safety gear and so on, will probably be allowed into Time Attack. The question is, how much have you modified? What have you done? Have you done an engine swap? Have you got crazy aero? Is it just your daily driver on coilovers and a remap? Based on these questions, the Time Attack officials will put you into a certain class so that cars of a similar spec are all together, and you can see the Time Attack technical regulations for details on what kind of build would be put into what kind of class. And we have too many cars and too many classes, and they're all just too different, all run at the same time. So we run the fastest, highest spec classes first this year, from this year, something that we're trying. And then we'll run our, so these are very much, you know, in this group of classes, we've had factory-built GT cars, we've had open-top prototypes, and we have cars that are comparable to some single-seaters in terms of pace, so the really, really high-spec, crazy stuff. Then we have the club classes for what you might call track day cars, stripped out, caged, and actually quite a lot is allowed into Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive, quite a lot of stuff. But you know, what you might call your really high-spec track day cars. And then we have the entry-level classes, although I use that term very loosely because there's some very high-spec stuff there as well. We have Clubman for the road cars, Classic and Retro for the older chassis, and Pocket Rocket for the cars with small engines. But don't judge a book by its cover, especially not in Time Attack, you'll see that even in the so-called entry-level Clubman classes, we have some pretty exciting stuff. Anyway, as our pro cars head onto the track, I believe Susie has been catching up with our drivers in the paddock.
So I'm just having a quick catch-up with Mike Osborne. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, you've had a little bit of drama in the last couple of rounds, haven't you? So can we just have a quick recap?
Yeah, so we had Brands, we lifted the head, but still managed to get a good lap in the final. Just kind of risked doing one lap. Didn't cause any more issues than probably what it did, so it was fine. And then Snetterton was good all day, and then clutch let go again in the final. So came here hopefully with a clear run. So we'll see how the rest of the day goes.
So you've had a bit of fixing to do from Snetterton then?
Yeah, so got the new clutch in between the 2 rounds. The car was ready just earlier this week, and yeah, good to go for Oulton hopefully.
And how's it been this morning?
We've had an issue in warm up. Hopefully it's just maybe an issue with the cam sensor, so the guys are working on it now. And then hopefully good to go after that. Fingers.
It's a common issue with the Evos, right?
Yeah, we have this issue quite a lot. We've already changed it back in Donington. So yeah, it's just a kind of common issue you get with Evos.
And how do you think today's going to be in terms of temperatures? It's going to be pretty warm out there.
Hot, yeah. I think the morning's probably the best time to try and set the quickest laps, and then I think as the day goes on, it's going to get hotter. So it's just trying to kind of manage the temperatures in the car as well.
And the championship's going really well for you, right? You're leading at the moment.
Yeah, so we've had a good few rounds before the issues we had with the round, so that's kind of set us up quite good for the championship. So although we had the issues at Brands, we still managed to come away with good points. Same way at Snetterton, the others in the group had kind of issues as well, so we've probably kind of benefited a bit for that. So yeah, hopefully the rest of the championship we can get the foot down and.
So yeah, because with the way the points have changed, you've really got to get out there for each round, haven't you?
Yeah, and you definitely do notice it, getting out there and setting decent laps, and the way that the points are as well. There's a big difference for what it was previously. So yeah, I think it's good. It kind of shows that you do, going out the sessions, you do need to be kind of on it for the kind of full day, minus obviously warm up, but yeah, your car needs to be reliable. So yeah, it's good.
Evo's are always reliable, right?
Never. We had a good year. Last year was really good. We had like next to no issues. This year slightly different, but
just making up for it.
Yeah. So just hopefully kind of work our way through it, and we can get going.
And you're the only car in Club Pro that's not running sequential box.
Yeah. So we done Club 4-wheel drive last year. We've not really changed anything spec-wise on the car apart from changing to the Motorsport ABS, and then just thought we'd give Club Pro a go. So yeah, lap times and that seem to be coming down, and yeah, just getting car feels good, so we'll keep pushing it.
How are you finding the Motorsport ABS?
Big difference, it's really good. Really like it, totally different for your standard ABS or not running ABS, just with how late you can brake, but also how balanced the car is, kind of going into corners as well. It's not just a case you can late brake. It does stabilise the car, I think, a lot more as well. And then when you come to the wet as well, it's a big difference. But obviously, other reason I was wanting to do Club Pro is to run the racing wets. So I'm hoping for a day that's absolute chucking it to see.
I don't think you're going to get it today.
We didn't even bring the tyres down because we knew it was going to be absolute roasting. But hopefully as the year goes on, we're going to get some wet days as well, because it'd be good to get out and see what it's like with that.
Yeah, well, it's the UK, so I'm pretty sure you'll get...
100% I'll be absolutely chucking it, so...
Well, fantastic. Well, good luck out there today.
Yeah, cheers, Susie, thanks.
Thanks.
Very interesting stuff there. So I was just thinking about what Mike said there about not having a sequential box. And indeed, in the pro classes, that's pretty rare. And I was talking with Martin Henry in the pro class just this morning about this very subject. And it's crazy how the game has moved on so much in the past years that actually a sequential box is kind of the norm in these high spec builds, which is absolutely crazy to think about. And in fact, having a non-sequential or a H pattern that engineers are coming up with all this crazy stuff to make them viable and competitive and you know, chase those Nürburgring lap times and so on. And these are workarounds to the inherent drawbacks of these big, massive, long, wide, heavy cars. And so what you can do now is get those innovations, pluck them out, like the Bosch Motorsport ABS, and put them into an older, lighter car, and then you got the best of both worlds. Incredible. And again, Time Attack makes this possible. I wonder whether that's allowed in some other series that are more strictly controlled. I'm not so sure on that, actually. But in Time Attack, a lot is possible. It's a really, really creative championship. And I absolutely love that. So yeah, Bosch Motorsport ABS. So enough on that. We have... in this session, as Oddballs says on the YouTube comments, this was about somebody else, but Bob is so talented that he can do an interview and turn laps at the same time. This, of course, in reference to the drivers in the car on one half of the screen and the drivers being interviewed by Susie on the other half of the screen. But of course, the TV magic there. I mean, a magician never reveals their secrets, but I'll let you into a little one there. That interview was recorded before the session went green flag. So there you go, a little bit of insight into TV magic. But thank you. Good to see Oddballs back on the comments, actually. I think we're quite blessed here in the Time Attack community, especially for me commentating, to have so many very knowledgeable, very insightful people watching the stream. And when I need a little bit of knowledge and a little bit of experience about some niche particular little thingy that I might not know about, usually there's someone in the comments to help me out with that one, such as Oddballs. So thank you. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see everyone. Let's take a look at some lap times then, because they do matter now. WizDog saying, fix the mic, bud. Yeah, I'm aware. Thank you for that. Good point. I'm not sure how it sounds on your end, but I'm aware that there's something going on, and the team are working on that. So apologies for that. You're going to have to squint in the meantime, squint your ears and listen to the crackling or whatever. But let's take a look at some lap times as we have 6 minutes left. This is attack 1, so these times do score points for our drivers. Fastest in Club Pro is Michael Osborne with a 146.0. Then we have Ilya Krylov, 147.8. Then we have the 142 machine of Kevin Horsley, 148.5. Eric Holmes, 148.8. And Darren Spooner with a 150.4. Nobody on track currently in this session for Pro Extreme. And then in the Pro class, we have Luke Sanjakowski with a 137.8. Bradley John, 141.1 on your screen just now. And for those watching from the track side, it's the red, blue, and black Evo. Josh Barrett, 146.9 is third in class. And then we have Martin Henry, 152.1, currently in the pits. And we also have the machine of Kevin Horsley in the pits too, the Sing Speed Subaru Impreza WRX that I think quite a few of us were impressed with in warm-up when we saw that hot on the heels of Luke Sanjakowski's Tegawa NSX. Two very impressive and unique machines following each other around the Oulton Park International layout. And in fact, it looks like Kevin is perhaps back on the move. I can see it moving down the pit lane. Is he going to go into Park Ferme or back onto the track? And Kevin Horsley rejoins the track, so we'll see that black Impreza running a little bit more. You can see it on your screens now. Very impressive machine indeed. And in fact, during the lunch break, I think I might try to do some fact-finding about that car and see what's what. Definitely very striking indeed. And we don't often get too many Subarus in the pro classes these days. They are very much Evo-centric, for better or for worse. So it's interesting to see that age-old battle between the Subarus and the Evos perhaps resume a little bit today here at Time Attack round 5 around Oulton Park. Bradley John looking very racy indeed as he just makes his way over the chicane there. His lights, I nearly said headlights, but of course those aren't strictly his headlights. His headlights are now intakes. But his lights on at the front of the car, which would suggest that he is on a hot lap. And indeed, he's looking very racy indeed as he attacks and bounces over those curbs, but just the right amount of curb, very precise to not get in trouble with the officials. The track limits are quite strictly policed at MSV circuits. Oh my goodness! And off he goes, big cloud of smoke from the back of that car just as he fell off the track. Incredible shot there. And it looks like he's perhaps made contact with the tire wall as well. Not too sure what could have caused that. I think the fact that there was white smoke first was a big clue. Did he spill a load of oil and then slip on the oil? Did his brakes fail and lock on? I mean, I only got half of a second of a glimpse of that before he fell off the track and got covered in dust. You can see he's out of the car and moving around, so that's good. But that has brought out a checkered flag. In fact, we've got a replay on the laptop now because there's a bit of a delay. So I'm going to get another look at that incident just now. And yeah, especially in these pro classes, our driver is going really quite fast. Right, what happened there? Okay, I'm just luckily I've got a little visual of that incident, and I'm going to try to get a proper look at it. Of course, everything at Oulton Park happens so quickly. Wow. Just some smoke from the back of his car, and then he ran wide and onto the gravel. Could it be as simple as the he became aware of that smoke and that threw him off for a second, and he straightened up when he should have turned? Again, things happen, especially in the pro classes. Things happen so quickly at Oulton Park that even a moment's hesitation can end badly. I'm not sure. That's a really odd one. Sometimes you see signs in the few moments before that something's about to happen, but it didn't really look like that in that case. Things looked like they were going pretty singingly for Bradley John, and then there was a little puff of smoke, and off the track he went. But thankfully, he's out of the car and walking around, so that's all good. Curious to see tannoys have broken at Cascades. Doesn't sound like tannoys are working. Sorry about that, Andy. But yep, thankfully we have the live stream. So please, if you're at the trackside, tell your friends and family to switch on the Lucas Oil live stream on your phones, and then while the tannoys are maybe or maybe not working, you'll be able to still get the commentary. So we can see, let's take a closer look. So that car is now, yep, we can see it beached. And of course, the gravel trap doing its job. And you know, these aren't formula cars. These aren't 600 to 700 kilos. These are even in the world of time attack, these cars are still pretty hefty, you know, still 11 or 1,200 kilos. So that's a lot of mass traveling very quickly. But, you know, the gravel trap actually doing a pretty good job of stopping that car. You can see Bradley just looking around there. I mean, it doesn't even look like it impacted that hard. I think the difficulty here is how do you recover this? And you can see they've got the rope, and there's no obvious place. I mean, motorsport cars are meant to have towing points at the front and rear for exactly this purpose. I'm not sure if that's the case in how it works in the pro classes, because it looks like there's some head scratching going on here. And like we discussed earlier today, there's so much bespoke custom stuff on these cars that you really don't want to break or damage any of this composite bodywork or anything like that when you're doing the recovery. So lots of head scratching there, how to best recover this machine. Hopefully it shouldn't take too long. It'll depend on the impact of that tire wall. They are laid out in such a way as to absorb one impact, and then they've kind of done their job and they need to be put back to how they were. You can't depend on a tire wall to take a second impact. That's not what they're designed to do. So once a tire wall has been touched, it then needs to be put back. So this recovery might take a little while. Firstly, the car itself is in quite a tricky spot. You've got the gravel there. I think the towing points aren't terribly obvious by the looks of things. And then also perhaps we might need to take a look at that tire wall. In the meantime, as this may take a little while, I will leave you with some video messages from our sponsors.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
So I'm here this morning with a very, very special car. So good morning, how you doing?
I'm fine, thank you, yes. Yeah, all good.
So yeah, I mean, behind us, this is the legendary TVR is it Speed
Speed
12?
12, yeah.
So yeah, please tell us a bit about the car.
It's one of 3 built. There was 2 road cars, 1 factory race car. The most famous livery it drove around in was Scania livery. This is the original race car chassis. So it's different bodywork, but it's out of the original factory molds. We bought it, the company I work for, Helical Technology, we bought it as a kit of parts from the factory, rebuilt the car, redid the bodywork out of the original molds. It's currently not running the original engine, it's running a 6-litre Aston V12, but we've now secured and got hold of the engine that matches the chassis. So the original TVR Speed 12 engine, which we're currently rebuilding, to then eventually put back in this car.
But at the moment, so it's running an NA V12 6-litre.
Yeah.
So and what sort of power is that pushing?
At the moment, it's probably anywhere between sort of like 4.5, 500, 600 sort of horse. This really is sort of like the first time since it was built, really, that it's been driven in anger around a racetrack. So really, this is just a tentative first outing, just to see sort of like how it fares. And like I said, eventually we'll pull this engine out, put the original one back in it. We're going to do full carbon fibre bodywork for it and return it back to the original Scania livery as well.
Oh, so big plans for the car then?
Yeah. So plan is to really take this one back racing. Because as far as the team is, there's only a team of 4 of us at Helical, and we're redeveloping this car, or have redeveloped this car. We have 2 other versions of the Cerberus B12. Both Aston Martins, but twin turbo, producing about 1,000 brake horse. Right. So the idea is now we'll concentrate on those ones as the road cars and bring this one back to racing.
And it's a full tube frame chassis as well?
It's what, sorry?
A tube frame chassis?
There's a tube frame, roll cage and chassis and a folded aluminium tub for this one. But the car that we're developing at the moment is a full carbon chassis as well. But yeah, this is the original folded aluminium honeycomb chassis with a full tubular roll cage in it.
And roughly how much does it weigh as well?
I don't know, it's probably, it's not the lightest of cars because of the fiberglass bodywork and stuff like that, so it's probably 1.4 tons, something like that. So it's not the lightest thing in the world, but we'll see how it goes.
Such a poster car. I think so many people will be very, very interested to see this out in circuit.
Well, it's not the usual sort of thing you see on sort of like time attack, so it'll be interesting to see sort of like how it fares and the sound. Plus you can't miss it being bright glittery orange either.
It's not very subtle.
It's not, no. So
well, it's fantastic to see it out today. So yeah.
Hopefully, fingers crossed, it won't embarrass itself, and we can get some decent times and just see how it fares, and yeah, go from there.
And then maybe we'll see you back for another round.
With a bit of luck, yeah. Hopefully, if all goes well, yeah.
Maybe with a different engine as well.
Give it, yeah. It's been rebuilt at the moment and what have you, so we've probably got another couple of months, and then we're going to put it on the dynos at work, fire it up, see how it runs and what have you. But we've got the original engine designer, John Ravenscroft, working on it. The original engine builder that built the engine in the first place, Andy Minns, he's working on it, rebuilding it. So we've got all the old team sort of back together. We're all ex-TVR working at Helical now.
All the old gang back together then.
So yeah, it should be good.
Oh well, fantastic. I mean, thanks so much for bringing it along and talking to us about it. And yeah, look forward to seeing it out on track.
Yeah, sorry.
Have a great day. Thank you.
No worries.
Absolutely fascinating stuff, and yeah, I couldn't believe my eyes or ears when I heard this was the Speed 12. interesting, the mention there of, I think it was Helical, which is the company that, well, apparently only 4 employees, but you know, very specialist boutique job there that they're doing of building a continuation of the Speed 12 cars. You know, a little bit after the originals were built, so perhaps benefiting from some modernized manufacturing techniques and some other developments, maybe a Bosch Motorsport ABS and so on, that we discussed earlier. But perhaps we might come back to that once we see the car on track, hopefully as part of the Club 2-wheel drive, Club 4-wheel drive TAC 1. But in the meantime, I think we have another interview, and hopefully it'll be equally as interesting as the one we just saw.
So I'm grabbing a quick catch-up with Dean Taylor from Club 4-wheel drive. So good morning, Dean.
All right, yeah, not too bad. It's all good. At least it's sunny today.
Yeah, it's going to be very sunny, isn't it? It's quite warm out there already.
Yeah, definitely warmer. It's getting warmer, and I reckon later on today it's going to get even hotter, so we'll see. We're just going to keep an eye on the tyre temperatures, and we'll go from there, really.
Do you have any issues with cooling on the car, or?
No, we don't have any problems with that, so that's a good thing.
You have had quite a dramatic season though, haven't you? Sorry to remind you.
Yeah, I mean, it's all been stupid little things that have just literally taken out the whole car. So, like, first couple of rounds we was having gear shift issues, which turned out to be a clutch. Took us a while to find that out, but we found that, put a new clutch in, all works good. And then the bumper started to detach itself on the last round.
Yeah, we saw it dragging along the floor on one side, right?
Yeah, so we've done a lot of suspension setup through the winter, new nitrons, basically just revamped all the underside, which brought the caster forward, and we was hitting the bumper, which broke the bumper, and then we just couldn't repair it. It's just the downforce of the car, how much downforce we get on the front bumper, it just was impossible. So, yeah.
And then you also had alternator issues, I think, earlier as well?
We had an alternator issue, yeah, which blew the battery, so new battery. Alternator got sent off, that's all good now.
Just nice, reliable Evos again.
Yeah, it's just been little things, but yeah, it's literally taken the whole car out. It's just, yeah, but hopefully we're coming through it now.
So all good in this morning session?
Yeah, all good in this morning session. Over winter, we did a new ECU, so we're on the Cyvex GR Performance, mapped the car. Car is just insanely fast. I just haven't really got to use all of it as yet.
So, but hopefully today, how much horsepower are you running? Is that the secret?
Yeah, it's fast. It's faster than last year. It's just the whole car's totally different. Every time I've got out, which has only been a few laps, I've got a few laps here and there, and I'm smashing my PBs. I've already beat my PB from last year already.
Oh, amazing. And the car's been quite an evolution for you as well, right? It's changed quite a lot. You made it wider, it's like with the kit, and like you say, the suspension, the ECU.
Yeah, it doesn't stop. I mean, yeah, as you say, over the years, it just keeps revolving. I don't know what we're going to do next for next year, but I've already got things in my head, so we'll see what happens. But,
so not the last year for you then?
Yeah, probably not.
I think you've just talked yourself into it now.
Yeah, it's like 50-50. One minute I'm saying no, next minute I'm like, I love it here. It's a great feeling. The paddock's good, and I just love driving the car.
And how do you feel about Oulton here today?
Oulton's not my favourite track. It is my least favourite track, but I'm getting better at it. The car feels really light. It moves around a lot, which obviously is a little bit of a worry for me. But other than that, yeah, it is a nice track, but not my favourite.
Going to be pretty toasty out there today.
Yeah, yes. We just got to get faster and faster, and hopefully we can beat this GTR that's on in our class. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, big horsepower in that, right?
No, that's right. Hopefully we can. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens today.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed you have an event-free day today. And yeah, good luck out there.
And then we can turn it up if we have an eventful day. So that'd be good. Right.
Brilliant. Good luck out there. Cheers.
Cheers.
Very interesting stuff there. Our two Saxos now, Andrew Kime and Stu Summers, Just see them zipping past the commentary box. Now, one of them K-swapped, in the case of Andrew Kime, the other supercharged, but still a Citroen block. So, it's different, but still the same, but different. And there goes the Speed 12 as well, just past my window. Meanwhile, Andy Grady has stopped out on track again. I think he stopped just earlier on in the morning's warm-up. So quite unfortunate there, Andy Grady in the GR Performance machine. The only one in the world that is running the Volkswagen DSG gearbox successfully. Or so it would seem. I can only assume that that wasn't gearbox related. But Andy Grady, one of the few people to make that recipe work, which has involved a lot of work and shipping gearboxes and cars and bits all over the UK, all over Europe. Lots of collective head scratching in terms of getting this gearbox to play nicely. And the reasoning, from what I understand, is Andy Grady now, having gone through a few Evo gearboxes so far, and the parts and everything now, you know, the cost adding up. These are not easy parts or gearboxes to find. And so all of that adding up, and it works out cheaper. You know, when you're spending so much on Evo gearbox stuff that you think actually is probably going to work out cheaper in the long run. And of course better and faster and more modern and more seamless, etc. Oh, and the Stu Summers has fallen off the track as well. Oh, my goodness. At quite a, looks like the exact same spot where Bradley John came off. So I wonder whether maybe that incident dropped some oil there. Because it looks to me like Stu Summers came off in the exact same spot, which I suspect, there we go, is another red flag. You can't really have a car stopped there, especially as it seems that that corner is one in which drivers have a tendency to fall off of, so you can't have a car parked on the outside of it because there is a likelihood that another car will clatter into it and cause all sorts of bad things. So red flag now being thrown pretty quickly after that. Whew, it's pretty eventful, and I wonder whether Bradley John's incident earlier on, maybe we saw that little puff of smoke. I'm still not sure what that was, but perhaps that was oil being dropped on the outside of a fast corner. And now, coincidentally or not, Stu Summers, I think, coming unstuck in the exact same location. Interesting stuff. We didn't actually see a hot lap set by the number 777 machine of Ben Morris, that TVR Speed 12. The actual unicorn legendary car that many of us aged 30 and above, I guess, will, or maybe younger if you're a fan of retro car games. But of course, at one point they were brand new and exciting, and I think if you were younger, then you probably played it specifically for the retro appeal. But you know, to us, this was cutting edge, and in the Gran Turismo 3, Forza Motorsport had the Cerberus Speed 12, and that was new and crazy and exciting. And in fact, so crazy that the TVR boss at the time said, there's no way we're gonna let the general public get their hands on this car. It's too fast and too leery and too dangerous. And that was it. And so it disappeared. And it became the stuff of urban legend. And so this is one of those cars, which is absolutely incredible, my friends. Wow. And it just reinforces my point that Time Attack is just a Forza Motorsport online lobby. At least in terms of the wild and wacky creations that we see here. It's TVR Speed 12, an actual car, not one of the, what's the term? I used the term earlier, didn't I? Not a replica, because it's a bit different. You know, replica implies that it's exact. A continuation, that's the term. A continuation. This isn't a continuation. This is the actual original chassis of well, as it left the TVR assembly line. Of course, modernized, and like you heard in the interview there, this one actually runs a different engine, a naturally aspirated 6-liter Aston Martin V12. Sounds amazing, as it's been. I mean, the commentary box is actually quite well insulated sound-wise, but I heard it in the paddock, pottering about into Parc Fermé and in and out of the garages and so on. And perhaps if you were in the paddock at the time, you might have been lucky enough to hear it for yourself. Incredible sounding car. I mean, we can't have too many V12s in Time Attack. I think I even struggle to think of one. I think even, even the Bentley Continental GT3, I think that's a V8 or a W8 or something like that. No, it's a W12 or a V8. Yeah, but I think the GT3 car is a V8. Yeah. So I think even having a V12 full stop is a pretty special day in the Time Attack calendar. But it's TVR Speed 12, an actual one. That is a unicorn. This is like a major life event. Incredible. So I wonder whether Stu Summers's Saxo might be a little less challenging to recover, as it doesn't quite have the same aero appendages as Bradley John's car. You can just see it. It'll just get yanked out of the gravel, basically. It has a tow hook. It's got some ground clearance. I mean, it's not a fully regular car, but it's more of a regular car than Bradley John's Evo. And there you go. It's been pulled out of the gravel. Sweep the gravel back in. And then hopefully we can get our session resumed. Let me just take a look at the timing screen. Red flag, yes. Okay, so I think we have a red flag, but the clock hasn't been stopped. I think we're a little bit behind schedule at this point, so I don't think we can afford to stop the clock when we get a red flag, which means that the time that is spent under a red flag is time that's just lost from the session, basically. I think in events or days where we have not very much going on and quite a relaxed timetable with lots of leeway and a very generous curfew, we can afford to stop the clock when we get a red flag and then resume it once the red flag is cleared, and basically our drivers get the full session. But I think, we get to a certain point and you've just got to keep the clock going, otherwise we're going to hit curfew. So I think that the time spent under that red flag is going to be time that's going to be not given back to our drivers on this occasion. We'll see as the day progresses. But at least Stu Summers' car was pulled out of the way. In fact, I can see it back in the pits now. It's been pulled all the way around, and you can see the marshals sweeping that gravel back into the gravel trap, back where it belongs. Unlike a tire wall, gravel trap is a much simpler beast, and you just sweep the gravel back and you can keep going. Unlike a tire wall, where you've got to stop everything and put the tire wall back to how it was, and that takes a bit of time. It's quite heavy, so you have to get the forklift and, hump it around on the forklift. This is quite different. You just sweep, 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 and then hopefully that's it. And in fact, that is exactly right. And the green flag has now been thrown for this session, which means that our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars head back onto the track. And you can actually see our Racing Honda's Championship cars in the mix there as well. So getting some extra seat time. That number 27 kilted K-Swaps Civic of Bob Barron from way back in 1993. And perhaps a car that was also featured in Gran Turismo. If we're on the subject of the TVR Speed 12, Gran Turismo also no stranger to Honda Civics. I think every spec and flavor of Civic has been captured in Gran Turismo, especially the older ones. Back Gran Turismo 6 or 7, whatever we're on now, I think it's got it's less of the little odd boxes that put Gran Turismo on the map. But, you know, 1993 Civic probably represented there alongside that TVR Speed 12. Anyway, back to real-life motorsport, which is, of course, much cooler than virtual motorsport. Our Club 2 All-Driving Club four-wheel drive machines start to warm themselves back up. You can see it's quite trafficy, especially given that this track is relatively narrow. And they will need a few moments, perhaps a lap or two, to get their tires up to temperature. You can see Bob Barron there bouncing over that curb in that quite stiffly sprung Civic. But, you know, the tires need a bit of time. You need to be scrubbed, have that energy go into them. And that energy goes through the tires, that heat. They get nice and warm and gummy and sticky and can press into the unevennesses of the track, and that's how you get grip, right? Of course, there's a certain point where the tires get too hot and they start breaking down and chunking off, and that's when your tires are too hot. You know, there's a window in which your tires have to be, and I think that performance window is pretty well known to motorsport doers, motorsport watchers. But yeah, so you've got to get your tires in that optimal window, and the same goes for your brake pads and your brakes. So if you look at a lot of so-called upgraded pads, they have a friction coefficient against temperature chart, and you'll also see that they have the most friction, the most grip, the most mu. It's the Greek mu symbol at a certain range of temperatures. And road car pads are designed to work at lower temperatures that you'll encounter driving on the road. And actually, the reason why I keep saying so cold is because these so-called upgraded pads for you know, race or track applications, often if you look at that temperature chart, at road car temperatures, at normal temperatures, they are worse than, you know, the regular pattern generic brake pad that you might get. So it's actually a downgrade when you're driving them at regular speeds on the road. And you'll see quite a few brake pads from the high-end track manufacturers say that these are not street legal. And that's not like a badge of pride. You know, sometimes when it says not street legal, that means it's extra cool. But in this case, it just means, no, they're not street legal because they don't work at regular speeds. It's just like rubbing a fish on your slippery fish on your brake disc. It's not going to do anything because they have to be at that operating window of, you know, hundreds of degrees, which are temperatures you're not going to reach in your road car. Anyway, so there's that. So temperature, very important. Hopefully now everyone's various temperatures are now where they need to be, and we can see Owen Diver there in the number 14 machine, the Kinetic Motorsport Honda Civic, a single round entry, part of the, well, a full-time Racing Honda's championship entry perhaps, but a special addition to the Time Attack fold today to get that extra seat time. He sets a 2:11.2, which puts him on the leaderboard. Luke Capehorn seems to be flying today in that Vauxhall Astra VXR, which I've seen at my friend Ash Gedney's workshop, Giz Motorsport in Skegness. I've seen that car there quite often being tweaked. So I've had a good look around Luke's car many an occasion. Very nicely put together car. And looks like it's finally paying dividends. Luke Capehorn flying all day. Currently fastest of the Club 2-wheel drives with 150.4 in that Midnight Motorsport machine. Dean Taylor now sets a 148.6, 147.9 in fact. He improves further still. Dean Taylor then taking the top spot in Club 4-wheel drive and also fastest in this whole session. Meanwhile, Alexander Volkov in the 186 GTR, his personal best. Whoa! A bit of moving around there from from Dean Taylor. I do wonder if that put him outside of the track limits just then. That's going to be one for our officials to ponder. The outside curbs, or inside curbs, like the curbs generally have pressure pads on them, which is quite an easy and effective automated way to detect if a tire falls. The pressure pads are put in the band area, and so if a tire falls onto that pressure pad and sets it off, then that's how you know that a tire has been where it shouldn't be. So simple but effective, and that's how MSV can police their track limits. I believe some circuits also have cameras that look at the curb, and they have AI that can tell them if a wheel has gone too far or not. You know, the wheel's gone too far to the right or not. So that's a pretty simple thing for a machine to work out. There's a few ways of doing it, but MSV very on the ball when it comes to track limits. So interesting to see whether our officials, what their view is on that. Number 218 here, that is Neil Robson, who on the entry list is just 18. But I knew who that was, but the numbers didn't quite match. Neil Robson in the BIB Performance BMW 135i. Very tidy little machine with genuine BMW 1M panels. Some of you might remember that was the, you know, you see BMW M2s on a daily basis now. I think they're really selling like hotcakes. Quite a popular format. And the BMW 1M walked so the BMW M2 could run. So very special car. Of course, this isn't a 1M, but it has genuine 1M fenders and bumpers and so on. So it's got a little bit of that 1M pedigree. Otherwise, it's a 135i with various goodies, turbo, straight six, I think manual as well. So pretty tasty spec. 180 here, David Frost in the Dream Automotive TBOM Honda FK Civic. Currently, well, not actually having set a hot lap. I thought that was the first time I've seen David Frost out in this session. Neil Robson, you can see that car squirming and moving around through that tricky final sector here at Oulton Park as he grabs the checkered flag. That concludes our club tour. Just Mike Butler came across the line very quickly indeed. That actually really grabbed my eye just then. Wow. Let's take a look at these lap times then while they're up on the screen. David Dyson then came out of nowhere to end Club 2-wheel drive on top. We didn't even see, I don't think, a single shot of him. He really kept a low profile that session just now, but David Dyson pulled it out of the bag at the very, very end. 149.3 ahead of Luke Capehorn, Andrew Kime, Neil Wren, Kevin Talbot, Mike Butler, Bob Barron, Neil Robson, Dan Thackeray, Nicholas Good, Sammy Milam, Spencer Fortag, Owen Diver. And then Club 4-wheel drive, Alexander Volkov also got the job done in the final seconds of that session ahead of Dean Taylor. You see Andrew Kime coming through there on 3 wheels. And of course, the beauty of these light, short wheelbase Sexos is they rotate and pivot around so beautifully. I know the cliche is overused about being like a go-kart and so on. But of course, in the case of the Sexo, that analogy works because the Sexo's so square. You know, it's almost got the same, if you viewed from above, same kind of shape as a go-kart. It's very square. It's like as wide as it is long. And what that means is it can rotate very, very well. And there comes Luke Capehorn, by the way. Is he able? I don't think, no, he's not on a hot lap, I don't think. Yeah, so David Dyson there snatching it from the jaws of defeat in the final moments there. And of course, this is a TAC 1, which means that this does count towards the championship. Great stuff. So now our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive machines will head back into, well, actually they'll head into Parc Fermé because this is now a classified point scoring session. And then we will be getting our Clubman classes TAC 1 underway in just a few moments. So you can see, I think that might be Mike Butler's car. In fact, yeah, I guess given that this is quite a long lap, especially when you're off the pace, you know, you're doing a checkered flag lap, it's quite long. So let's consider that if you begin a hot lap just before the checkered flag, so you cross the line for your next hot lap, the checkered flag comes out. You get that whole lap as a hot lap because you began it just before the checkered flag came out. So you get that whole lap as a hot lap, and then you come back, and then you do your checkered flag lap, which is going to be extra slow because it's a checkered flag lap, and the whole point is to slow everything down. So actually, yeah, it's not surprising that there are cars still on track. But it's pretty interesting. You know, you could think the checkered flag came out ages ago. Yes, but when you have a long lap like this, it could be 4 or 5 minutes before all the cars make their way back into the pits or Parc Fermé or what have you. Interesting stuff. I can see lots of people milling around in the paddock, so that's great to see, and I think that's one of the real selling points of Time Attack and the various shows that we put on, Tunerfest and so on, is the paddock is open to the public. What I would ask is, of course, that you read the room, apply common sense at all times. If you can see a crew, a team, stressing and trying to fix stuff and effing and blinding, you know, don't get in the way. But generally, you know, we're a very friendly bunch. So, yep, if you're building a particular car, let's say you're building a Civic or you're building a Fiesta, then the paddock of Time Attack and the Racing Hondas Championship can be a great source of inspiration because our builder drivers are trying and breaking and fixing and trying again and buying all kinds of different stuff or developing their own stuff and doing the hard work, the R&D, so you don't have to. So, you know, you already know what a tried and tested solution is by taking a look at our Time Attack cars, talking to the drivers and so on. So you know what to do with your own build. But again, you know, I must stress, practice your common sense, read the room, but yeah, have a good time. The paddock's a great source of inspiration here in at Time Attack. I believe the course car has now come into the pits. I believe that may have been a quick little whiz around the track just to make sure everything is good for our Clubman class cars. Well, you know, I use the catch-all term. There's more to it than that. We have Clubman class, we have Classic and Retro, we have Pocket Rocket NA, and we have Pocket Rocket FI. NA stands for naturally aspirated, and FI stands for forced induction. So Pocket Rocket is for cars with little engines, and we can split them out into naturally aspirated and forced induction, because that's kind of fair. Right. Let's take a look at what are the comments saying. Anything? Let's go. Both tannoys are working again. Not street legal. It's more of a guideline than a code. So Oddballs has been a regular on the stream comments so far. And not street, see, I kind of don't pay attention to what it's like, all throwaway stuff. So I'm not actually sure what, not street legal could be, I mean, it must be a thing that I said. But I'm not sure what I was talking about. More of a guideline than a code. Yes, okay. You're probably right there, but I actually can't remember what my original thing was. It's very off the cuff. It's like blah, 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 filler, filler, filler. But it looks like actually we might have something on track that needs clearing up or something, some kind of... So actually we're going to take a little break. We're going to show you some ads. You know, go and buy their stuff. It's good stuff. But yeah, we will be back after a little break. Not too long though, just a short one.
Having a quick catch up with Mark Donnelly. So good morning, Mark. How you doing?
Morning. Yeah, we're okay, thanks.
It's not quite okay, but just a quick intro for anyone who doesn't know just about. Can you just intro us to your car and what class you're in?
The black Mark III Escort 1983 XR3i in the classic and retro class.
Did we determine the oldest car on the grid?
I think it still is, yeah. Very, very close. I think there might be somebody very 84, 85, 86, but yeah, I think it still is. So yeah, I've got that accolade.
And tell us a little bit about the car as well.
I've had it 20 years this year. I worked out. It was also coinciding with Time Attack's 20-year anniversary. I've actually had it 20 years. And I basically set out to build my ultimate Escort track car, front-wheel drive Escort track car, and that's where it came from, really. And it took a few years to get it sorted out because it was a two-owner, 75,000-mile full service history. Quite a nice car, actually, when I bought it. Ripped it to pieces, built the track car from it. This is probably the third evolution, really. So it's currently running 2-litre Z-Tech ST170 turbo, loads of trickery on it. Thanks to Will Pedley, who helped us out a lot with the anti-lag and the maps and the ECU calibrations that it's got in it. It's got some really trick stuff in it. But we're having some gearbox problems today. So
same problems as you were having at Snetterton?
Yeah, following Snetterton, we stripped the thing down. Obviously, I was having trouble at Snetterton, basically jumping out of fourth and then not being able to engage fifth. So it causes you a lot of problems when you think you're in gear, you need the power to pull you through, and all of a sudden you find you're in neutral and it's popped out. So you're having to drive one-handed, really, with no power steering. So we've had a lot of work, so much work, and so many people to thank for everything that we've had to do since Snetterton in 4 weeks. Engine out, gearbox fix, which lasted about 3 laps, I think. Clutch needed refurbishing, turbo, loads of things. We've put some uprated oil cooling on it, which is working brilliant. That's a success story. But yeah, the gearbox it's time for a new gearbox completely, I think. So we're just going to hopefully struggle away for the rest of the day and see what we can get out of it.
And the championship, I know you're leading in the championship at the moment, but I think there's a really good battle heating up between yourself, Dean Riley in the VX220, and Eden Young in the Micra, isn't there?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. We've been really close lap times all year, and the events that, I win the first 3 events, but the lap times were so close. It could have gone, we were going out into the final session and it could have ended up anyway between the 3 of us. So I was.
And how close was it at Snetterton?
0.063, 63 thousandths of a second, or 6.3 hundredths, whichever way you look at it.
But so literally couldn't be closer.
Yeah. It was very, very tight, and it was my very last lap as well. I just didn't quite manage to get Dean, and Dean snuck it that day.
To the
but yeah,
comments,
it was a good day.
I think it
really
helps,
good competition. I couldn't have asked for any closer competition than we're getting from Dean and Eden. It's been brilliant.
Yeah, and such different cars as well.
Yeah, that's what always amazes me. I mean, like Dean's in a what are the aluminium tub chassis, 20 years sort of down the road from mine, and his was probably done on a computer, whereas mine was a quill drawn on the drawing board. And and he's like mid-engine rear-wheel drive, and to end up with lap times so close, it's always amazing.
So how do you think you're going to go today? Are you still going to be able to get out there?
Yeah, we're just going to run it as best we can. I'm just going to have to get my head around driving one-handed, basically, and just try to just know that it's always going to pop out of 4th gear. It literally will not stay in 4th gear unless I'm holding it in, and 99% of the lap is 4th and 5th gear. So if you're not in 5th, you're in 4th, and vice versa. So yeah, I'm going to have to just recalibrate a bit and just see how we go on. But yeah, I suppose it's damage limitation really, but we'll hopefully get a reasonable lap time out of it.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed. And you've not got long until the next round either.
2 weeks yesterday, Brands Hatch again. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not sure if it'll be Brands Hatch to limp it round again, or whether we'll try and find another gearbox in time or what. But yeah, we'll see.
Well, fingers crossed. You keep it. I was going to say keep it in one piece, but keep it in gear at least for this round.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, we'll do the best we can with it today, I think.
Yeah, brilliant.
Nice weather, anyway.
Yeah, it is very, very nice. Maybe a little bit too nice, though. It's going to be keeping the cars cool is going to be a bit of a challenge today.
Well, I've actually the cooling upgrades that I've done to it. They're actually working really, really well. The temperatures that I was seeing in that session were better than I've had for ever. So, yeah, that part's working.
Yeah. Yeah. Focus on the good stuff, and then hopefully you can just keep it in gear then.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, good luck out there.
Right. Thanks, Susie. Cheers.
Thank you.
Flush headlights for those two. Anyway, it's a long way till that ever becomes a reality. So in the meantime, we'll just keep enjoying Jamie Biss flying the pop-up headlights flag for us and live vicariously through him. Nice lick of flame there from Dean Riley's machine as he downshifts into Old Hall Corner. And you can see Mark Donnelly in that Escort. You saw him just now being interviewed by Susie, the plucky little Escort that could. Dean Riley currently at the top of our leaderboard, 154.1, so he leads his class and he also leads overall in that VX220. It's a trend that we saw develop the last round, round 4. I think previously rounds 1, 2, and 3, it was Mark Donnelly at the top of the leaderboard, you know, class-wise or otherwise, which is of course very impressive indeed in that Escort. But I think from round 4 and now today in round 5, we're seeing a new trend where actually Dean Riley perhaps getting his feet under the desk, getting comfortable in his role in Time Attack as a Time Attack driver, as a Time Attack builder driver, and he's now at the top of the leaderboard. But the Classic and Retro fight has been very interesting to watch. We've had Dean Riley in the DRS Racing Vauxhall VX220. We've had Mark Donnelly in the Donnelly Racing Ford Escort, and we've had Eden Young in the Haltech Micra K11. And that's been a really interesting battle to see. Of course, very different machines indeed, but a great battle at the sharp end of Classic and Retro. On your screens is now the Ford Transit Courier of Lewis Hyam of GM Automotive. A single round entry for today, but we've seen him previously in the year as well. A Fiesta ST swapped Transit Courier van. Those of you watching from the trackside can't miss it. It's a van. And those of you watching the Lucas Oil live stream, well, that's on track for you right now. And of course, this isn't a track-only van. This is also the van in which Lewis Hyam does his work and does deliveries and so on. So incredible stuff. Michael Greenhue in Classic and Retro here, the Tom Lahr Motorsport Vauxhall Corsa. Your eyes do not deceive you. That is what it is. And you might be wondering, what's the black smoke coming out of the back of that Corsa B? Well, in fact, that is, from my understanding, all working as intended because that car is running the legendary Volkswagen PD130 engine, the 1.9 TDI that pulls like a train. This is what Michael Greenhue has swapped into that Corsa, which of course gives him a torque per weight of a 911 turbo or something, you know, obscene like that. I think this car weighs around 900 kilos, there or thereabouts, and of course it's got the massively, obscenely torquey PD130 as well. So that thing definitely shifts, and the story of how it came about is, well, that's the car that Michael had, and that's the engine that he had, so he put the 2 and 2 together, which is actually a story that we see quite often in Time Attack. And I think we're all the richer for it. Andy York in the Yorkie Racing Peugeot 205, another single round entry, a Classic and Retro veteran. He's been around for, I'd say this class hasn't been around for that long, actually. What is it? Maybe it's it comes and goes. I think I think we've seen Andy York in other classes as well. But he is overall a Time Attack veteran, but also a classic and retro regular over the past few years. I think we've had classic and retro maybe for 5 years. I can't quite remember. Maybe longer. In fact, don't quote me on any of that. Listening, Paul Davenport in the comments, listening to Mark there. He's absolutely flying. Oh, I guess maybe you can hear Mark from the track side. That's Mark Roberts in the JPR Racing Renault Clio, still Renault powered. Many of our Clios are K-swapped, but Mark's is still F4R powered. Oh, we've got a car in the tire barrier. Oh dear, that's going to be another stoppage. That was one of the Racing Honda's championship machines. I'm not too familiar with them, so I couldn't identify it at a glance. But it looked like it had made contact with a tire wall there and was facing the wrong way, which is not really what we want to see. But what we do want to see is that great close shot of Mark Donnelly and Clive Hopwell there following each other through that flowing sequence of corners. Great shot, and you could just see how much speed they were carrying there. But alas, the red flag has now been thrown, which brings that thrilling little chase to an end. Quite an interesting dogfight there between the Golf R and the Escort, although of course they're in different classes, they're scored separately, but it's always interesting to see these cars on track together because it's quite a fascinating visual comparison of them. But we do have another red flag. 10 minutes remain in this session. I've got to say, it's been a pretty stop-start day, but, you know, we've said it time and time again, this is quite a challenging circuit. So who is that? Oh, I had another brief little shot. It was the pink and black Civic. I believe it's one of our guests. Well, actually, I think we only have a few Racing Honda's championship cars in these classes, and I believe that might be Christian Vieira in the RPK Honda Civic, perhaps. I think that's who that might be. We can see the medical car going out on track as well. And the recovery vehicles moving around as well. So this one, I think when you have contact with one of the barriers, there are a few things that you need to do. Even if the drivers are fine, I think there's stuff that you've got to do regardless. And we can actually see some kind of maybe fire vehicle or something. Not because there's a fire, but just because, you know, oil spillages and cleanups and so on. Yep, so we will leave you with a little break.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
So it looks like perhaps that Honda going wide on the exit of turn 1 and then losing the back end and coming back across the track and hitting the inside barrier. So going wide to the outside, spinning and coming back to the inside, which, there you go, that is the number 5 machine there of Christian Vieira, which, yep, easily done. I've done exactly the same thing, actually, at Cadwell Park. That's how I bent my Astra VXR. Martin Henry and I were Astra H buddies at the time, although his was and is much cooler than mine, much higher spec. But you know, I still liked mine very much. But I did the same thing. Yeah, put 2 wheels. Actually, it was faster and crashier, but effectively similar kind of idea, where you go 2 wide onto the outside, onto the grass. The grass has got no grip, as you'll know, and the car, you know, spins, and you try to correct it, and as a result, it spins round and spits it back across the track towards the inside barrier. Yeah, so it's not unheard of. In fact, it's a pretty common occurrence, especially around these faster corners. But nonetheless, pretty unfortunate. And these tire walls, similarly to the incident earlier, the tire walls do need resetting. They are designed for one impact only. Not that you need to, you know, throw the tires away and get new tires, but basically you need to reshuffle them back into how they were, so that you have a correctly thick layer of tires. They haven't bounced around all over the place, and now you've got a thinner wall than elsewhere because it won't protect you as well the second time round. So each time the tire wall has contact, you need to rebuild it and put the it's like Lego. Just put the bricks back how they were, and then you are good to go. Zach Wynn on the comments, writing from Oulton. So Zach is actually joining us from Oulton Park trackside, also watching the stream as well. So thank you, Zach, for your comment. Anybody else, please do get involved. Questions, feedback, little interesting nuggets of information. It's all welcome here. So it's a pretty open forum, of course. Common sense applies, but generally, I'm happy to see the chat. Green flag now has been thrown for this session. We have 1.5 minutes left, so I think the clock kept running in that instance, because I think at the beginning of the red flag we had 10-ish minutes, and now I can see on the clock 1.5. So actually we have a I'm not sure we're going to get any hot laps in, actually, because, well, a hot lap is 1 minute 50. Andy York currently faster than anybody, 1:52.4. And by the time, you know, an out lap is slower than a hot lap. So I wonder whether anyone's going to be able to come across and begin a hot lap before the checkered flag comes out. So pretty interesting set of circumstances in this case. But let's see. We have a little dash to the flag. Perhaps we might have a handful of drivers be able to start their hot lap before the checkered flag comes out. We have 40 minutes left for them to do so. Be interesting to see. Jamie Biss there. You can see how much that MX-5 wants to move around. Quite powerful. I think he told me it's 260 plus horsepower. So, you know, on the limits of what these stock internals will take, if I recall correctly, I think that is a standard block. just with lots of extra air and fuel thrown in and squished. Clive Hopwell then manages to begin a flying lap, as does Ryan Barker, I think. There you go. Now the checkered flag comes out. So actually 2 drivers then will be able to have an attempt at a hot lap, as they began theirs moments before the checkered flag came out. Of course, they will be coming across lots of cars who are on cool-down laps and in laps and so on. So I think pretty challenging from a traffic standpoint. But let's see what they can manage. So let's take a look at Clive Hopwell then in the MMT Performance Golf R. In fact, my car that I drove here today is currently with MMT Performance. I thought they could remap at the trackside. And then, by the way, guys, take heed. If you have driven here in your daily, you could take it to MMT Performance and perhaps get it remapped right now at the show. Just something that I'm thinking about doing, so they're looking at my car as we speak. Anyway, Clive Hopwell in that MMT Performance Golf R in the with the chameleon wrap makes his way around the Oulton Park International layout. His current best is currently 2.4 seconds adrift of our overall front runner, but he is second in class. Looks like Mark Donnelly might have also been able to begin to do a flying lap of some description. But yeah, Clive Hopwell in that Golf R. Let's see what he can manage in these very much closing moments of the session. Can we get the class times displayed on the stream, asks Dave Ward. They do sometimes, Dave. The display kind of rotates, so sometimes we get the overall leaderboard and sometimes they're broken out by class. Of course, the overall one is color-coded, but it rotates. So sometimes we see the whole overall standings and then sometimes they're broken out by class. So we do that. When will the something get moved up to pro, asks Goku. He hasn't asked he didn't put the actual car in, so I'm not sure which one you're talking about. It's faster than they are already. Pretty sure it has been all year. Maybe, but I'm not sure what car you're talking about. You didn't write that bit. Flag is out, no one getting a lap, says Leaflet. Well, actually, yeah, some of the cars that managed to get across before the checkered flag did get a lap, I think. But yeah, interesting set of circumstances there. But there you go. So that concludes our Attack 1. So now our cars, drivers, Clubman, Classic and Retro, Pocket Rocket will head into Parc Fermé. This is a classified session. They will score points based on where they finish, based on where they place within their class. So, yeah, that is that. The provisional results did jump off the screen, but it looks like Andy York in the Classic and Retro Proto 205 ended that session on top, ahead of Eden Young. So, yep, there you go. Ahead of Dean Riley, Dan Buckingham, Clive Hopwell, Mark Donnelly, Tommy Langley, Ryan Barker, Rafael Sartsaris, Lewis Hyam, Mark Roberts, Annie Thompson, Stephen Wilkinson, Christian Vieira, Martin Bajkovic, Michael Greenhue, Mark Blackburn, Joe Bullen, Phil Ackley, Jamie Biss, and Peter Rushforth. 21 cars in that session. You can see the breakdown by class on the TSL Timing website, as well as the confirmed results once everybody goes through Parc Fermé. But for now, that concludes the Time Attack Attack 1 session, but don't go anywhere yet, because now we have the Racing Hondas Championship qualifying, followed by the Motorsport UK Drift Pro Championship Exhibition and then National Supercar Parade. So loads of cars, loads of stuff happening, and we will be getting the Racing Hondas Championship qualifying underway in just a few moments.
So from Time Attack, we move back to Racing Hondas in the second session of the day, and one of the most important, it's qualifying. 15 minutes of action to decide the grid for at least race 1 here at Oulton Park. Scott Wood was here to guide you through all the action, with all 3 classes trying to bid for pole position in their respective classes, outright pole positions, and there could even be a class lap record or 2 that is set to fall. So 15-minute session, quite simply, fastest time both in the session and within class next to the pole position. And I should mention as well that there are points available for qualifying positions as well. If you qualify any of the top 5 positions, you will get points. If you get pole in class, it's 5 points. It's 4 if it's second, 3 if it's third, 2 if it's fourth, and 1 if it's fifth. So the car's already making their way out of the assembly area onto their first sighting laps. They've had free practice this morning to get a feel for the circuit, get a feel for the track and the conditions and the setup. Of course, had a couple of dropped in 1 or 2 Time Attack sessions as well, so they should be pretty well versed. Now, if you weren't watching this morning, but you're watching around the track and heading towards the Britain chicane, just going through the shot there is a very unique car, because as you'll see, through all the Civics and Integras that we have, one of these cars is not quite like the others. And that's the brand new S2000R Cup car, which was launched just towards the end of the week before last. Had its first public shakedown at Oulton Park on Wednesday in the hands of Tegui's own Luke Sedjakowski. He's driving the car today, both in practice and qualifying, and potentially even a race. There it is on screen if you're watching. The white and red AP1 Honda S2000 with the rear wing and the front splitter and the enhanced F20 engine, and everything in the mix to make this a fine car, making its competition debut. And there is Luke trying to slot in line just ahead of one of our Class C runners. That's Matt Rowling. He's behind James Alford's Civic, but there it is on screen. Luke at the wheel. And this car is running in Class B, but it's going to run its own S2000 Cup next year. Put a car together which includes a donor car, around about £7,500, £8,000, and the kit in total to put one of these together for around about £15,000. And if you're one of the first 3 that can actually put one of these cars together, fully build it and enter it, you could get yourself a free season's worth of racing in the mix. That's not a bad bill either. So around the Oulton Park circuit, 2.6 miles of the international course here, the full circuit in use, which means that these cars are going to be really making the most of what a circuit which many call the mini Nürburgring. It's got lots of dips and swoops and elevation changes, lots of bumps and very, very fast sections, like right down here at Lakeside, to really get a good couple of laps in. The first couple of laps that come in, well, that's just sighter laps to get yourself involved and really proper laps. Now the cars start to go into proper flying laps now to get themselves ready and in the mix. So as the qualifying session goes on, of course, plenty of drivers in the mix as well. One class we'll be watching out for is the double battle between Callum Houchin and Matt Rowling in the mix. We spoke to Matt back at Stetterton, and in the paddock earlier on to take the other side of the Class C battle, Charlie spoke to Callum Houchin earlier on. Let's see what his thoughts were, and he's feeling confident that he could potentially beat Matt here with his car having a bit more of an advantage here at Oulton Park. So let's see what Charlie thought and what she found out when she spoke to him earlier on this morning.
Hi, I'm here in the pits with one of our Class C drivers, Callum Houchin. Now, Callum, second in the championship, how are we finding it?
Difficult.
Yeah.
Matt's quick. He is quick. But the Snet was good.
It was. I feel like you held him off really well at Snetterton. Yeah.
Yeah, it was driver error by me in one of the races, missed a gear, but no, whatever we did with the car worked.
Yeah.
I don't know if Snet suited the car. We got a bit more power than Matt, so the straights helped a lot. So.
Obviously, here at Oulton Stage, do you think the FN2 is going to favour over the EP3?
There's a lot of fast bits here. He's going to be fast through the tight stuff. But as soon as it can stretch its legs, we'll be there. I think it's a case of we'll see where he's fast, see where I'm fast, and whoever's in front is going to have that advantage.
Yeah.
So.
Be elbows out when it's not.
As soon as one of us gets in front, it's going to be elbows out, but we'll be clean. Like we always are. So.
Obviously, car-wise behind us, running all okay. Any changes since snap?
No, we've banged on some new tyres.
Yeah.
So it's new tyres and see what it does. So it's nothing budget-wise in everything like that. So nothing's changed on the car. So we'll just set up changes.
Just go for it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Amazing. Well, thank you. Good luck today. Thank you.
Good to hear from Callum speaking to Charlie earlier on, and given this circuit is a bit more of a power circuit with a couple of hills and climbs in the mix. It should be quite interesting to see how that car gets out. At the moment, and I haven't seen a proper flying laps yet from, well, I think we have actually from Houchin and from Rowling, and Matt's currently at the moment about 1.1 seconds quicker. Fastest in the session is that man right there, Will Self, 1 minute 50.667. He's currently set the fastest second sector, so a purple sector 2 for Will to try and improve his time much better. It's a purple first sector though for Liam Collins, who actually holds the qualifying lap record for this circuit. We've only raced on the international circuit once, and that was last year. It was 1 minute 50.225. So up towards the check of the start-finish line comes Will Self. He does a 150.074. So immediately in his second proper flying lap, it's a brand new Class A lap record in qualifying for Will Self provisionally. 1 minute 50.074. Now, if he can find more time in the first sector, there's every chance he could go dipping underneath 1 minute 50 and go into 1 minute 49 territory, which would be quite impressive. Impressive opening laps also from this man on screen, Tommy Knight, car number 24, only 6.5 tenths off pole position, but second fastest for the bright blue EK Civic. And he is also another 1.2 seconds better, but we start to watch out for Liam Collins and also Bob Barron as well. He's got a new rear wing on the back of that number 27 Civic EG, and he goes to himself to fourth fastest. Collins, however, goes to second quickest, half a second off. So Will Self, who is still the fastest man in the session at the moment. With the rest of the classes, their initial flying laps, it's Unstoppable Dan once again. Dan Thackeray, who is fastest in the session at the moment, 154.6. 130, and that is also a new qualifying lap record for him. So he shaved quite a margin off that, because the original lap record before was last year 156.594 by Dave Buki, but his qualifying record has been obliterated. So that's practically almost 2 seconds quicker, which is quite extraordinary from Unstoppable Dan. Second fastest in Class B is the defending champion in car number 1, Ryan Cunningham, who is second overall in the points and in class. And Spencer Fortag, who had some problems at Snetterton, looks like his car's back up to full strength. He is currently sat in third ahead of Sammy Milam and Sam Lintzner. Now, looks like we had a lap time disallowed for Liam Collins, his second lap for track limits, but his best time was his last lap time, which is 155.83, so that lap counted. The second one doesn't really matter because it was slower anyway. Phil Wright, who's the 2023 champion, is in the pit lanes. We watch Dan Thackeray on a hot lap at the moment. The only real better that we can see is that Will Self did a personal best in the first sector, not improving in the second sector, but it was enough time gained in that first sector. There's every chance he could do so. Sets a new fastest final sector and does dip under 1 minute 50, 1 minute 49.794. Again, obliterating the lap record once again. Considering the original one at the start of the session was 150.225, he shaved half a second off that qualifying lap record with a fantastic final sector, 30.3 in the final sector. That's an impressive lap, and I have a feeling Will Self could go even quicker potentially. There's the S2000, Luke Sedjakovsky at the wheel. He's put that car currently 7th fastest on a 157.770, just behind Liam Collins. And Sedjakovsky not wasting any time diving down the inside of Collins, even though A, he might be on a hot lap, and B, he's in a completely different class. And Collins doesn't appreciate that and says, well, it might be qualifying, I'm going to run alongside you and run to a line. Collins goes across the line, doesn't improve his lap time and stays in second. Tommy Knight's in the pit lane, as is also Wright. Just mentioned the rest of the Class Bs. We've got Barker in 6th position, Sedjakovsky 7th, and then Jackson Yates, who's making his debut this weekend, in 8th fastest, and then Matt Rowling is still on pole position in class by now 1.5 seconds from Callum Houchin in the mix as well. The Honda S2000R, which is now making its competition debut today. It's at least doing practice and qualifying. I know that Luke, depending on how his fortunes have been in time attack with the NSX, he may well do race 2 from the back of the grid. Sammy Lintzner on the screen with 6 minutes to go. Sammy was in contention to take his first Class B victory, to actually deny Dan Thackeray from a win, but he made a mistake in race number 2, lost out at the end and handed another victory to Dan, which made him 7 wins from 8. And just behind him there is Fraser McNeil. Now that car I mentioned in free practice has had a complete reshell after it hit the barrier in race 2 at Snetterton, and that car has, fortunately, was the same colour. It was a bright yellow EG chassis. Managed to get it fixed and sorted, and there it goes. Now Will Self is going to come to the line, not bettering sectors 1 and 2. If he can find any time in sector 3, he might want to improve. That last lap is a 155.154, so he would have backed off. That won't have been a push lap to make him any better. Off the road has gone Spencer Fortag, with all sorts of dust and dirt on his front splitter. He's still at the moment 3rd in Class B, 13th overall, with 5.5 minutes left to go. So he goes through Island Bend, probably the most trickiest corner on the circuit because it's so fast, but you've got such a narrow margin of error. There's a huge grass runoff area, but you're approaching that at such a speed, some 90 to 100 plus miles an hour. You turn in, and particularly these faster Class A cars that will have front splitters, front canals, they have rear aero, they're lowered, maybe diffusers on them as well. They can take the speed, but the Class B and C cars might be a little bit lighter or a little bit heavier in some cases, so they have to really make sure they can carry the speed through, because if you get offline and just get onto the dirty part of the circuit, that can really pull you through, and just putting one wheel onto the grass can certainly just pull you wide and off onto the grass, and if you go too far on that, well, there are tyre barriers waiting for you, which might not be a pleasant ending. Now, Will Self is going even faster in the first sector. He sets a new purple fastest first sector of the session. Liam Collins is second at the moment. He sets a purple second sector, so the fastest sector 2 of anyone. He goes still to second quickest, but improves his time. Does a 1 minute 50.098. So he's now 3/10 off the qualifying as Will Self three-wheels his way through the exit of Knickerbrook. You might come across a sort of cool down Dan Thackeray in front of him. Spencer Fortag's also there as well, just making his way through the shop. But Will Self appears into view underneath the canopy of the trees, pitches the car in, turns it through Druid's corner. Again, another tricky, fast double apex right-hander, which if you run wide, you can cause problems. There goes Fortag getting out of the way. Tommy Knight has set a personal best first sector. He's going quicker at the moment. Kevin Talbot's in there as well. Still with the Class Bs, it's now 1.2 second advantage in pole position for Thackeray from Cunningham. Fortag is third now, so his better efforts put him to a 156.761. Self goes to the line, does a 149.722 and goes quicker. And off the road, it's the exit of Old Hall Corner, has gone Callum Houchins. So he's gone off the road and trying to amble his way back on. He is still to the margin of Matt Rowling, some 1.3 seconds back as Will Self powers his way past. And that was fastest first and final sectors yet again for Will Self. And I spoke to him last night and he said that he seems like the car is in a good position. He just hopes his luck holds out. And I said, what, in general or at Oulton Park? He went, in general. And I just thought, well, you've won both races at Snetterton, so you've got the advantage anyway. So it looks to be pretty good. And he's trying to fulfill that prophecy he made at the beginning of the season. He declared at the beginning of the season he was going to win the championship. He was going to go for it. Started well at Cowboy Park initially with victory in race 1. Had that start line tangle with Tommy Knight in race 2. Found his way to kind of get himself back towards the front. He took 2 second places at Donington, had an off race at Brands Hatch with 11th, but then since then he's taken second in Brands Hatch at race 2, 2 wins, and now he's on course to take pole position with a brand new lap record. I should check the lap record for Class C as well, and that has gone, because it was Ryan Cunningham at a 2 minutes .006. That's now 159.370 in the hands of Matt Rowling. So all 3 class lap records have gone in qualifying here. Just over 2.5 minutes to go as Sam Linster was throwing the car exiting Old Hall Corner. The behaviour of the car as it went through, the little wiggle of the tail as it came through. Tommy Knight on a hot lap here. His last lap time was a personal best in Sector 1, couldn't improve it in Sector 2. Other ones we should watch out for, James Kiff, who is in 2.2 seconds back in 6th position. He was hoping to close the gap to the top 5. He's made some amendments to the car. He's put a new diff on it. He's got some new aero, a new rear wing, a new front splitter. He's cut out the rear bumper a little bit more, trying to help it out a little bit better. And they actually started testing the aero at Castle Combe, and they were seeing results. So it was hopeful that our circuit, like Oulton Park, where it's aero dependent, there's a lot of high-speed corners that you need to try and make the most of, but it was going to make it a little bit easier for him. Turning out of the Britain chicane goes Tommy Knight. Liam Collins is on a personal best in Sector 1, I can see. And quick check-in with the Class Bs as well. Dan Thackeray still fastest, goes past my position in towards Old Hall Corner on another lap with just over 1.5 minutes to go in the session. Second quickest, Matt Ryan Cunningham, who's in the pit lane. Spencer Fortag third, Sammy Linster fourth, Sammy Mylan fifth, and Lewis Barker in sixth from Luke Sedjakowski. So the S2000 currently 7th fastest at the moment. Bob Barron trying to push on. He is on a new hot lap at the moment and sets a personal best. He's up to third. So second row start at the moment provisionally for Bob Barron, making the most of the rear wing, which I think is certainly helping the kilted K-swap Civic be a little less tail happy, because we know what happens when Bob jumps on the brakes. It usually swaps the rear end around, and it makes me throw out the line, oh Bob, not again, like he did at Brands Hatch. He got his first podium at Snetterton, and he was due to bring some suspension upgrades here, but they arrived late. They left on Friday, and they actually got here too late for him to fit the car. So he's going to fit them for the next round at Brands Hatch, and the target he's looking for is a solid result at Knock Hill. That's his home circuit, as well as it is for Fraser McNeil, and they want to get some good results, of course, on their home turf. And they do plenty of testing at their home circuit before they come. And it looks as though he was also saying he was playing around with some of the brake bias to bring it forward a little more to help stabilise that rear end. It seems though the combination, even though there's no new rear suspension, it's certainly helping out to make that car a little bit quicker and certainly putting him in a good position. Of course, this circuit, lots of sweeps and dips, a little bit like Knock Hill. So it is going to be quite interesting to see if he can keep it up, and he could be in good points contention for a strong finish in the top 3 if he can hold it together for the 15 minutes. I think Will Self is just cooling off maybe for one final run. Apostle going to the pit lane is Bob Barron. Couldn't get a better sector 2, so he might well get a bit more time back. If he can gain something in the final sector, that will certainly help him out. But in fact, he bails for the pit lane. And so does Will Self as he comes to the line. He will be the first one to take the checkered flag on the session, and that will be the session complete for qualifying. He's the first one to come across. And Liam Collins, in fact, out of nowhere, sets the fastest time of the session. So I thought Will Self had it, but Liam Collins in the Integra gets back his qualifying lap record. 1 minute 49.517. It is another pole position for Liam Collins, and just when he thought he'd lost it, with a last-ditch effort in the final lap that he took, he takes pole by 0.2 of a second. Liam Collins is now back as the fastest man around Oulton Park in racing Hondas. There he is. He completely caught us off guard by that one. So Collins then fastest in the session. He takes pole position, a brand new lap record, and he will start from the front row of the grid. That's going to be an interesting drag race down towards turn 1 between Collins and Self in the end. Bob Barron looks like he's about to take 3rd from Phil Knight in 4th position. Tommy Knight in 4th position. I got Knight and Wright mixed up. Then it's Talbot 5th, Kiff in 6th position. 7th place also is Phil Wright is off the road. He's gone Lewis Barker. He's parked the car, but it looks like on the exit, I think, of Druids by the look of it. He's parked it right towards the edge of the barrier, which means that he's off the road. And that might have to be a very quick recovery. As the camera zooms out, am I right? Is that Druids? It is Druids. My geography, even though I didn't take geography GCSE, turns out not too bad. When it comes to the rest of the order, Fraser McNeil 9th, so the new chassis doing okay in the top 10. And then we have 10th position for James Alford. Class B sees Dan Thackeray from Ryan Cunningham and Sammy Linster, Spencer Fortag and Sammy Milam. And Luke Sejakovsky's car, the S2000, taking 7th quickest, so we'll see if that turns out for race 2 in that sense. And it is Matt Rowling who takes the fastest time. He will take Class C pole position. And of course, remember, you get points for qualifying in the top 5. So that's 5 points gone to Liam Collins, provisionally, 4 to Will Self, 3 to Bob Barron, 2 to Tommy Knight, and 1 to Kevin Talbot. Class B, that's 5 points to Dan Thackeray. That's 4 points to Cunningham, 3 to Linsdorf, 2 to Fortag, 1 to Milam. And of course, 5 points to Matt Rowling, 4 points to Callum Houchin. A couple of cars didn't set the fastest times they could have done. I think Trevor McConnell had some issues and he pitted, and also Owen Diver didn't get a proper time in, really. He did a 2 minute 6.596. But again, Racing Hondas, more lap records going, more lap records being broken, and this is only the second time we've raced on the international layout. The first time we came here in 2023, it was the island circuit that we used, the shorter cut-through that misses the island bend and the Shellors hairpin. But last year was the first time on the international circuit, and in that sense, it was those existing lap records, but they have been obliterated, and it's been good to see that we're getting faster and faster in this championship. So the last couple of cars are just starting to come into top of the assembly area, and of course our pole sitters are going to be met with Charlie down at the top in the Parc Ferme, where they'll have a chat with their laps and see how they found that qualifying session. Remember, of course, all 3 qualifying lap records have now been lowered and reset. So that we're just waiting for the results to come onto the screen, and once we've got that, we can run you down the provisional order for qualifying. If there are any changes, of course, we'll bring them to you as we get to the race time itself. I'll start running down them anyway, just in case they come out. In fact, there we go, right on time. So Liam Collins then, with his last lap of the session, not only takes pole position, but he steals away what would have been a new class qualifying lap record for Liam Collins in the end. He's fastest by 0.2 of a second from Will Self. That's the provisional front row for race 1 later on this afternoon after lunch. Then Bob Barron, 3rd fastest for Celtic K-Swaps. The rear wing certainly doing some work here at Oulton Park. 4th fastest for Tommy Knight, one of his best qualifying performances in the blue EK Civic. Kevin Talbot rounds out the top 5, hoping to rebound after a slightly mixed-matched Snetterton in P5. James Kiff puts his Integra 6th from Phil Wright in 7th place. He'll be a bit disappointed with that. Same with Dave Buki in 8th, ahead of Fraser McNeil with his reshell, and James Alford rounding out the top 10 overall and in class. Dan Thackeray, still unstoppable, takes class pole position and a new qualifying lap record in class. He's fastest by 1.2 seconds from Ryan Cunningham in 2nd quickest, and Sam Linster in 3rd, and Spencer Fortag in 4th, and then rounding out the top 5 with Sammy Milam in 15th position, then Lewis Barker. The new S2000 with Luke Sejakovsky, that was 7th quickest in class at the hands of the Teguiwa man. But it's Bradley Yates in his first Racing Hondas event. He will start in 8th. And then in Class C, another new lap record's gone. That's Matt Rowling. He is 19th ahead of Trevor McConnell, who didn't really get a proper lap in. Callum Houchin did, but was off the pace. And Owen Diver also struggled to get a solid lap in there and has to start right at the back of the grid in 22nd last, but by no means least. We're just waiting for the cars to come through. I think the standard procedure that they'll take the fastest cars through Parc Ferme and through scrutineering just to make sure that all is well in between sessions. Then when we get the signal, we'll hand over to Charlie down in assembly area, who can then have a chat with our pole sitters and new qualifying lap record holders, because Liam Collins never lost his because he got it back right up to the last lap of the session. And it looked as though, as you mentioned, it was going to be Will Self that took it, and 2 cars dipping under 1 minute 50. Very impressive times for everyone involved in the session. And again, Class A continue to be very competitive. All the Class A cars right in the top 10 in the field. And we call it a prototype class because these classes are pretty much they're prototype cars because they're not standard. They have lots of modifications on them: front splitters, rear wings, diffusers. They're lowered down, more power, so they make them absolutely as fast as they can be. And again, it's nice to see that with the inclusion of the S2000 in Class B, we now of course have a third element in the mix as well in there too. Yeah. So some storylines to go into race 1 whilst we wait for our drivers to be ready to have a chat with Charlie. So that's going to be interesting. Bob Barron will be very intriguing to see how he gets on for third on the grid. That new rear wing certainly has helped him, and it certainly work out as well. So we'll see how that gets on. But we'll find out more of those stories later. Let's now hand over to Park Ferme at the top of the circuit and down to Charlie, who's going to have a chat to all 3 of our pole sitters from qualifying racing Hondas here at Oulton Park.
Right, we are here down in Park Ferme, fresh off of qualifying. Now we're going to grab Liam over. So Liam did qualify in pole position for the Class A. That was a proper last-ditch go for it, but it paid off.
It was, yeah. It was one of those qualifying sessions that I didn't think it was going to happen. I knew the car had it in it, but every time I went for one, either I would make a mistake or you just catch traffic. It was just one of those. But yeah, luckily, right at the end, no more time to give. No.
Obviously, you got Will right behind you there. Is that just going to be a first corner go for it?
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to have a chat and maybe say get a gap before we start having a scrap ourselves. Probably sensible here, but yeah, it'd be good. We haven't had a race all season, me and Will, so now's the time, thankfully.
Absolutely,
yeah.
no, definitely. Well, congratulations. Good luck for race 1. Thank you. Right, we're going to grab Dan over now. So Dan did get pole position in the Class B there. Come on. How was that for you?
It was good, yeah, it's hot. Yeah, it's hard to judge, really, the pace. I didn't really know where I was at all. I was on my own on the track, apart from losing a few of my fastest laps for a few excursions for some people. But yeah, so it's always a bit worrying in that scenario when you don't get actually a good lap in, but luckily you did enough to get on the start.
Obviously, we are at Oulton today as well. Familiar track for you? Good track?
Yes, but not the full track. I've actually never raced on the full track, so it's quite new doing that lap. It's a nice track. It's going to be tight and twisty to race. Maybe that could be in my advantage if I'm first, as long as I get a good start.
Yeah, obviously Ryan did make you work quite hard for it last round as well at Snow. Confident with him behind you?
Not really, yeah. Yeah, it was close at Snet, and it was tough in the reverse grid as well. So I'm expecting the same again here, and there's no margin for error. So if you make a mistake, I don't know how you're going to get too many places forward. So it's going to be interesting.
Elbows out and go for it.
Always.
Well, congratulations. Thank you so much. Right, we're going to grab Matt over now. So Matt did get pole position in the Class C. Matt, hello. How was that?
Yeah, really warm. I really enjoyed it. Really good to be here with the Civic. Never been here before. So
okay, so this is the first time?
First time with the Civic, so there's a lot of learning. We had an okay free practice. But we've had to change the car a little bit. Still not on the pace we want. Clouted one of the sausage curbs in quali, and I think it's bent the track in a little bit. So got some
few little touches before race 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but yeah, it's my silly fault really.
Of course. Obviously, Callum did say heading into he reckons the FN2 was going to have you over the EP3, but
quali's completely different for a race. Putting a lap together with Callum hot on my heels. He will be chasing me down, so it's not going to be easy. It'll be a really fun, good race.
Good, no, fantastic. Well, congratulations. Thank you so
very
much.
Cheers.
Thank you. Right, well, that is qualifying now, so make sure you come back for race 1.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
Lunch break is complete, so we're now heading back to racing action here at Oulton Park, and we've had our first 2 proper sessions for Time Attack. Now it's back to racing Hondas, and we're getting some racing underway very, very shortly. You can see the cars, if you're watching around the start and finish area and also watching on the stream, they are making their way onto the grid in formation, and we'll be then going through the grid very, very shortly in order to do so. So, those watching around the circuit and on the stream, afternoon everybody. Scott Woodward is here to guide you through all of the action. It's myself here on commentary, and you'll hear later on from Charlie Harmon, who's down in Park Fermate at the end of the race to chat to our class winners later on. Now, we'll go through the grid very shortly once we've done that, but before we lead in, you'll see on one grid, as we've seen so far on track in practice and qualifying, that one of these cars is not like the others, because we have the brand new S2000R past the S2000 Cup that's coming in for 2026, and it's making its competition debut today if it's on the grid, and it's in the hands of Tegiwa's very own Luke Sejakowski, so we'll be able to go and work for that. And to find out a bit more about that, Charlie went down to the Tegiwa garage at the top of the pit lane to find out more from Luke himself, to see what this new car is all about and how he's finding driving it for the first time here at Oulton Park.
I'm down here with Luke. We are down in the pits with the new S2000R build behind us. Just come out of qualifying. How was it? How's the car?
Oh yeah, it's brilliant. Obviously I didn't get the result I wanted. The car's still a little bit down on the power to weight, so we've got to develop that. But as far as the way the car drives, yeah, it's great. It's a really enjoyable car, really predictable. You can go through the corners as fast as you want and know that you're going to come out the other side. So yeah, it's all really good. It's balanced on the tyres, so during the session it doesn't overheat the rear or the front or anything. It just lasts well.
Yeah, obviously this is a fresh build. This is sort of its first time out racing with everyone else. Talk us through the build. What have we done?
Yeah, okay, so the whole idea of the championship, or the class, is that it's going to be a controlled build. So there's about 10 grand's worth of parts total, plus your car, plus some time to build it. And then you've got an S2000R built to the spec. So with all the cars being built exactly the same dampers, same wheels, same tyres, exhaust, the job lot, it will then just be down to the drivers making the most of what they've got. So yeah, like I say, about 16, 17 grand gets you the car and all the bits, and then you can build it and get racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Am I right? It says about the first 3 builds do you get free entry as well?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because it's a new thing, we thought we'd do that. So yeah, we're going to put a build package together on the website, and the first 3 people to click buy, like you say, get the free entry for next season.
Amazing, fantastic. Wow, are we heading out into race 1 as well?
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's going to be interesting, obviously being rear-wheel drive. Hopefully I'll get off the start quicker than everyone else, and then it'll be elbows out.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Wow, good luck for it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
There we are, more information on the S2000. Want to find more info, you can head to the website racinghondas.uk for that progress. Cars already out on their formation laps, so we're getting away for 15 minutes of action, and here's how they line up. With a late lap in qualifying, a brand new lap record for Liam Collins in the DC2 Integra. He starts in pole position alongside Will Self. That will be a real battle down towards turn 1. Bob Barron with the new rear wing will start 3rd on the 2nd row of the grid alongside Tommy Knight with new rear springs. He's working to work with that from 4th. Kevin Talbot starts 5th alongside James Kiff and his aero improved Integra DC2. Then 2023 champion Phil Wright and Dave Buki will start on the 4th row of the grid before we round off the top 10, pleased by Fraser McNeil, who's had that car reshelled, and James Alford and his Civic EK starting in the top 10. Then it's Unstoppable Dan Thackeray, who leads the championship overall and in Class B, will start 11th, alongside his main championship rival both overall and in class, Ryan Cunningham. Then Sam Linster, who was close to a win at Snetterton, will start 3rd in class alongside Spencer Fortag, who went off the road in qualifying. Sammy Milam and Lewis Barker will come up next in P6. Lewis Barker's got pulled off at the end of qualifying. Hopefully that car's fixed. Then we have the car we've all been talking about, the S2000R with Luke Sejakowski at the wheel. He's just on the track going through the shot now in 17th. He's alongside Bradley Yates, who's here getting signatures before he moves to Ferrari Challenge in a few weeks' time. And then Class C pole position, Matt Rowling goes to him. Alongside Trevor McConnell in Class B, Callum Houchin, his Class C rival, starts 21st. And right at the back of the field, not setting a proper time, will be Owen Diver, who is there because he's going through the shot to make it 22 Racing Hondas, set for 15 minutes of action here at Oulton Park. So we had points in qualifying, considering that we had the top 5 score points in qualifying in each class, which means that a slight change to what we had the points coming to the weekend. So before that happened, we had Will Self and Phil Wright separated by a point, with Will taking 2 victories last time out at Snetterton, so he's now in pole position to try and make it a 4th win of the season. Phil Wright is a point behind in 2nd place, 2023 champion. Kevin Talbot 3rd on 90 points, ahead of Liam Collins and Tommy Knight in the top 5. In Class B and also the overall leaders, it is Dan Thackeray on 131 points, 7 wins out of 8, with Ryan Cunningham just ahead of him by about 18 points. And then Sam Linster in 3rd, Lewis Barker 4th, and Sammy Milam completing the top 5. And in Class C, it's a battle between Matt Rowley and Callum Houchin, and there is an advantage of 16 points, 62 to 46 in that battle. So the cars lining up one by one on the field. If you're watching on the stream, it's the black DC2 Integra to the left of the shot, which is Liam Collins on pole. The red EG Civic with Will Self alongside on the front row of the grid. Then it's Bob Barron and Tommy Knight on the front row as well. But you're going to have to watch for the likes of the DC5 Integra and of the Kevin Talbot as well in the mix as well. Should be good. Right, green flag at the back. You know the drill. It's all calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in. It's Oulton Park. It's round 9. It's Tunafest North here for Racing Hondas. Who gets the sprint down towards turn 1? Red lights are up for race 1 at Oulton Park. And we are go for 15 minutes of Racing Hondas action. Strong start from the front row of the grid. It's initial getaway. It's level down towards turn 1. And Wilson might get the run down the outside towards Old Hall for the first time. It's Tommy Knight into third place ahead of Bob Barron as they sweep through the right-hander for the first time. Through the right-hander, Old Hall corner we go. I think there's one car that got a little slow off the line. But he's managed to get going. One car from the pits. That is Jackson. That's our newcomer, Jackson Yates, to come down the avenue for the first time. Kevin Talbot a little bit out of shape, going around the outside in towards Cascades for the first time. Out on the curve, he's made contact, they're off. Both cars off, there goes Talbot spinning off onto the infield, bucking his way through all the way down the grass and down to last position. Like a bucking bronco, he had to hold on to that one, but he spins it a complete 360 back onto the road. He's down to last and 22nd position. So the man who was in the lead of the championship going into Stetson last time out, DNF'd in race 1, makes side-to-side contact with Bob Barron, and he's down to the back of the field. Astonishing stuff. He's going to have to try and make it through here. Leaders through the chicane at Britain's for the first time. Self leads. Then it's Collins second. Knight in third. James Kiffey's up to 4th place in the Integra. 5th is 4 right. And there's Bob Barron. That's got damage to his left rear suspension by the look of it. Looks like he's out of the race. That's not going to be any points for him in this one. Knock up on the rear from Will Self as they're turning towards Hislops for the first time. So it's the EG Civic who leads, the DC2 Integra in second, the EK Civic of Tommy Knight in third. He got his first podium of the season, did Tommy. He's had 2 podiums last time out. Not Snetterton, he had 2 podiums so far this season. 3, in fact. He got 1 at Cadwell Park and 2, 1 at Donington, 1 at Brands Hatch as they come under the canopy of the trees and through the right-hander at Druids for the first time. Kiff holding station in 4th in that white Integra. Then it's Wright, followed by McNeil, then Alford, then the Class B leaders. Dan Thackeray from Ryan Cunningham. Linster's up to 3rd place in class. So he's holding on to position well, and on his tail also is Spencer Fortag in that FN2 Civic. So an all-action lap 1 to come out of Lodge Corner over the Elite for the first time, and it will be Will Self who leads the way as we come across to see what the gap is. So from the front row of the grid, Will Self leads by 1 second from Collins in 2nd place. Knight goes to 3rd. It's Kiff in 4th, Wright in 5th position in the top 5 in class. And it's McNeil and Alford. Dan Thackeray leads Class B and is into 8th. He's alongside Ryan Cunningham and Sam Linster in the top 10. And then Spencer Fortag is in 4th. Trevor McCollum's up to 5th. And the S2000 has survived lap 1 unscathed. And he takes 6th position. It was side-by-side into turn 1 between, looked like it was the 2 Class C runners. That was between Houchin and Rowling. And it was Rowling up the inside. And Houchin was just in front by about 14 thousandths of a second. So it was incredibly close between them. And Matt Rowling was saying that he thought Callum Houchin would have the advantage here. There's double-waved yellows down Lakeside on the approach towards Island Bell. I think it must be for Kevin Talbot's car that must have enough damage. Now then, there's also been given a 10-second time penalty for Liam Collins. That must be either for a jump start or an out-of-position start on the grid. It's not fully in his box, but he was over it or alongside it and over the white line. 10-second penalty usually means he's been given an out-of-position or a false start. So Liam Collins is in 2nd place on the road, but that's elemental. He's going to be right down the order. So really, it's Tommy Knight into 2nd place. And it's James Kiff up into 3rd. He was really hoping that the new aero enhancements and the new diff he's put on this Integra was really going to help him close the gap. As we watch the 2 EP3 Civics sandwiching the S2000, and Sejakovsky gets a good run off of the Britain chicane on the run down towards the complex at Hislops. And McConnell then just defending for Sejakovsky, who is a single round entry, so he won't score points, but he's seeing how competitive this S2000 is. And he's right in the mix with McConnell and Barker on his tail in the Europa Crash Centre entered machine. Wide over the curve for Luke, incredible experience. He's the man who looks after Tegiwa, showing this car's potential. And Barker is right on his rear bumper, putting the pressure on as they come up over the crest for the 2nd time. End of lap number 2. Self still leads it. Let's see what the gap is. It's again elemental for 2nd place because Collins might be close to him on the road. 1.4 seconds, but it'll be 11 seconds when you add the 10-second penalty at the end. So Knight's really in 2nd place, a net 2nd place. James Kiff is now in a battle of what will be net 3rd after the penalties apply between himself and Phil Wright, as they make their way through the right-hander at Old Hall Corner and now down the avenue towards Cascades for the 3rd time. On the screen you're watching, we've got the timing results on the left-hand side for you now to take a look at. Lewis Barker set the fastest lap of the race. It's side-by-side between Barker and McDonald in towards turn 1 out of my window. And on the screen we see them. McConnell holds the outside line. There's a little bit of rubbing between them. It's very close between them as they now goes wheel to wheel down the avenue side by side. McConnell doesn't want to give it up and sweeps across in the braking zone just before he turned in for Cascades. And that gives Lewis Barker a very sharp press on the middle pedal to have to hold it off a little bit. But I'll tell you what, it's been all action the first couple of laps, particularly we lost both Kevin Talbot and Bob Barron. He was so hoping that from third on the grid, it would have given him a really good result, chance to get another podium. He was on a high from getting his first podium at Snetterton. You can see Bob Barron's car parked in the island loop as Lewis Barker has a look up the inside into Shellaw's hairpin. McConnell gives him the space and repasses, but of course these two keep on fighting each other. It's easy to make a break and they make contact, and round goes Barker. There was a touch between Barker and McConnell. Round he goes, almost a 360, completely gets out of the way, and thankfully doesn't get tabbed by Rowling or by Milam or by Couchin. It's all action in these first few laps. We've still got 9 minutes and 45 seconds to go. So out through the chicane they go then, and Barker's going to do it all over again to get past both of the Class C cars. And that would have given Matt Rowling and Houchin and Sammy Milam a fright. Back to our battle for net third position. It is fourth on the road, remember. But this James Kiff is going to hope he can get himself his first podium and make sure all that aero worked. They were testing it at Castle Combe recently, and it did certainly work as Barker gets his elbows out to try and get past Houchin. Looks round the outside, but Houchin stands his ground at Knickerbrook and basically parks the car right on the apex of the corner. Says, you might be in a different class than me, mate, but you're not getting past me that easy. Come round the long way. So Barker's making it a little more difficult for him here as they come out underneath the canopy of the trees, back towards Druids. Car wiggling around as looks like Rowling was trying to get the apex, and the car ran a little wide. It might have been the pressure from Milam behind him that sort of put him offline, and Milam might be drawing alongside here to make the move. He's close enough to get him under brakes. They're side by side, and I think realises he's in a different class altogether. Rowling just lets him go. Same now with Houchin. He's had his fun with Barker. He goes through. Back with the leaders. It's 1.6 seconds on the road between Self and Collins. And Tommy Knight, in reality, is 2.6 seconds off the lead, but he holds a nice, comfortable second place. He's got some nearly 7 seconds over Kiff in third place. For himself, he's only 8/10 ahead of Phil Wright. With the Class B runners, we should check in with them. Dan Thackeray leads that class by 1.5 seconds from Ryan Cunningham. And Sam Lintzner in third position. Spencer Fortag is in fourth. And then it is fifth position in Class B for Sejikowski. So the S2000 up into the top 5. There's a little bit of trim hanging off the back of Lewis Barker's car. That must have been from the tag that he got from Trevor McDonald, Lexington Shellaw's hairpin. Through the chicane they go at Hislop's, watching a battle for what is going to become third place after the penalty is applied at the end. Phil Wright is pushing as hard as he dares. He is the 2023 champion. But James Kiff is giving as good as he gets. And he only started really car racing at the first round. He dropped the car into the series, which was at Brands Hatch. He picked up on that first weekend a 7th and a 5th, then a 6th and a DNF last time at Snetterton. So here's Lewis Barker watching on the screen, it coming out of Britain's. Now he's on the tail of the Class C leader, which is Matt Rowling. And with better acceleration and power, through he goes. Now his next guy he's going to try and pick up is Sammy Milam. As outside of my commentary box position, you can see we've got the top 3, and in fact actually physically Tommy Knight has caught Liam Collins, so he's really got some pace underneath him now. We should also mention thank you to Lucas Oil for supporting the stream. Of course you can vote for your Lucas Oil top driver by using the QR code. If you're watching on the stream, scan the QR code, you can vote for them online. And here's that battle then on track for second place. Even if Knight gets through, he doesn't get through I should say, not going to matter because the penalty is going to be applied and push Collins back anyway. But I'm certain that Knight wants the track position and he knows that Collins is going to make it difficult. Unless he hasn't seen it on a time screen or the display board that you have on the start gantry, I'm not quite sure that Liam Collins might just let him through here. The gap is less than a second as they come round another lap. 6 3/4 minutes to go. This is a battle on track between Milam, McConnell and Barker. So Milam I think has got past... No, Milam was already ahead of... Yeah, Milam has got past McConnell. And this is interesting. The two combatants that were getting a bit too close for each other earlier on now find themselves back together again. And Lewis Barker's blood is going to be a little bit up, I think. Has a look up the inside. He forces McConnell to go deep. I think McConnell realised this time, sorry, that might have been my fault, just lets him through pretty easy, unless there's that a problem for McConnell, because now he's lost pace to Matt Rowling. I think McConnell's got a problem. Whether it's a legacy of the contact between himself and Barker, I'm not 100%, but McConnell's car doesn't appear to be 100% at this point, because he's just let Matt Rowling through, and that's a Class C Civic. And black and white flag also going out as a warning for track limits of Phil Wright. It's not a penalty, but he's on the cusp now of getting a penalty if he carries on extending track limits. And they do have pressure sensors here in this MSV circuit, so if you go over one of the pressure pads, you get a nice photo sent up to race control, and it's inexcusable proof. You can't say, honest gov, it wasn't me. doesn't work like that. You say, well, we've got photographic proof that you did, so it's not going to work that way. 1.9 seconds is the on-track gap between Will Self and Liam Collins, and if Will Self continues on as he is with 5.5 minutes to go, he will be on course to pick up his 4th win of the season. In fact, apart from 11th place in the first race at Brands Hatch and DNF at Oulton Park, that's the only race he hasn't finished. But apart from that first race at Brands Hatch, every other race that he's competed in outside of that has been either a win or a 2nd place. And again, it's fulfilling that prophecy that he made at the start of the season. He said that he was going to go forwards and win this championship, and he's going forward now in this EG Civic, like one of the older cars in the field, but still got plenty of pace and plenty of development underneath it. Liam Collins is no stranger to this championship also. He still holds the qualifying lap record, but up until the very last lap of the session, it was going the way of Will Self. So a last bingo lap from him managed to get him that pole position time and also lower that lap record to 1:49.5. Just seeing the S2000 go past my shot. That is still in 5th position in Class B with Sedzikowski at the wheel. We'll check in with the Class Bs. You can see Dan Thackeray still. Well, that's interesting, actually. No, the gap is 2.5 seconds. I thought it was closer, but that's the relevant difference between the cars. So you've got 2.5 seconds in Class B between Dan Thackeray and Ryan Cunningham. And then Sam Lintzner in 3rd place. He's on course for another podium. Sam himself, as I mentioned, was very close to a win at Snetterton last time out and took his best result of the season with 2nd place, but he was in front of Dan for most of the race and right at the end made a mistake that lost him the victory. And that's why Dan now has 7 wins out of 8 rather than 6. So Sammy already has in class 2 podiums. 3 in fact, so I look at the wrong Sammy. That was 3rd place for Cabell Park, a 3rd place at Donington, and now a 2nd place at Snetterton. If you look back here, that's Fraser McNeil being chased by James Alford, EG being chased by EK Civic. So they climb up over Clay Hill. Just under 4 minutes to go. There goes Dan Thackeray with the gap of 2.5 seconds. There goes Cunningham, defending champion. Won the title last year in Class C, moved up to Class B. And pre-season, Phil Wright was going to move down to Class B, but in fact, actually, he stayed in Class A because that was his preference. And so we could have seen the only 2 Racing Holders champions we've had in the same class battling together. But Phil Wright decided he wanted to stay in Class A. He wants to go for the fastest cars and maybe the overall title. So going here, is that a change for Class C? I think it might well be. No, it's not. So that's, I'm getting confused. That is Jackson Yates who is behind, who is our single round entry driver, and he drives a black Civic. That's the Ben Sharp Racing hire car going through. But Houchin is keeping with McConnell. I'm still not convinced that car's at full pace because it looked as though that Lewis Barker went past him way too easy. And also we saw Matt Rowling go past as well. So not all I think is well with Trevor McConnell's car. With 3 minutes to go, and that's Houchin. Houchin was sideways going through Druids. Well, that was just a loss of traction or something got over the rear tyres. But just as the shot cut, you saw a screech of tyres and Houchin's car at 45 degrees through Druids. So he's managed to hold on to that whether he has or not. I guess we'll never know at this point. Now, Collins is trying to keep up with him as much as possible. Now, Collins might still have a podium here because if you look at the gap between the difference, Tommy Knight's 11 seconds ahead of James Kiff, and Kiff himself has now pulled a second over Phil Wright in 5th position. So I wonder, in this sense, if we're going to get Liam Collins, he might only lose 1 place. The pace of these top 3 seems to be strong enough that he's only going to lose 1 position. He's not going to pull 10 seconds unless something, touch wood, dramatically happens to Tommy Knight in the next 2 minutes. And I'm certainly not trying to put the commentator's curse on that. But Collins certainly is going to keep on pushing to keep on building that gap. He's got quite enough of a buffer that he won't lose 3rd position, which is good for them because this pace has been pretty relentless between the top 3. James did have a desire that he wanted to close the gap to the top 3, but you have to bear in mind that Will Self hasn't changed much to the car. Tommy Knight's got some new fiberglass doors, and he's also put new rear springs on this car as well, so he was a bit unchanged and untested between the events. He hadn't really tested the car beforehand, and so he's learning on the fly with these new springs and doing quite well. A little twitch from Will Self as he uses all the curb on the exit. As they head down Lakeside once again, back towards that very fast right left-hander at Island Bend. And almost certainly, next time by, they will start the last lap of this first 15-minute race of the day for Racing Hondas. You see in the background there, Bob Barron's EG Civic, sadly with that rear suspension problem after the collision with Kevin Talbot, exiting Cascades. Talbot's car, can only presume, is parked far on the grass after it went grass tracking like a racehorse over the over the crest. Back with our fight for what's now going to become 4th place because Liam Collins is that far ahead. It's not going to change the order of them moving up, at least as far as I can see. Gap has now gone to 12.5 seconds between Tommy Knight and James Kiff, and that in terms of on-track gap is more like 14.5 seconds really. So Collins looks safe in 3rd place. after the penalties apply. He'll also get the fastest lap of the race. He's done a 1:50.693. I'm checking what that means for the race lap record. I'll see if that's changed anything at all. I should keep an eye on that as well. There's Dan Thackeray, who leads the way in Class B still. Unstoppable Dan, as we've now affectionately termed him. And he's on course now for his 8th win in 9 races. And of course, the key thing to remember is that you score as many points as you do in, regardless of when you class, you score the same number of points. So Will Self will score 15 points, Dan Thackeray will score 15 points, and so too will Matt Rowling. And it's down to the overall championship here. Now the clock's going to go down to just about 5 seconds. They were going to get one more time around the Oulton Park International Circuit in this beautiful bank holiday Monday summer sunshine here in Cheshire. Through Old Hall Corner. Collins still in second place. He's keeping Tommy Knight at bay here. He's not allowing him to get too close together. Just keeping a nice equal distance, but it's not going to change the fact that Tommy will pick up second place as a result, and that will equal his best result of the season from right at the beginning of the year when he picked up second in the first race. So we're actually mimicking the first podium of the season. We're going to have, if it stays as it is, we're going to have Will Self winning, Tommy Knight in second place and Liam Collins third. That was the order they finished in the very first race of the year at Camberwell Park. So a nice bit of synergy. We start in the second half of the season, and it's going to be looks to be the exact same top 3. Class B still Dan Thackeray ahead of Cunningham. Linster will be on course for another podium. Fortag in second. And Luke Sedjakowski, shout out to him to keep his nose clean in the S2000. That car set to take a top 5 in Class B. No points scored. It's a single round entry, which means the points instead will go to Sammy Milam, who's in 1 or 2 of the Kinetic Motorsport Civic EP3s. And Class C is set to be Matt Rowling, who's taking another victory. If you look at how many wins he's taken so far in class, this will be his 6th win of the season. The other victories, one went to Callum Houch in the second race at Brands Hatch after Matt and Andy Barnes, one of the main men behind Time Attack, collided going towards Surtees at Brands Hatch, which saw the race red flagged. And then the other 2 wins were taken at Oulton Park by Andy himself, but of course no points scored because he's a single round entry on top of that also. So really instead, there was honours were split between Rowling and Houchin. But for Will Self, who continues to prove that he is trying to make this prophecy come true. We'll quick look back here to see we've got a potential battle between McNeil and Alford, but we'll follow that way to the line in a moment's time because we've got the leaders coming up towards the flag for the final time. And Will Self is again trying to put himself in pole position for title in this championship. He heads over the crest, over the elite for the final time. It's his 3rd win in a row. It'll be his 4th win of the season. Cross the line goes Will Self. It is victory in race 1, round 9 of Racing Honda's 2025 at Oulton Park, and a fine drive from the front row of the grid. Liam Collins takes 2nd place, but of course the penalty's been applied, so he comes across the line adjusted, 13 seconds behind. And Tommy Knight, he's struggling to the line. What's happened? Tommy Knight and James Kiff will be side by side to the line. Who got it on the flag? It's going to be now Tommy Knight by just under 0.2 of a second. Tommy Knight, for some reason, struggled on the run towards the line, and James Kiff was that close to a first podium. It's still his best result of the season. It's 4th position for James Kiff. That's impressive stuff for him, holding off the 2023 champion Phil Wright. But what happened to Tommy Knight at the end? I thought he wasn't as close as I thought he would be. So, in fact, actually, Liam Collins keeps 2nd place as a result of that. So the problem that Tommy Knight had, lost him enough time that he keeps 2nd place, so there is no change. It's just the gap looks a bit stronger. Looking further back, there's more battles down the order. We've got Lewis Barker and that's Sammy Milam. There's been a change there for 13th overall. Cross the line come the Class B leaders. Dan Thackeray does take the victory, and he does that by 2.3 seconds from Ryan Cunningham in 2nd place. And then Sam Linster will come through and take another podium in class. That's an impressive job for him. It will be Sam who takes his it's looking at the wrong Sam at the 4th podium of the season. That's his 3rd place and his 4th top 3 finish. Across the line comes Spencer Fortag. He'll pick up 4th place in class. And a round of applause also for the S2000. It completes its first competitive outing. Flash of the headlights from Sedjakowski, and he picks up a top 5. That's pretty promising for the S2000. And of course, that's its first competition race completed with no problems, no dramas, kept his nose clean. That's a perfect advert for the car, I'm certain. Want to find out more? Head to the website at racinghondas.uk. There's all the information. And if you fancy one of these, you can get yourself a kit together for about £15,000 or so. For Class C, if they come towards the line, it's going to be a victory for Matt Rowling. He's come across the line already. Also seeing Jackson Yates has picked up his first race finish, means he'll get a signature for that. Callum Houchin did survive that slide at Druids, which means that he does hold on to 2nd place in class anyway. Well, talk about drama and action. Certainly gave you plenty in that race, and there's still another race to go where we flip the grid a little bit and make it even more interesting with the faster cars behind some of the slower ones. So, round 9 of Racing Honda's 2025 wraps up under the checkered flag. We'll see, I think we've got the last couple of cars possibly coming through. Everyone's crossed the lines. We're just waiting for the results to come on screen. And once we've done that, when the cars now headed to Park Fermé, they'll head to Charlie and have a chat with our class winners in all. So Will Self then takes victory number 4 of the season. It's his 4th and his 3rd in a row, and he does so by Liam Collins, who, despite having a 10-second penalty for an out of position or jump start, still finishes 2nd, because a late issue for Tommy Knight meant he only just held on to 3rd place by about less than 0.2 of a second from a charging James Kiff. He was that close to a first podium, but if that's the form he's got, he might well possibly bounce back well in race 2. Phil Wright takes 5th position ahead of Fraser McNeil and James Alford. Then it's Unstoppable Dan once again in 8th position overall. He takes the Class B victory, some 2.3 seconds ahead of Ryan Cunningham in 2nd place, and Sam Linstner in 3rd, Spencer Fortag in 4th, and the new S2000R in the hands of Tegua's Luke Sedjakowski takes a top 5 finish. Lewis Barker took 6th in the last lap for Sammy Milam, so he finishes ahead of him 7th in class. Matt Rowling takes another Class C victory. That will be his 6th of the season, ahead of Trevor McCall in Class B. Bradley Yates, who is taking his first signature of the day ahead of his race Ferrari Challenge aspirations. And Callum Houch, who survived a big slide at Druids, holds on to 18th place, and Owen Diver rounds out the finishers. And we lost, sadly, on the first lap of the race, both Bob Barron and Kevin Talbot after they made contact, exiting Cascades. But Talbot's car went soaring off into the grass infield, and he was out of the race. And with suspension damage, Bob Barron had no choice but to pull off into the Island Bend loop with issues, and that'll have to be fixed for race number 2. So, take a breath after that. That was exciting stuff, as always, from Racing Hondas. Excellent stuff. I should quickly look at the, maybe not fully at the lap records. I want to look at that for race 2. But in terms of the race lap record, which is 1 minute, which from last year, whilst we're waiting for our drivers to get into position to have a chat with Charlie in front of a Lucas Oil board. The race lap record from last year was held by Liam Collins, 1 minute 50.533. Didn't quite get to that. We were close, but Collins set the fastest lap of the race, 150.693. So we're getting there in these conditions. If we go even quicker, there's more rubber laid down for some of the Attack 2 and Super Attack runs. We might well get possibly close to that if the pace is a bit quicker. And Collins, of course, fastest lap of the race there. That gets him an extra bonus point on top of that as well. And I think the fastest lap in Class B went to Dan Thackeray, 155.964. How does that compare to the Class B lap record? Breaks that one, so that's 155.964 for Thackeray. That gives him a new class lap record, half a second quicker than Dave Buki. And in Class C, it was a 2 minutes .006. And Matt Ryan did not break that, 2 minutes .397. So Class A and C lap records still outstanding. But the Class B lap record has been broken by Dan Thackeray. So impressive stuff from him to get his 8th win of the season from 9 races and a new class lap record. And he also broke the qualifying lap record earlier on as well. So the second race is coming up, due to be around about 4:05. There'll be a bit of a change around with the grid to get reverse draw. You'll see that also on screen when we hand to Charlie for the interviews. And some talking points there, of course. Will Self back with victory once again. It's crucial points lost for particularly Kevin Talbot. Not really how he wants to bounce back from a really rough Snetterton, where he only picked up a DNF, and then in race 2 could only manage a 4th place and not a podium. So Kevin Talbot's got some work to do. But he might well benefit from this slightly partial reverse grid because he might be further ahead. He could benefit from getting a better start and track position if the DC5 Integra is working well. As to the pace of Tommy Knight was pretty impressive, even though he had a little bit of a falter at the end. James Kiff 4th, so the aero work certainly is doing its job from in between races between now and last round at Snetterton, and that car's got plenty of promise. It's also got a new diff in it as well, which is good. Phil Wright will be disappointed with 5th. It's still solid points for the championship. He's still in contention roughly, but he knows he would have lost ground a little bit on Will Self in that sense. For Class B, I mean, what can you say about Dan Thackeray? He really is, as Charlie effectively deemed him, unstoppable, Dan. Again, 8th win in 9 races. He continues to lead the championship, and Ryan Cunningham, all he can do is keep on chasing after him. That's all he can do, and keep on banking points. And I've said it a few times before, it's the races that you don't win that can win you the championship. But even though Dan is running away with it at the moment, some 20 points ahead, you've still got drop scores to come into play with this, so keep an eye on that as we get towards the later part of the second half of the season. And the battle between Class C continues. Matt Rowley and Callum Houchins continues to be pretty close between the two of them, and Matt again taking another victory. That was, of course, as I said, his 6th win of the season, and he came into the weekend 16 points ahead anyway of Callum Houchins, so that's more ground he's gained on his main rival. A quick reminder as well, if you want to follow Racing Hondas, their next round's in a couple of weeks. That'll be at Brands Hatch, where we have Go Japan for that event. Then we go to cross the border to Scotland for a one-day event at Knock Hill. And then we finish off the season. We go back into Snetterton on the 200 circuit in October. Could be wet, but it also could be the final title decider, both overall and in all 3 classes. Will be key for that one. And again, if you want more information, all the championship information, including the new S2000 Cup car, head to the website racinghondas.uk and give them a follow on socials as well. That's also telling. I've just noticed Tommy Knight on the screen there. His car's being towed in, so that was a problem which I think the car only just lasted getting across the line enough to get himself a 3rd place, but that's going to be some work that the Europa Crash Centre squad are going to have to go through to get that car back into working condition for race 2 later on. So fingers crossed it's not a serious problem, it's going to put him out of action. So just waiting for the signal to hand down. And just having a look through some of the standings, so we'll keep on filling in this sense of things. We'll look at some other results in the field. Fraser McNeil, that's a reshelled car that's come through to 6th, so good effort from him. He's ahead of James Alford, so James Alford, who's had a steady run through the season. James Alford in his EK Civic, he came into the weekend 7th in points, and his best result of the season was 6th place that he's taken twice, once at Cadwell Park and once at Brands Hatch. So he's a 7th place. He's consistently running in the second half of the top 10 and finding 1 or 2 peaks and troughs for his pace. For Fraser McNeil, his best result of the season has been 5th, and that was in the 2nd race at Cadwell. So again, that pace is roughly where he should be. He's close to that. He's been 6th a couple of times before. No, he hasn't, in fact. He hasn't scored a 6th position. So that's his 2nd best result of the season. And that's not bad for his reshelled car. So that's working quite well. And then we go to rest of the class. We've got Spencer Fortag. He's picked up 4th place. He had a bit of bad luck at Snetterton, if I remember correctly. Yeah, he DNF'd in the 1st race, didn't start 2nd, and lost a ton of points and dropped to 6th in the standing. He's way off the Class B lead, but that gives him a podium. That's only his 2nd podium of the... No, he's not on the podium because he's behind Sammy Linster. He has finished... That's a 4th top 5 for him because he picked up a 2nd place at Oulton Park in race 2 and 3 top 5, 3 5th positions, so he's picked up a 4th to add to that one. And Luke Sejkowski, that's impressive stuff for the S2000, of course. Kept it trouble-free, reliable, no issues, brought it home in the top 5, so that's going to be pretty key on that side. And as for Class C, as we mentioned, that carries on. That continues to be a battle between Matt Rowley and Callum Houcham on that side. We are just waiting for the signal to go down to Charlie to have a talk to our winners in all 3 classes. When we do, we'll hand over straight away. And of course, coming up now, we've got, after this race, we've got Drift Pro Championship exhibition runs in a moment's time. We've also got the next part of the time attack section, Attack 2. That'll be for pro classes, followed by club and club sport classes, and then club and a pocket rocket. And the second race is going to be at 5 minutes past 4. But that's then. This is now. I think we can now head down to Charlie, who's in Park Fermi with Lucas Oilboard, to have a chat to all 3 of our class winners from an exciting round 9 of Racing Hondas 2025 here at Oulton Park.
Perfect. Right, we are down here after a very chaotic race 1, here with our Class A winner, Will. How was that for you?
Yeah, good. Obviously qualified 2nd, which was annoying, but yeah, 2 tenths off pole. Got a bit of a better start than Liam on pole, and sort of had enough of an overlap into turn 1 that I could make it stick. And I thought, to be honest, he was going to make it more difficult and be right back on me for the duration of the race, but managed to build a bit of a gap up and was sort of trying not to be too harsh on the car through the chicanes and things any more than I needed to be, but yeah, did what needed to be done. And
I think we had quite a bit of contact heading into the first corner as well. I managed to come out of that unscathed.
I was there? I don't know. No idea. Right, okay, yeah, I had no idea.
Obviously, Liam did manage to pick up a bit of a penalty as well, obviously heading into race 2. Is that work in your favour?
Does he? He's got a penalty, has he? Oh, right, okay. I don't know, does it? I guess it depends what happens with the balls for reverse grid, yeah.
Obviously, well, congratulations and thank you so much for that. Brilliant. Right, we're going to grab Dan over. So Dan got the win there in Class B. Come over. Hello. How was that, Dan?
Yeah, good hot. As I suppose you've heard already a few times. Yeah, it was a nice start, nice first lap. There was a bit of a shenanigans in front. Luckily,
quite a bit of contact heading into the first corner.
Some cars were littering about. It's quite enjoyable to watch from a distance. Luckily, not involved and just enough to get a couple of good laps on my own and keep a nice gap.
Yeah, obviously reverse grid heading into race 2 as well.
Yeah, I think this is the one we're all worried about here. It's not easy to overtake, very tight twisty, so I'm just hoping that it's drawn a low number and hope for the best.
Perfect. Well, congratulations. Thank you. Right, we're going to grab Matt over. So Matt got the pole there in Class C. I was going to say, hot. How was that for you?
Yeah, really good. I love this circuit. Having the Civic here, he's mega. I've loved every minute of it. So had a great race with Callum at the start, and yeah, got to go in and start racing some of the big guys. So yeah, it was really good fun.
Oh, brilliant stuff. That's a sick win for you as well. Going well.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh,
no pressure.
For one more. No, I know, right? I hope you're not jinxed that far.
To be fair, Dan's done well so far, and I've been fine. So.
Well, hopefully we'll try and do it again.
Absolutely brilliant stuff, and congratulations. Thank you.
Very much. Cheers.
Right, we're going to do the reverse grid draw. So we're going to get Carl to come over. Got someone coming from either side. Brilliant stuff.
Okay. No looking.
What number have we got? Is that 7? Turn around. 7. So we've got reverse grid of 7 places there for race 2. Fantastic, right. Brilliant stuff, amazing, perfect. Right, stick around for race 2.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
Hello and welcome back to Time Attack. Now it is Attack 2. We had Attack 1 earlier today, Attack 2 now, and then, of course, in the afternoon, the main event, the Super Attack. But while things get underway, Susie has been catching up with our drivers in the paddock.
So we're here in a pit lane and we're having a quick catch up with Brad John. So, Brad, what's going on?
Well, collected a few stones, to be honest.
Just a few?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it looks like you're branching out into some kind of decorative like drive work.
Yeah, doing driveways and gardening now. I think anyone needs any stones, come and see Garage 23. You can take a bag or two with you.
So what actually happened?
Well, I was coming into the corner a bit too quick, so I went to press the brakes, and the car just didn't want to stop, and it just went straight on and steered into the gravel and into the barrier. I just had no control over it in the end.
So you've actually kind of like made contact with the barrier as well?
Yeah, thankfully the stones did slow me down before I got to the barrier, so it wasn't such a big impact on the barrier.
So much damage to the car yet?
We haven't inspected the damage yet. We've just only managed to get all the covers and everything off the bottom of the car to see if what damage is actually caused. But fingers crossed there's not going to be much damage to it.
Well, it's going to take you quite a while to get rid of all the stones, right?
Yeah, it's going to take a while, but thankfully they'll all be out the way now, and then we can get on with seeing what damage is actually there.
So you've got to check obviously what's going on with your brakes if you had no brakes.
Yeah, well, we're going to go through all the brake system to see what's wrong, bleed the brakes again, check the servo, and yeah, see what's going on. But it's strange because the pedal is there, but the car just wasn't slowing down. So I don't know if it was because I was coming in too hot and the tires and brakes were too warm, and they couldn't do anything. So I just bailed out onto the gravel, really. But most of the stones has come from when they recovered me, because they have to drag me backwards off the gravel. So that's where most of the stone workers picked all the stones up from.
Right, and you ended up collecting quite a lot because you got a flat floor, right?
Yeah, so it's all just gone all on the flat floor and into any little hole and everything on the base of it, really.
So the car weighed quite a bit extra for a little bit.
Yeah, well, it was actually quite funny. When they tried recovering me, the recovery lorry was beeping saying it was overweight, but they did manage to get it on the back in the end.
Well, it is quite a few stones, but yeah, fingers crossed. You know, you've got the broom out. You've hopefully get rid of all the stones and figure out what's going on with your brakes then.
Yeah, that is the plan, and hopefully we'll be back out with no problems for the qualifying.
Yeah, so I mean, fingers crossed there's no damage then, and yeah, thanks for talking to us.
No problem.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
And you can see that exact truck, I think, just at the top of the pit lane there. It looks like we're still getting the track ready as the final few Motorsport UK Drift Pro Championship cars and drivers complete their last few runs. So while we wait for that, yep, see some more Motorsport UK Drift Pro cars lining up. Of course, we are tuned in for Time Attack specifically. But in the meantime, you can vote for your Lucas Oil driver of the day. Those of you following the live stream, the Lucas Oil live stream, you can see that in the bottom right corner of your screen. For those of you watching from the track side, I think there might be a QR code in your event program. Otherwise, of course, you can also view the live stream, and the QR code is there. And of course, the Lucas Oil channels, social channels, which feature quite a lot of Time Attack and Tuner Fest stuff, will also point you in the right direction if you'd like to vote for your Lucas Oil Driver of the Day. In the meantime, while we wait for the track to get ready for our Pro Classes Attack 2, we're just going to take a short little ad break.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
All right, it is time for Attack 2. Susie joins me in the commentary box for these next two sessions. There is the headset, Susie. Shall I switch you on? All right, how's it going?
It is very warm. It's nice up here.
Up here it's nice.
We've got all the luxuries in aircon up here.
So while we wait for these bits and bobs and the changeover from Motorsport UK Drift Pro Championship to Time Attack, what's new? What have you been up to? What have you discovered in the paddock?
I mean, as I mentioned in my intro this morning, I think the name of the game today is heat management.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very much, and obviously what we've also got here is a very long lap.
Yeah.
So if you want to go out on your out lap, you've got that one lap to get everything up to temperature, and then you've got that one hot lap. And then people were saying, like, they're really having to manage engine temps, tyre temperatures, and then you need to have like an entire kind of like cool down lap. So probably you can't even go for 2 flying laps. But because it is such a long lap, and you're talking anything under 2 minutes is a really quick lap time here.
Yeah.
So, and then obviously that doesn't leave you a lot of laps out in the session in there to do it. So, yeah, it's like I say, heat management. It is getting warmer. It's been quite warm all morning, but I think it's heating up outside again. We don't know because we're sitting here in lovely comfort now.
Well, I am now, but I mean, the first half of the day you were running around out there in the heat.
Yeah, but it is very warm out there as well, and it's interesting to see the different cars and how the heat is impacting them, because we do have like a few kind of like mid-engine cars as well, and I think they are particularly struggling with the heat. So like we've got the VX220, we've got the NSX. So of course the engine in the back, it's like how do you keep that cool? So yeah, that has been the main story of the day so far.
Interesting. So Luke's NSX their garage is under the commentary box, and I think they were warming the car up or something, running it before the session. And it sounded like, I mean, you can kind of hear it now, but it was like, what's the term? Anyway, it was like dipping up and down the revs. It was searching, or there's a term for it, isn't there? Hunting, that's it. And it was doing that, and the whole commentary box was shaking and vibrating as it did. I actually thought it was like wind, or then I thought maybe it's like a little earthquake or something. I was like, whoa, what is that? It's very noisy. Anyway, I think he's about to head onto the track now. In fact, there he goes. Luke in the Tegua NSX. Tegua, who have also brought that amazing S2000, which those of you watching the stream, actually those of you watching from the track side, of course, you would have seen that S2000R on track as well. Very impressive machine. I think it's basically a turnkey race car that you'll be able to go and buy from Tegua. I'm not sure if you have to source the donor car yourself or if they can do that for you and that's included in the price. But it looks very, very good indeed. And anyway, that's Racing Honda's championship stuff, and I'm sure Scott will cover that off if he hasn't already. Of course, in the world of Time Attack, we have Luke Sanjakovsky now in that NSX. You can actually see it's starting to get leafy, isn't it? It's like autumnal, slowly but surely, which is quite sad. Quite enjoyed summer. You can see those dry leaves on the track getting thrown all over the place by the aerodynamics of that NSX. Andrew, brilliant designed aero, I think. And there he, whoops, just fell off.
I wonder if that is just a case of he's gone out, and obviously this is straight. He's obviously still out on his outlap, right? So
looks like
I wonder if the tyres. I mean, it would be surprised if the tyres are cold. So it'd be interesting to see what happened there.
Yeah.
Because again, from speaking with them, they were saying they were having to keep the pumps running basically all of the time to keep the temperatures down. So taking the thermostat out basically, just to keep things running. And I've spoken to a few people doing that today, just taking the thermostat out, just keep going full max cooling temperatures. Because it is really blistering heat out there. I think the hottest we've had so far this season. Yeah.
Really?
So.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Well, we had Brands Hatch. Was obviously pretty warm, but I don't think quite as warm as we're experiencing today. I think it's 27, 28 degrees out there.
I guess Josh Barrett in the Caterham.
One man who looks very cool.
Yeah, exactly. He's not going to be suffering too much from the heat, is he? He's going to be getting loads of fresh air.
Yes, I mean, as a driver, very much so. And I think this is the thing, as well as the toll on the car, you've got the tyre temperatures, you've got intake temperatures, but it's also the toll it takes on the driver.
Yeah, it's very exhausting.
You don't really realise it until you finish your lap, and then and people are having to get out of the car and peel themselves out of the seat. So, but Josh has got inbuilt air conditioning, as you can see on the Caterham. So, but even Josh saying he's suffering a bit from intake temperatures, but it just means instead of the car running really hot, it just means he's down a little bit on power.
Okay.
So that is pretty much the story across the entire paddock today. Is just everyone trying to keep those manage those temperatures. And luckily it's quite a long circuit though, so they've got enough kind of like free air to be out on a hot lap. Because again, if you have to abort that hot lap and it's 2 minutes till you're coming back round, then it is quite a long time before you're going to be back on it again.
Have you had a chance to bump into Kevin Horsley in the black Impreza?
Oh, I have, yes.
Oh, okay. So what's the story there?
So I think that was built up from a shell. There's still very much kind of like, what did they say? It's a parts bin. It's running about 700 horsepower, so running the legacy block, different heads on that. So, but yeah, and obviously no stranger to time attack.
So is the legacy block, is that a 6-cylinder then, as opposed to because Subaru do a 6-cylinder as well? Okay,
that I don't know.
We don't know. Okay, interesting. Yeah, and you can see it there kicking up sparks as it just makes its way round. I think Hislop's just then.
I mean, I'm always a fan of a black car. Look very mean out on track.
They look mean, but it's a real hassle to keep them looking that way.
Well, it absolutely is, yes. Don't ever buy one.
No.
But it looks good when it's clean.
Is yours black?
Yeah, my car is black, yes.
Okay. I don't think I've ever seen this mythical Evo. I don't think it's been to a time attack.
It is broken right now, so let's not talk about that. But yeah, you can see this impressor, and you can see again, I'm just seeing, for Oulton, it is quite up and down. You've got quite a lot of undulations here, so you can see the downforce kind of like really working. You see splitters kind of like touching the ground, and occasional kind of sparks being thrown up as well.
Ilya Krylov, who I feel like he's kept a pretty low profile these past few events, but here he is in the Haltech entry, the RWF Clio. What he hopes is the fastest, what he aspires is for it to be the world's fastest circuit Clio. Of course, there are drag Clios and so on, I'm sure, especially in continental Europe, but the fastest circuit Clio in the world. Currently, well, actually, he's, I think, only recently joined the track, but that car running all kinds of, well, I mean, Ilya does most of the work himself, the fabrication and so on, all of the composite bodywork, the whole front clamshell of that car, the two front fenders and the bumper, I think weighing together 4 kilos, which is nothing. So really big gains to be had there from running composite bodywork, and Ilya's built all of his himself, and he can also do so for your track build as well. That's a service that he offers.
I was just watching the sparks flying again of the NSX, and as we're saying, so the circuit is actually really fast with some of the flowing corners, really high-speed corners, so a lot of bravery you have here. You can see the NSX moving around under braking there as well.
It's such a scary track, yeah.
So yeah, you have to really know where you're going, and you have to be very confident in the car.
Yeah, you're threading the needle the whole track.
So yeah, but it looks like Luke is off on an absolute flyer. I'm just trying to see it. I think earlier on.
Well, he said a faster sector one than anybody.
Fastest sector, and he's already out there with the fastest time. And I think he'd broken the lap record. He was saying.
Oh wow!
I'll have to recount and go through my records to find all of these. Just looking through. So yeah, well, 138.1. So not quite yet in this session, I believe.
Oh,
yeah,
you
we'll
can
be
see he's slowed right down
that.
there at the end. Yeah, you can see after sector 2, he's slowed right down towards the end of this lap. So perhaps an opportunity there to cool things off, tires and brakes, and fluids and intake and so on. Ilya Krylov with that new, well, firstly that massive spoiler where the end plates are also the legs and they tie into the rear arches. But also lots of new lighting on that car, front and rear. You can see those tail lights looking quite extraterrestrial.
New side skirts as well today,
Oh.
so for this round. So
You can see how much it's squirming around under braking as well,
Yeah.
just like you pointed out with Luke's car.
yeah, and that's it. We've got some very heavy braking zones here at Oulton. So you've got these really, really fast circuit, all these fast flowing corners, and then you come to these really tight chicanes. So you've got to really, really hammer on the brakes. So it's such a good mix and real driver's favourite. I mean, from going around the paddock, this is either people's favourite track or their second favourite, pretty much. So yeah, everybody loves it.
Good to see Bradley John back out.
Yes, I'm very happy to see him back out. I did catch up with him afterwards.
Well, the interview, right? We had the interview at the beginning.
Yeah, and so obviously came back in with quite a lot of gravel.
Amazing. Was that coordinated that the interview started just as there was the shot of them lifting?
It was not. They were trying.
Look at the speed that he just comes round there
Yeah, and
four-wheel
this-
drifting.
And this, I
Incredible.
believe, was the actual corner that he came off on before. So again, just have that confidence going back into that corner.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely wasn't lacking confidence there. He really threw that in.
Yeah, and we know, so, I mean, he's really on it there because he's like running right out onto the curbs. She's just.
Oof.
Oh, yeah, so he had a fastest purple sector there, so
Wow.
142.7.
Faster
So,
sector 3 than anybody else. Bradley John there.
so, yeah, what he said was, did that lap get disallowed? I think that lap might have been disallowed, and that's why we just seen that
Yep, car
go
number
back
27,
down.
I think
Yeah, for
that's
track
him.
limits.
Yep.
Yes, it might have been a
Just
little
at
bit.
the end there.
Yeah, just a little bit too much. But yeah, so he said he went for the brakes, and then the brake pedal seemed to be solid, but then he just came straight off, collected a lot of gravel, and unfortunately when he had to be recovered, he came out backwards, and then basically that all went onto the flat floor. So there was the most amount of gravel outside their garage. And so much so that he was saying the tow truck actually had a warning for the amount of weight it was carrying because there was so much gravel with it. So yeah, I'm very glad to see them back out and running again. And we know at Snetterton as well, he had the issue with his rear diff. So he's also not running his, he has a billet rear diff that he normally runs. And today he's just not running the RS rear diff. So yeah, but good to see him back out on track again.
Ilya there looking very racy in that Clio. So his current best, a 149.1. That's good enough for third in class. I think he'll be pretty happy with that. That's potentially, if he keeps this pace up, another podium. But it is still early days. We're about halfway through Attack 2, and then of course we have Super Attack later on in the day. So let's see how that develops.
And then we're seeing Mike Osborne. I was having to catch up with Mike earlier. So, yeah, obviously, Mike, I mean, I'd love to talk about the reliability of Evos, but we know what they're like. And obviously, these high horsepower machines. And so at Snetterton, he had the clutch go on him. So, but he did manage to set like a really good time. And he lifted the head at Brands. So again, as you look over an entire season, there's so much going on with these drivers that they have to contend with. But coming back, and we know Mike is always an incredibly fast driver, so he's out there with the fastest time at the moment in Club Pro of a 1:46.135. And the only driver in Club Pro not to be on a sequential box.
Yes.
So manual shifting, as he said to me, no, you don't need a sequential, you just shift faster. So really bang, if you've ever seen the in-car footage, he just really bangs through those gears.
Okay, I'm going to look out for that, actually. That's really interesting. 144.8 there from Michael Osborne, so he further increases his lead at the top of Club Pro. It's interesting, Martin Henry today made the same point to me about Pro Class being the only driver there with a H pattern gearbox.
And he's the only front-wheel
and
drive
he's also
car.
Yes, I mean, we have Ilya, but yeah, Ilya's in Club Pro, and Martin Henry's in Pro.
Yeah.
Very interesting indeed. Eric Holmes yet to set a flying lap, but
Yeah, so Eric said he may be running a few little problems. I think he might be down on compression a little bit, so he's going to be down on power, but if he's out there, I don't know if they've managed to resolve that.
149 points. Look, that's not bad. So now that gets him third in class. So bumps Ilya Krylov down to fourth. And Kevin Horsley there behind with a 150.8. So 6-second spread across our 5 Club Pro machines.
And interesting, in second place is Darren Spooner, who has turned his power right down because, as you remember, was it Cadwell, I think, earlier in the season we were talking about it, and then we literally just had the video footage of him, his drive shaft snapping. And I think, as we were saying, he was running into so many issues where the car is really, really being pushed to its limits, and then he just turned it down. He was like, right, I'm just going to do that, turn it down, have some reliability, just turn some laps rather than fixing things. And he's saying, like, I think he's only running 300 horsepower or so today. So he's just turned it right down. And he said,
for these classes,
but he said you can
really
you can absolutely thrash it, like really, really give it beans, and but then it's reliable.
Yeah.
So, and that's it. And as we know with the season, especially the way the points have changed, actually getting out there and every round and getting your points for every session really, really makes a difference. So it's not all about just saving it all up for the final now.
Yeah, it's very true. Very different. You know, we used to have the view of one perfect lap, and actually it's not. It's got to be 3 perfect laps in every session of every round for the whole year. So yeah, it feels like it sounds like a small change, but it's actually quite substantial. Josh Barrett in the Caterham Supersport. If you're wondering what the flashing red light is on the back of his car, that's to signal, well, it might not look like it, but he is on a cool-down lap, actually, and you can see from his sector time there, yellow, so no improvement, not a personal best, aka not his fastest sector 2, so even the data would support that he's on a cool-down lap. Looks kind of fast, but the light would suggest that he's on a cooldown lap. Although, lap time-wise, that does look pretty fast. So Josh Barrett, I actually wonder if that's an improvement there from him.
Yes, it is, yeah.
Is it? Oh, yeah, 145.3, yeah. So that's an improvement for Josh Barrett, despite his cooldown light being on. So I wonder whether maybe he's knocked the button, which is easily done in the heat of the moment when you're wrestling the steering wheel around and you knock your indicators or your light or something. Or perhaps a wiring issue, especially where lots of these cars now have CAN bus and standalone ECUs and all this wiring stuff. You know, that needs quite a lot of finessing too. But whatever the reason, his light says he's on a cool. I switched it off now. See, yeah, because that was clearly wrong if he was making improvements whilst on his apparently cooldown lap. Bradley John improves in sector 1. And you can see the lights on at the front of his car, signaling to drivers ahead. Oh, what was that?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Bit of wheel spin from all 4 wheels. Is it one of those situations?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there. It looked like the outside wheel kind of like spinning up there, maybe where it gets a bit lighter and it's just spinning, but not quite sure.
Personal best sectors 1 and 2 there from Bradley John in the number 27 machine. Fresh from that trip to the gravel in the previous session. Let's see.
Notice he takes a very conservative line going around there. This time where his lap time was actually disallowed like last time.
That is, that's fast. Bradley John, 140.8. It's very impressive. One of only 2 drivers. Well, actually, no, he hasn't quite dipped under the 140s yet. The only driver to do so is Luke Senjakovsky in the Tegoa machine with a 138.4. But Bradley John getting very close indeed, 140.8. And that lap looked very racy indeed. Great stuff there from Bradley John. And you can see now a yellow sector 1, so a slower sector 1 as he embarks on his cool down lap with a minute remaining in the session. Josh Barrett, no improvement in sector 1, but let's follow this little red Caterham around, see what else he can do. Looks pretty fast, I gotta say, but no improvement in sector 1 from Josh Barrett.
We're just looking through the times actually, and so Luke mentioned it earlier, and think so he broke lap records in the last session, so in attack 1, but now we're in attack 2, and I think where the temperatures have gone up a little bit, so I think actually, although Luke's running the fastest time at the moment of a 1:38.3, he won a 1:37.8 in attack 1.
wow.
So I wonder again if we're just seeing the temperatures have risen a little bit. There was a little bit of a breeze earlier, so it wasn't too bad out there. But yeah, it's really the sun is very scorching out there at the moment. So yeah,
Okay.
I wonder if that's going to affect the lap times we're going to see the drivers turning.
No improvement from Josh Barrett in sector 2. But yeah, maybe things are getting just a little bit too toasty, like we discussed earlier. You know, the tires do want to get nice and melty and gummy and sticky, but past a certain point, you know, bits start chunking off them and they just turn into rubbish. So you don't want to overheat your tires either. So 154.7 there.
Yeah, so you can see Josh had backed right off, and so he obviously knew that was not going to be the lap he needed.
So checkered flag is out. Let's take a look at our provisional attack 2 results in the pro classes and Club Pro then. The provisional first place finisher is Michael Osborne ahead of Darren Spooner, Eric Holmes, Ilya Krylov and Kevin Horsley. And in the pro class, the provisional driver on top is Luke Senjakovsky ahead of Bradley John, Josh Barrett and Martin Henry. And you can see Ilya Krylov there currently in 4th. He can finish this lap if he so chooses, but his sector 1, no improvement there. Personal best in sector 2, so perhaps if sectors 2 and 3 are good enough, then that might be enough to yield an overall improvement in his lap time. And you can see those titanium little bits under the car, allegedly to protect the undercarriage and the flat floor and so on, but realistically to create cool looking sparks. It didn't have to be titanium, it could have been something else, but look at that. Ilya Krylov jumps up into 2nd place. Wow. That's a nice improvement there from him. Nice.
Yeah, just taking that from Darren Spooner
yeah, he'll
right
take
at the
that.
end.
Wow. Right at the end. Great stuff. So that is our attack 2 for Club Pro and Pro classes. And now those drivers will all head into Parc Fermé to make sure their cars are still compliant with the technical regulations. And in the meantime, our attack 2 for our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive machines will get underway in just a few minutes. So you can see Bradley John at the top of the pit lane, who I think should be, is getting pushed into the garage. I think he's meant to also go and do Parc Fermé. But also I'm not in the pit lane, I'm not in the garage, so I'm not too sure what their plans are. So who knows? In the meantime, as we get ready for our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars to hit the track, I believe Susie, who is here in the commentary box, but also has an interview in the paddock with Luke Capehorn. Isn't that crazy?
So I'm down here with Luke Capehorn. How are you doing?
Not too bad, thank you. Yeah, enjoying the day today.
So just a quick recap for anyone who doesn't know. So you're running in Club 2-wheel drive?
Yeah, we run a Vauxhall Astra VXR in Club 2-wheel drive. We competed last year and this is our 2nd year in the championship.
So you had free championship, didn't you? You won a championship.
Yeah, I won the raffle at the end of the season last year, so this is actually a free season entry for me, so I'm very much enjoying that. With the 4 engines that I blew up last year, I felt like it was a reward that was required to be able to compete this year. So
that was one of the awards you got last year, right?
Yeah, we got a model engine which I gifted to my nephew so he can start learning how to rebuild my car for when he gets older.
Start him early, yeah?
Absolutely, yeah. But no, it's been good actually. It's been a pretty good season so far. Hit and miss, well, I say good.
Dramatic. There's lots of events going on.
And downs, but it keeps it interesting, doesn't it?
So the last time we spoke to you was at Cadwell.
Yeah.
And run us through what's happened since then.
Okay, Cadwell went all right. Track that doesn't suit the car. Still managed to get on the podium in the final, which is a bit of a result. From Cadwell Park, we went on to, it was Donington from there, wasn't it? Right, from there, massive problems. Fueling issues with the car, running really lean, ended up having to retire the car out of the final. So that wasn't ideal. We addressed a lot of problems with that to make it to Brands Hatch. Somehow pulled it out of the bag in Brands Hatch and took the win, which was a real bonus because it didn't foresee it coming. And then Snetterton was the last round, which was a tad dramatic because in attack 2, my lower arm decided it would snap just before bomb hull, which resulted in me coming back on a recovery truck, which was less than ideal.
That was your day over, wasn't it, sadly?
So we didn't make it into the final, despite being sort of in the top end of the class all day, which was a bit frustrating. Snetterton's a good track for us. So we had to just take it away, replace the lower arms, and then we brought it out today.
And so how's the day been going so far?
Actually really good. Last time, I've never had any luck at this track. I've only been here twice, and last time I was here for Time Attack last year, the car did not work. So best we did was a 53 last year, which is very slow for my class, and I did a 49.5 in warm-up straight away this morning. So new PB, straight into the 49s, right where we need to be. We were just second in class in attack 1 there, and I had some traffic and some issues on the lap. So yeah, really positive. I feel like we might be able to get up on the podium again today with a bit of luck.
Oh, amazing. The car running okay today?
Car's been going incredibly well. We've just got to do some minor drive shaft servicing now at lunch, which is, you know, just regular maintenance for a Vauxhall Astra.
Is that pretty standard then?
Absolutely, yeah. It's round by round. But yeah, otherwise it's all good. Everything's hunky-dory. We've got spare shafts and stuff with us, so we'll get that changed and yeah, get back out for attack 2.
And how's the championship going for you?
It starts so well. The odd win here and there and stuff's really good, but DNFing at Donington and DNFing in the last round at Snet has really damaged our chances of a win. I think we can get on the podium. I think we'd like to get to second place again, what we did last year. That's probably the best we could achieve. I think I'm 3rd or 4th currently. See how we end up after today.
So, and who are you looking out for today?
Today, David Dyson's the fastest car on track. He is the man to beat. So just like at Snet, I'm chasing the Porsche, and we have very similar lap times here. So
It's his local track, isn't it?
It is, yes. And he was here the other day, and I know how fast he went. So I know exactly what we need to beat, and we're not that far off. So I feel like if we can get some clear laps in this afternoon, turn the power up a bit more, and we should be all right. Hopefully we'll take it to him.
Fantastic. We'll keep the car in one piece then, and good luck this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thanks, Susie.
Cheers, Luke.
Interesting how just as he's saying that, you can see Luke Capehorn there, hot on the heels of David Dyson. And Susie's dashed back up to the commentary box. And Luke's jumped back into his car, and yeah.
Very speedy of us.
Very speedy. Yeah, and look at that. He's right on the heels of that Cayman straight away.
Yeah. So this is David Dyson's local track, so he knows the track very well. And as you know, I mean, it couldn't have been better timed, right?
Yeah.
Saying he's kind of like using his lines.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
the different, again, the different setups that we've got here of the Porsche versus the Astra. It's just like completely different cars. Yeah. But then, you know, you're seeing them kind of like pretty much back to back here. I imagine Luke's running a little bit more power.
Maybe, yeah, probably. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance, right? You think that Cayman GT4 RS is so sorted.
Yeah, I mean, an incredibly sorted chassis, but relatively, I mean, stock car.
Oh, there's only 400 horsepower, yeah.
You know. But again, it's just really nice to see the complete different cars really kind of like, you know, over the course of a circuit, they could be very, very evenly matched.
Yep, over
and
the
again,
course
where
of the
else
season.
Where else are you going to see this apart from in Time Attack? You just, that's what I love about Time Attack, the absolute mix of cars.
Yep.
And then, yeah, get to see them competing against each other. I'm just hearing, you could hear a tyre squeal there, but presumably that wasn't coming from what we could see on camera, or maybe it was.
So interesting watching these two follow each other. And like you said, yeah, this is Luke Capehorn. This isn't necessarily the track he knows best, but it's the track that David Dyson knows best. So often it's useful to just hold back and observe what lines your competitor is doing. And you can learn quite a bit by doing that. So
they're very interesting to see when they come across the line what the difference in times is, because I think Luke may have been a little bit closer at the beginning, but there's really not a lot in it there. So
here we go. 151.9 from David Dyson, and 152.5 from Luke Capehorn, so 0.6 of a second apart. But, you know, maybe Luke Capehorn backed off a little bit because it was getting too close, because he did get quite close at points. So I think, I don't know if that's artificial or not,
well, and that's
whether
also,
he's backed off a bit.
Yeah, and that's not going to help in these heats as well,
No,
is it?
exactly.
If you're following right behind someone, you're not getting any of that clean air into the car. So
he might have backed off a bit.
Yeah, well, we'll see, because I think in the last session, David Dyson was fastest Club 2-wheel drive car out on track. So if Luke's following him, getting a few lines off him, we'll see if he can improve on those times as he goes on.
Yep, and also putting the cat amongst the pigeons now, Andrew Kime puts in a 152.2 to split the Cayman GT4 RS and Astra of David Dyson and Luke Capehorn. So now Andrew Kime enters the battle as well with a 152.2.
Which is really interesting, right? Because again, that car is very, very, very light. Andrew Kime is an amazing driver, but you wouldn't have thought it had the horsepower for this kind of circuit.
Yeah, true.
So I've been told, so he had a few issues earlier, which I've been told I'm not allowed to talk about.
Okay.
They are resolved now.
Okay.
So yeah, we can see it obviously working for him there with a 152.2. Yeah, straight in there, like faster than Luke Capehorn. So very, very interesting. Going out there with, you know, far down on power from someone like Luke Capehorn.
Alexander Volkov, though, 145.0. And that's with a slow Sector 1.
Yeah.
So his Sectors 2 and 3 was so strong that overall that's put him nearly 7 seconds clear of any... No, hang on, that can't be right.
Oh, Luke, so Luke
4 or 5.
Capehorn has just gone through for 149.75, so taking that second position back from Andrew Kime, and again closing in his gap to David Dyson. So there's only, what, 0.3 of a second in it between those two.
Wow.
But I do think, from speaking with the drivers, again, because of the temperatures we're seeing here today, we're going to see people's fastest laps at the beginning of the sessions. It would be really interesting to see how many people manage to kind of like keep on improving their times when they're out there. Because, yeah, it's just so much heat being put into the tyres, and it's just, yeah, that is the optimum kind of like temperature. Once you've got a little bit of heat into them, and then you've gone for that flying lap, it's quite hard to, especially I'd imagine on bigger cars, to kind of like get them to cool down enough.
Yeah, which, you know, most cars nowadays are. I mean, even Neil Wren's E92 and anything after that, you know, they're quite big, heavy machines. And you think, yep, that they will plateau at a certain point, right? They're going to get faster, faster, faster. Tires hit that window, nice and fast for a few laps, and then you're going to really struggle to cool it after that point. And you know, that's maybe it for your session, or you're going to have to do 3 or 4 cool down laps and lose loads of time. So really interesting challenge running in this weather. Who was that there? Is that Stu Summers or Andrew Kime? It's tricky to tell the Saxos apart from behind. I think that's Stuart Summers.
It might be Stu Summers, yeah.
But getting, I think, all 4 wheels on the curb, the wide green curb there. So I think we might see an angry note from the stewards on the TSL timing screen. Ah, this is interesting.
Just look at this thing. Isn't it amazing to look at? Oh, sadly, I don't think we're going to get much of a view from it back in.
Especially that rear bumper is so crazy how it flares out. I mean, like, there must be a reason for it, but it just looks very, very unusual. But yeah, what a machine.
Yeah. I mean, what kind of like presence does that car have? If you see that coming up in the rear view mirror, you're going to move out the way.
Yep.
It's so big and so wide. Yeah, and so aggressive looking, and you can't miss it because it's bright orange and it has metal flake in the paint as well.
Oh, does it?
Yes. So yeah, it's really, there's no missing that.
How interesting that it slots into Club 2-wheel drive as well.
I know. I was very surprised.
But I guess it is a car with a cage, and I guess maybe even it runs. Well, I think the fuel is free. Maybe actually.
And I guess when you're going back then, it's like you're not having these big kind of aero packages. It was just brute force back then.
Yeah.
Because we know not running the original engine.
Of course, it's actually 450, 500 horsepower is about where you would be in Club 2-wheel drive for a lot of these cars.
We still run NA V12s as well, so I wonder if we can get to hear some of that.
Do you know, in the commentary box, not so much. So you hear it moving around the paddock and into Park Ferme, into the garage and stuff. You can hear it really well. But actually on track, it seems to be relatively tame. So lots of silencers in there. Very OEM spec, I feel, more than race spec. Yeah, bit of a shame, but noise regulations and such.
Yeah, we'd like to hear the howl of the V12. But definitely the only V12 in the field that we have.
Oh
though.
yeah. We don't often get those in Time Attack. In fact, I'm struggling to think of any others that we might have had.
Yeah, a few more cylinders than any other cars that we're looking at on track. It's interesting because we've got here the two FK8s out on track in Club 2 All-Wheel Drive, both from Dream Automotive, is it?
Yeah.
And so and I think actually speaking with them, the FK8s are pretty much renowned for having dealing with heat issues, basically.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I was speaking with them and saying, asking what they're doing.
As in dealing
kind of,
with, as in being
through
good
that.
at them, or struggling with them?
No, struggling with them.
Oh.
Oh, you can see, just Andrew kind of coming around that corner on 3 wheels, lifting that rear wheel all the way around the corner.
He just comes across one of them, right? So that's David Frost's car.
Yeah. So, and that's what they're saying again. Everyone I'm speaking to is, just trying to keep the car within that kind of optimum operating temperature.
So the FK8s are not very good at that, then.
Apparently so. I don't know.
I mean, they seem like such great daily drivers. As a car that can do it all, I think these modern Type Rs are really very good at that. I mean, they're meant to be good on track as well, but perhaps, not for extended sessions.
Or in 27-degree heat.
Yeah.
We've got right now. So. Absolutely freewheeling it through those corners.
Wow.
Andrew Kine must be on an absolute flyer there.
Yeah, well, he's had a personal best sector too. Yep, you can see his lights are on, and he took a nice little chunk out of that curb. Not too much, not too little, the Goldilocks amount of curb.
Again, though, you think he's not almost got enough horsepower for this track. I know, so he really loves this track. It's a favourite, but again, it really is quite a power track, isn't it? It's very fast and flowing, but it is technical as well. It's
that's
really,
the thing,
really
exactly.
good mix.
That's the difference, right?
Yeah.
So I think if he went to, Coombe or Croft or where we're at, Snetterton 200, that's different because the straight, you just sit there on the straight and wait for it to finish.
Yeah.
Whereas here, firstly, in a small car, the track is that much wider, so you have more freedom of lines and so on. But of course, you also have the handling because, yes, it's fast, but it's constantly curving and flowing. So you do want a good chassis here as well, and having a car that rotates and gives you that freedom to choose a few more lines and a few more directions, that's definitely going to help.
And you can even see on the camera when we're showing the on-track shots, the undulation on the circuit as well. There are all these elevation changes. There are blind corners. We've got these really tight chicanes, as you can see here with the elevation changes. But maybe if we're following Neil Wren, see as he comes around the corner, you can see the car kind of moving around on track. There are little dips. Yeah, you can see even there with Neil Robson's car. You see the car really kind of dancing around, so you've got to have a really good setup here.
Because even here, look, it's kind of downhill,
but
it's still not fully down because you have these little bits where it'll kink upwards and then down again and then kink upwards and then down again.
And you see even just Dean Taylor when he's coming through the second part of the chicane left, it's really, really bumpy through there. So again, you've got to have, and people think that you want just fully stiff suspension and that equals race car, but you don't. You need the compliance to be able to soak up these bumps and soak up the curbs. And you can really see it on this track. And I think even here, just that straight shot going down, but nothing is straight here at Oulton. Everything is kind of a little bit kind of changing around. But I think that's partly why the drivers love it. It's such an engaging track.
I was just going to say, Neil Wren had set a personal best sectors 2 and 3. And in doing so, put himself up into 3rd in class. But I guess he was pushing very hard there, similarly to how he did at Brands, I think, right? There's a similar thing.
He's up into 3rd as well with that.
Yeah, he was really going for it. And I suspect he's he's actually punching above his weight a little bit with that car. I think he's really pushing that car to do things it was never designed to do. You know, they're quite heavy beasts as well. Yeah, he managed to put that up into third. Well, provisional third. You know, we still have 5 minutes left, but really great performance in that car. And then promptly, well, looks like, yeah, something happened. It looked like his bumper was hanging off a bit as well. But yeah, I think great, that aside, you know, even considering that, I think great performance there from Neil Wren so far. Really great stuff to see him sticking to that formula, that E92 335i, which is not playing nice. And as you could see there, and yet he keeps going.
We're just seeing Johnny Fletcher out on track, and I'm wondering if Alexander Volkov is on. Yeah, it must be on his cool-down lap there and letting him through. But you can see as we're coming down into this bumpy section, watch through the second part of the chicane as you turn in, but then see how much the car's unsettled coming through this part. They're really kind of like bumping around.
Yep.
It is such a great circuit. It's so picturesque as well. Every shot that we have, tree-lined backgrounds, and elevation changes, which are always good fun, which are very different. You know, we were just at Snetterton, and I was just looking up Snetterton 300, the longest circuit that we have throughout the season, but actually Oulton Park quite close behind us, so 2.7 miles to Snetterton 300's 2.9. But Snetterton, very flat. Everything's flat there.
Yeah.
So different types of corner,
quite boring,
but everything's flat.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely not the case at Oulton.
Luke Capehorn, though, look at that, personal bests in sectors 1, 2, and 3, and good enough for first in class. Look at that.
Interesting. So he has used those lines that he has taken from
look at
David
that.
Dyson.
He's 6/10 clear of David Dyson.
And
so
been
maybe
able
he
to
did pick
improve
something
on
up
him.
there.
We see Neil Wren there, and he's still going round. So
is he missing a bit of bumper though?
It did look like his bumper wasn't maybe quite on as much as we would have, as he would have hoped it to be, but then maybe it's not causing an issue.
So actually, I bumped into him earlier today, and at the last round, I picked up on some bits that were flapping under his car, and maybe if you're watching the stream so you can get a nice clear view, you can see there's some stuff hanging under his car. Anyway, as it turns out, those are his 2 lambda sensor wires, which he's just not cable tied up yet. And he's just kind of left it, and you can see they're still hanging there. So it's nothing serious, it's just lambda sensor wires. David Dyson, what's he up to? It's too early for pits. He was indicating to yield.
Yeah, he must be on a cool-down lap there.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if I don't know if he has any in-car comms, and if he's even aware that he's kind of just being picked by Luke. Because I'm sure, like I say, given that it's his home circuit, I'm sure he might have something to say about that.
Yeah, and I almost wonder whether in something like front-wheel drive Astra with all that power. You know, front-wheel drives are great in terms of they give you a lot of confidence. You know, if you spin up the wheels, the worst that's going to happen is, you know, you'll wash out a little bit. So you can just back off the throttle and pull it back in line. So you actually can have a lot of confidence through this fast-flowing, uppy-downy stuff. You just keep your foot in and generally kind of not worry too much. So you have a lot of confidence in your front-wheel drive platform compared to, say, David Dyson in a light rear-wheel drive, dancey-aroundy car. You know, you're going to need to be quite surgical.
Oh.
Whoa.
Oh, look, really chucking it into the corner. I was seeing just making full use of the runoff as well from that. So he is going to be out on a flyer. And then we're seeing the full international circuit as well, so right the way down to the Shell Oils corner. The really, really tight banked hairpin. It's reminiscent of the carousel at the Nürburgring, actually. I think it's the only kind of corner I know that's quite that banked.
Maybe I haven't driven this layout then.
Oh, maybe haven't.
I don't seem to remember.
Yeah, because sometimes we run the island layout, which cuts that off.
I think that's what I think I've only ever driven that.
Yeah, no, we're right down to the Shell Oils corner, and Yeah, I'm not sure I've seen it too much on cameras so far, but he has really banked and almost like concrete kind of sections, a bit like the carousel and Nürburgring. So.
Yeah, I must have done the other layout. I see. Dean Taylor, look at that personal, overall best in Sector 1, the purple Sector 1, as they call it.
So Dean really on a flyer there. And so I know, I think he beaten his PB by, so they were saying like 4 seconds earlier. But yeah, so we'll keep an eye out on the sector times.
Aha, slower in Sector 2 though.
Sector 2. But again, and still big horsepower cars, but they were saying, compared to Alexander Volkov, compared to, as we were saying, 1,000 horsepower on low boost. And it really is a power circuit as well, Oulton. So although it's very rarely dead straight here at Oulton, but it has got these really, really fast sections. Yep. So let's keep an eye on that.
He'll get an improvement, but not good enough. 148.6 there for Dean Taylor. So actually, he took a good little chunk out of his, I think nearly 2 seconds, between 1 and 2 seconds out of his previous personal best. So nice improvement for from Dean Taylor, but not enough for first place.
Yeah, and again, I'm looking at the times from the last session. Everyone is running a slightly slower time. So Alexander Volkov so far run a 1:45. Last time he ran a 1:43. Dean Taylor run 1:48. Last time he ran a 1:46. So again, I wonder if we're just seeing these temperatures really, really starting to impact the cars and the times that people can turn. I guess the one actually, as I say that, and as we're focusing on him, Andrew Kime out there, just absolutely flying it around. We'll see. Yep, absolutely, he's going to be on the freewheel. How many corners is he going to freewheel it through? I guess the answer is probably all of them. And he is actually the one car that is, actually running a quicker time. So he's in 3rd position. And again, I'm saying, I didn't think this car had enough horsepower for this circuit, really. We've got these cars with big horsepower that I really thought it would favour. But Andrew Kime absolutely loving this circuit, as you can see, chucking it around out there.
Look, see, he's backed off.
Oh, he's backed off,
he's waving out of the window or something.
I mean, maybe he knows he's done enough for 3rd in there as well.
Yeah.
So what an amazing turnout, a top 3 there. That Luke managed to pip David Dyson on his home circuit after we saw them following each other.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Learned all the lines off him this morning and put that to good use.
Let's quickly whiz through our provisional results then for Attack 2 in Club 2-Wheel Drive. Our top driver is Luke Capehorn with a 1:48.9 ahead of David Dyson, Andrew Kime, Johnny Fletcher, Neil Wren, Mike Butler, Stu Summers in 7th, Nicholas Good, Neil Robson, David Frost and Ben Morris. And in Club 4-Wheel Drive, it's Alexander Volkov on top ahead of Dean Taylor. Hat here watching the Lucas Oil live stream says Fiat Uno with a ladder on the roof can beat anyone. And definitely when you have a tradie in a little car, that is one of the fastest machines, one of the most menacing road menace machines you can ever see is a tradie in a small car. So yep, definitely agree with that. So our Club 2-Wheel Drive and Club 4-Wheel Drive cars head into the pits and then on to Parc Fermé. Thank you for sticking with us and watching the Lucas Oil live stream. Do keep the comments coming and vote for the Lucas Oil driver of the day when the QR code does appear on screen, as it does occasionally. And there you go. That's appeared right there. But in the meantime, perhaps we can come back to that QR code in a few moments. But in the meantime, we're going to get the track ready for our Clubman classes Attack 2. And that should be kicking off in just a few moments. And you can see our next cars lining up to begin their Attack 2. But in the meantime, while we wait for the track to go live, we have Susie in the paddock speaking to Joe Bullen.
Just having a quick little catch-up with Joe Bullen. So, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
It's good to see you back again. I know you missed the beginning of the season, so tell us a little bit about what happened there.
Basically it was a new car for this year, so it was started building it last year. Just run into some teething problems during the build because it was a ground-up build, so just from a shell, so it's a new cage, everything on it's new. Just as it went along, we developed the car, obviously went into little details and stuff like that on the way as well, which delayed things and just had just delays really, to be honest. Yeah, so it's but because it's a new build, so we went different ways, obviously, like with the front of the car, rear of the car. It's obviously got a lot of the 611 motorsport stuff on the rear of the car as well, so it was through a design process of doing that. And unfortunately we missed the first 3 rounds because of that. Then we had some engine issues when it was being running on the dyno, so again I missed the Brands Hatch because of that as well. But fingers crossed now we're here, and yeah, it's running, so yeah, so the good thing is we've made it for the rest of the season. We'll just see how it goes really. So yeah.
And the car's looking fantastic as well. Tell us a little bit about the changes you've made.
Obviously it's a full T45 cage which has gone in the car. Pretty much now running, all the bolt-on panels are now carbon fibre. So all that's left now is the bonnet, the roof and the quarters to do, which will be over the winter. So the whole car is going to be full carbon. So currently it's at 967 kg. So there's still more weight to come out of the car. And then obviously it's a new engine for this year, so I've gone turbocharged, so it's still the W11 engine, but it's turbocharged now again, which was the decision we made during the build as well, rather than going supercharged. So yeah, it's ground up, everything new, suspension, cage, engine, bodywork, yeah, so the list goes on, to be honest. And then during it I've decided, well, I've now had some type of carbon addiction as well because of every little bit I can find, like mirrors, A-pillar trims, just every bit of carbon I can find is just bolting on. So yeah, but it's dropped the weight, so it's all good.
Yeah, and it looks amazing. And talk to us a little bit about this, the men talk on the side of the car.
Yeah, so obviously it's not sponsored or anything like that, so they're a local organisation to me. So they got like 2 hubs, one in Sittingbourne and one on the Isle of Sheppey. And it's just, they're just a local organisation for, as what it says, it's like for mental. They're really trying to break the stigma of like basically men's mental health. And I just thought it was my way of like giving back, and as I say, and it just breaks the stigma, as I say, gets people talking about it, and a lot of people now do see it and talk about it, so it just gets it out there a bit. I've even been to a couple of they do like a walk-in on a Friday, and you just go in, and as I say, if you talk, you talk, if you don't, you don't, but it just gets, there's no pressure, and I just think it's a great organisation, local to obviously like us in Kent. So I just wanted it on the car and doing my bit, to be honest. Yeah, so
that's a fantastic initiative. It's all over your trailer as well, isn't it?
Yeah, so the trailer matches the car. That was obviously the guy who does my livery, the sign guy. So when we went down there with the design, it was just going to be car, and then we thought, oh, hang on, it would look really cool with the trailer as well. So the trailer matches the car. So wherever I go now, like that's it. It's obviously plastered everywhere. So but I'm really proud to support them. It's a great organisation as well. So I'm really happy about that.
That is a fantastic initiative. Well done. And you're no stranger to Time Attack either, are you?
No, so we started last year, obviously come in Clubman. Soon realised that the car I come with last year obviously wasn't going to be competitive enough, so we developed that through the year, went up to Pocket Rocket, and then we've become supercharged as well. And then again we decided, you know what, we're going to have to obviously progress again. It's like ever evolving, so that's why we decided obviously to build this one. So as I say, we're still really setting the car up. We've got some teething issues with the car as well, so it's probably not fully on pace at the moment. It's definitely got potential to be there, but it's just going to be seat time, and just learning the tracks like I've never been there before, like at all.
Have you not? There's a lot to learn.
I had to ask Bucky which way to go out the pits like last night, and he told me. So, so it's a lot to learn, but it's great. And another reason I joined Time Attack was because we obviously get to travel around obviously the UK, visiting all the MSV tracks, which are great. I'd done short circuit before, so for me it was a massive change anyway, and it's just a good environment to be around, and you can play around with the cars as much as you want as well, so no, it's great. So yeah.
How have you finding the tracks this morning?
Not too bad, as I say. We had some issues this morning with coolant again, so it was just running too hot. We had an airlock, we've sorted out the airlock now. And then we've decided to just take the thermostat out because of it's still not really playing ball. So we'll go back out after lunch for attack 2, see how it goes. Hopefully it's okay. Now I sort of know where I'm going around the track as well. We'll start to try and push on a little bit as well. But you know, it's good out there. It's fast track. It's like a big Cadwell, really, a faster Cadwell. That's what it feels like. But the car seems to be handling okay. It just needs some setup tweaks and we're good to go. But as with a lot of the tracks, because we've never been before, you're playing catch up a little bit, so it takes 1 or 2 sessions to get into the flow of things, and then before you know it, the day's done. But then obviously if we come back next year, we've done a lot of the tracks then anyway, so we should be good.
And you're going to look forward to the temperatures this afternoon?
Fingers crossed. If we're on top, if we're on top of the temperatures now, like we should be good. As I say, like the changes we've made, it should just run cooler now, to be honest. Because at the moment it gets too hot, it's just obviously because it's boosted as well. It's just throwing up too much heat. So yeah, fingers crossed. If the temperatures remain as they are, I can start like pushing on. Whereas when they're just creeping on and the dash, obviously the lights coming up on the dash, I'm just having to back off straight away and then just try and cool the car. So yeah, fingers crossed. It's going to be hotter. Maybe the last session might be cooler a little bit. But we'll see how it goes. But looking forward to it. And, yeah.
It's hard work as a driver as well, though, in the heat.
Yeah, so when we done Snetterton last time round, obviously we had a lot more teething issues than we first thought, and obviously I come out in the car dripping. That's how hard I was having to work, and that was even with hot temperatures. But out there today, it does fit. Yeah, it's hot. It's more you get used to it in the car, but you feel it more with the car when the tyres start going. Obviously, they come in and just go off. So he's probably nursing it, but it's part of time attack anyway. Like you do a quick lap, cool down lap, so you're not obviously nailing like 20 laps at a time. So see how it goes. Yeah, it's not enjoyable. You need to come out and get the fluids in. But yeah, we're not at that level yet that I haven't got one of them ice fests and stuff like that. But,
get an ice cream between rounds.
Yeah, we get an ice cream here. So yeah, no, I do what we can. But yeah, no, it's definitely hot. Next session will be hot. But yeah, no, it's good. I'd prefer it to be hot than raining. So yeah, no, so I can't complain too much.
Oh, well, fantastic. It's great to see you in the car back, and good luck for this afternoon.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Joe.
Great stuff. Interesting there, his comment about this being like a faster Cadwell Park, actually. I thought that was really interesting. We have had a red flag in the meantime. Looks like Christian Vieira in the RPK Honda Civic. So the same car. I think we had a red flag earlier on in the day from contact with a tire wall. In this particular instance, the Christians pulled off to the side of the track for some reason. But luckily, you can see the recovery right on the scene. This looks like it shouldn't be too tricky of a car to recover. Christian's getting back in the car. I wonder if maybe he thinks he can get it going.
I'm going to tow it back in.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. I wonder what happened there, because so after the chicane,
yeah.
So coming into this corner, but so I wonder if he just knew he had an issue and pulled over. But yeah, it looks like hopefully they're going to be able to tow that back in, which would be the fastest way to recover it. Hopefully, luckily not into the gravel.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
not
He
stopped
short of the gravel, didn't he? Which means he can just pull it along. It's like grass is the opposite, isn't it? Where there's no grip whatsoever, and you can actually pull things along grass pretty easily. Yeah. So I'm hearing from the producer that maybe the car just came to a stop, as in, you know, this is how it looked from the trackside, is it just ground to a halt. So there you go. Hondas and all that, who knows?
I thought this was Japanese reliability.
Well, yeah, well, Japanese except for Mitsubishi and Nissan.
Yeah.
I don't think that actually ever applied to the Mitsubishis.
I don't think that applies to any race car, to be honest. I think that's probably where
True.
I think as soon as you go from road car to a race car, then it all goes out the window.
I was rebuilding my 2GR V6, same as what's in Annie Thompson's car, earlier this year, and I phoned up one of these rebore places, and they asked what kind of engine it was, and I said it's a Toyota V6, and they said, huh? Toyota? What? What? You need a what? We never get Hondas or Toyotas. We don't often get those. But I thought it was really interesting. Anyway, my friend and I rebuilt that engine, and then I promptly blew it up again. Which I laugh now, but I was very sad.
See,
at
the
time.
problem is maybe the drivers. But
the problem
luckily,
is,
we've just seen that car be recovered from one
Here
of
we go.
the slip
Yep,
roads,
and
track
green
has
flag.
gone- yeah, track has gone green again, and we're seeing the cars starting to filter back out on track. As we were saying, such a long out lap for these drivers
Yeah.
now, so they've got to go around and do like a 2-minute lap, getting everything warm. All of the traffic's going to be bunched up again.
Yep. It's tricky.
And that's going to be before they can start actually turning any kind of competitive laps.
Although it looks like we stopped the clock for that one because we have nearly 15 minutes left in this one. So I think ample opportunity there for our drivers, A, to get everything up to temperature, but then also B, smash in some hot laps. Interesting there, Lewis Hyam in the GM Automotive Ford Transit Courier. That single round entry, the Fiesta ST swapped van, his work van, nonetheless, which is also his time attack machine. Unlike, say, Andy Stockton, who had a dedicated time attack van, an estate-based van, but this is actually the car that he goes to work in and does deliveries and so on. It's also his time attack car. Incredible stuff. Mark Roberts in the JPR Racing Renault Clio. Still F4R powered, still Renault powered. And so is the car of Mark Blackburn in the newer Shape 197 Clio. So both of these with a very similar, very closely related engine. The Renault Sport engine didn't change much between those two generations. But interestingly, there's about 150, 200 kilo difference between the two generations of Clio. So Mark Roberts, I think, is well under a ton with driver, I think. Whereas Mark Blackburn's car, same manufacturer, same engine, but a few years later, weighs 150, 200 kilos more. And there's not much he can do about it. It's just, more steel, thicker steel, and more of it. Yeah, so he's kind of stuck there. There are no easy wins there.
That's it. As the cars get newer, they just all get heavier, don't they?
And this is back then,
Yeah.
right? And you think nowadays, like a modern Renault Sport Clio. Oh my goodness. So vote for your Lucas Oil top driver. You can scan the QR code in the bottom right corner of your screen and go and vote for your Lucas Oil driver of the day. I think the Lucas Oil live stream has been a really welcome feature in 2025. So by all means, thank you for engaging with the stream. Thank you for getting engaged and involved in the comments. I8 Thief there. Vieira off on his first ever race, wounded. Yep, that is true. Stefan Rose saying driver of the day, got to be the guy in the TVR. Not a bad point. But yep, whoever your driver of the day is, if you've enjoyed the stream, get involved in all these stream-related activities and scan that QR code and vote for your driver of the day. Perhaps it's Dean Riley in the VX220.
So Dean Riley, obviously we had an amazing session at Snetterton and snuck in with, I think we were just, very, very close with Mark Donnelly, and I think down to the 600ths of a second in the end. But this is Dean Riley's local track. So I've told him today I'm accepting no excuses from him today. I've already had some, that he's down a little bit on power, but yeah, I'm expecting big things from Dean. He's very familiar with this track. And again, I think probably more suited to the VX220 as well. So really kind of like nimble chassis around here. Although again, maybe down a little bit on power. But yeah, if he's very familiar with it. So yeah, we'll see what sort of times he can turn. I mean, he was the fastest person out on track, but they literally got only half the field actually even managed to turn one single lap. So yeah, I don't think we can take that as too much of a marker so far.
Yeah, Eden Young is one of our classic and retro entries who is missing on the leaderboard. So we've had that great three-way battle between Dean Riley, Mark Donnelly, and Eden Young. Oh, someone's come off here.
Too much smoke to actually tell who that was and where that is. So I have to keep an eye out for that.
So that sounds like, so the producer they're saying it's 1:30.
So that's
Mark Blackburn. Which means another red flag. Is that extra weight?
We've just jinxed him.
Oh dear.
Yeah. And that's it. Again, with such a long circuit, by the time these cars have gone past the pit wall now, and they have to go all of the way around.
Go crawl around a whole lap. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow.
That's not good. So gone
first.
straight into that barrier. He's out of the car, which is a good sign.
Yeah.
So hopefully he's okay after that.
Looks like we're going to keep the clock running for this one as well.
Yeah, it's going to take a while to clear the circuit down there. And we've got still nearly just under half of the field who have not really turned an actual flying lap yet.
Yeah.
And again,
Joe Bullen, who you spoke to, hasn't really done a great deal. Jamie Biss, Michael Greenhue, Eden Young did an outlap and an in-lap. I saw him in the pits with the fan there cooling, blowing air onto his stuff.
Yeah, and like Mark Donnelly, as we were watching, actually had the fastest, what's that, the second sector time? Second speed trap time.
Yeah.
And then didn't get to finish that lap.
Tricky.
So, and I know, as I was saying with Mark when I was speaking with him earlier, so he's got this issue where the car keeps popping out of gear, so he's actually having to literally hold it into gear. So it's most of an issue in fourth and fifth, but he was saying that's pretty much all the car is in.
And that's
around
also
this
that's when you want both hands on the wheel, right?
So he's literally having to drive one-handed as he's driving around the track. But yeah, who do we actually see manage to turn some? I mean, I say turn some laps, turn one lap.
Yeah, just 12 of our 21 drivers have actually managed to put a hot lap in. And we're more than halfway into the session.
That's so. And by the time that gets cleaned up, this is really going to mean that everyone's going to go straight out and straight onto the case. So the first hot lap they get might be. It's going to have to be the one, I think.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether we're even going to see this session resume if the clock keeps going, because that incident looked like one that's going to need quite a lot doing. So you got to recover the car off the gravel, which, as we've seen, is always a bit of a pain. And then that tire barrier having done its job, or whatever, maybe not tire specifically, but that shock absorbing barrier is going to need to be put back to how it was. And previously we saw the big tractor with the the forklift thingy on the front have to come out and put the barrier back how it used to be, and that's quite a slow moving vehicle, and it's basically a lot of work. So I wonder how that's going to go if the clock's going to keep ticking. But at the same time, we have a very busy schedule. We've had loads of red flags so far. So I think it's been one of our most eventful days in Time Attack this year.
As you can see, we've still got these last 4 cars filtering off the track.
Yeah, such a long lap, isn't it?
Well, that's it. If a red flag gets thrown just as you're coming down the start-finish straight,
do the whole lap.
That is the whole lap. And obviously at a much slower pace under the red flag as well. So.
Yeah, this is going to be, and we can't keep having red flags and then stopping everything and stopping the clock and so on, because we've got a curfew, right? So there is a point at which, the organisers and officials are going to be mindful of that, and they're wise to all of this. But
still, I mean, there's still 6 minutes on the clock. I guess it really depends how long it takes to get Mark out of that barrier.
Yep. So Andy York in the number 81 Yorkie racing machine. This particular Peugeot 205 being K-swapped. Of course, Ryan Barker's Europa Racing Honda Civic also was not K-swapped. It already came pre-K-swapped from the factory. The Fiesta ST swapped van of Lewis Hyam. I mean, I gotta say, you hang around in the Time Attack paddock and you just really get a taste for for engine swapped cars, don't you? To the point where a regular car just doesn't really seem very interesting anymore. And I wonder, 2 of my cars are very engine swapped, and the third one is like, well, probably because it doesn't have its own engine anymore. Like, that route has now been shut because that engine no longer exists. So you think, is this a result of hanging around Time Attack people for so long? Is this why it seems like a good and commonplace idea? Because actually it's quite a headachy way of going about things, swapping in different engines and stuff. I guess I would imagine in the case of Lewis Hyam with the Ford Transit Courier and the Fiesta ST, I guess maybe that goes in pretty cleanly because it's all Ford stuff, and maybe that's a pretty easy swap. But in a lot of cases, that's just a way to make more problems for yourself. But when it works, it's wonderful. Joe Bullen there in the Mini. Plastic windows and all, very nice.
But what a great initiative to be champion as well.
Yeah, very true. Yeah.
So it's really great to see that, because often we see the sponsors on the side.
Yeah.
This time, Joe's actually taken a bond upon himself to put the charity on board.
Yep, that's very cool.
So yeah, very good way to start those conversations.
Michael Greenhue there in the Team Lar Motorsport Volkswagen swapped Vauxhall Corsa B.
Yes, the old PD130.
The old PD130 pulls like a train. Very impressive stuff.
Same amount of smoke as the train.
Yeah, same amount of smoke as a train as well.
Yeah.
That's real mad scientist stuff, that particular combination.
Really struggling with torque steer in that car, because it's got so much torque. And then you're running all of that through the front wheels.
Yeah.
And quite a handful. So just keeping that into a straight line.
Yeah, and I'd imagine similarly to Eden in the Micra, these are not particularly beefy cars from the factory. These are very much economy cars built on a budget with exactly the right thickness of metal on everything that it needs to cope with the 60 horsepower, whatever that they left the factory with. So as soon as you start doubling, tripling, quadrupling, and beyond, things are going to start to bend and struggle and wander around. And yeah, I'd imagine handling is probably quite tricky in that particular Corsa.
So there we see Mark Roberts. So I happen to know that Mark Roberts' mum was driving this car on Friday and doing an absolutely fantastic job. So basically, if Rose is out there, we're waiting to see when you're going to do a round in Time Attack.
Yeah,
that's what we
the
want to
next
see.
step, isn't it? That's the natural next step.
That definitely is. So we might have to turf Mark out. I'm not sure if he's aware of that yet, though. Yeah, you see all the cars down there with the fans, and the clock has been stopped with 5 minutes.
Okay, so it looks like we might get 5 minutes then. So that's an out lap and a couple of hot laps in that case.
Well, is it though? I think you've only got one. I mean, I guess as you go over the line for the checkered flag, you can finish that lap, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, so, but it really is a case of you've got to be straight on it. I can see lots of doors when you look down the pit lane as well. I can see lots of doors flapping. All the drivers desperately trying to keep cool, because obviously, it's hot enough when you're out there in the car, but at least you've got some kind of like airflow. But obviously they're sitting here in the heat with the cars that have got all of the heat soak as well. And I wonder if that also impacts the cars when they're going out, because they've literally just been sitting here with all the heat soaking through the engines. So they really do need a little bit of clear air to get out there and start cooling everything down again.
Yeah, a friend of mine, Max Chowdhury, who's done Time Attack in the past, in his 2JZ swapped S14, he's kept aircon in that car. And it's something that me and him have lots of disagreements about, because, come on, race cars shouldn't have aircon, maximum lightweight and so on. But on days like this, you understand that, yeah, actually aircon in a race car is actually really good idea. As long as
it shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be.
But we do know we do have some cars in this session that do have aircon. I think.
I imagine David Dyson in the Cayman probably has aircon.
I'm sure he does.
Annie Thompson maybe.
Clive Hopwell does. I was checking with
Okay,
them earlier,
makes
so
sense.
Clive still
Yep.
does. So
Yep, I guess
they'll be
the-
sitting there in comfort.
Mm-hmm.
But everyone else, I imagine,
Civics
is going to
might.
be.
Are the
Although
Civics-
Clive's sitting there with his, sitting there with his door open, so maybe he'll get a little bit fresh air.
The Ford Transit might have aircon.
But he was saying it gets very hot in there because essentially
really?
what you've got is a giant metal container,
Right.
and obviously and no windows, so it's just the metal kind of like heating up in the sun, so very warm. And obviously, I mean, not that anyone has got the windows down anyway, but no windows to let any of the heat out.
Dean Riley and the VX. What is that? Oh, I thought that was a thermometer. No, that's a fan, isn't it? So he does. Yeah. He's got human-powered aircon.
Dean was actually saying how much he's changed since the beginning of the year. So he's actually got a whole new front end and a splitter. And so one of the problems he's having with the car is keeping the front end down and actually keeping the car planted. So he's got that big rear wing pushing the rear wheels into the ground. And of course, you're rear wheel drive, so you really, really need that rear wheel grip. But also, of course, you need the front wheel grip for turning. So we're saying, we're trying all kinds of things with that. So new front end, new splitter, they're running the whole car much lower. They're making tiny little wear mods to it. So just at the end of the splitter and just kind of around the wheel arch, just to try and divert the air to not go into the wheel arch, blocking up some of the holes in the front bumper, just so that again the wheel is not the air is not going into the wheel arch, and then you're getting all of that disturbed air. And then he's also running like little skirts. You might see it as you go past, but just to try and stop the air from escaping from underneath the car once it's underneath, so that it goes out the back and out of that rear diffuser. And he was saying just these really small little changes, but making a huge impact on how the car drives, and really helps to keep it just to keep it really stuck into the ground, and then give him that extra kind of like front end grip.
I think I saw his dad at one of the rounds in the garage, and he I can't remember what it was, but there was some really technical discussion around this car. I think his dad used to race these or something like that. And so, there's a lot of know-how, and they seem like very able-minded people. So, trying lots of stuff, and it's a never-ending battle, isn't it? Where you add aero on the back, okay, now the front's under-aeroed. Let's add aero on the front, okay, now the back's not aeroed enough. Let's put more aero on the back again, and now the front's again lifting and not enough. But then
you add the extra aero, and you have to compensate for it in terms of your suspension setup, and then when the car isn't in these high speed sections, it's like, are you running kind of like a really high suspension? So in the slow corners, are you struggling? And it's really interesting how, especially when, maybe not so much in this class, but as we're getting up into the kind of like crazy kind of like aero cars, in the pro classes, it makes these huge kind of like issues that they have to kind of like deal with. And I know Dean was also saying one of the things the car suffers from is heat soak, because of course being mid-engines, he's got the engine right behind him. He said he's got a supercharger right next to his head, basically. So keeping him very warm. But then also, when the car's just been sitting in the pit lane like it has, he's really going to need he's going to really need that clean air just to kind of like cool the car down.
Yeah, lots of traffic here, of course. Everyone's scrambling to get out in the final few minutes. Maybe let's take a look at Pocket Rocket. So Tommy Langley at the top of the leaderboard in Pocket Rocket in the 313 Motorsport Ford Fiesta. What a machine. Keeps lots of transformations.
Different look again.
Different look
this
again.
time.
Yeah.
It was pink at Snetterton.
Yep.
So very much keeping us on our toes, so that we don't confuse it with a Yaris again.
Peter Rushforth in the Mini Cooper there.
That was Mark Roberts.
Oh my goodness, it's all happening in Pocket Rocket.
Well, it just looked like he'd maybe had to take the exit
Whoa. Jamie Biss looking up the inside there of Joe Bullen, but having to jump on the brakes. That was an
This is it. Everyone just going for it. Absolutely going for it this lap.
I think we've got 5 minutes.
And because everyone's
crazy.
out on track at the same time as well. So it's like normally it's a big enough track to have that clear air. But everyone's going out literally on top of each other. Using all of the all of the track and then some.
And look, personal best for Jamie Biss in that first sector, so it's definitely working, although I suspect that corner exit there might
Don't
fall
think that
foul.
quite counts as track limits. So.
Nice pass through there, through the hairpin. That's a great camera angle there as well. I quite enjoyed that. I think he might watch that back a few times. That was very cool.
Doesn't actually convey how banked it really is.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Just Jamie going for that chicane. Just, and again, the real kind of like lightness of the MX-5, the back end kicking out, and just not quick enough to catch that on the corner exit then.
Wow,
So,
I mean, he got it back together and back onto the track, so all good there. But yeah, I mean, that was all over the place. He was really on the attack there. It comes through the chicane, so like, no, I'm going to bail out of this. Just straight line the chicane as well.
But that may actually, I was about to say that may help him in terms of he gets them a bit clearer. Oh, there's Tommy
Langley's come off as well.
Oh, what's going on? We've got 47 seconds left. I was going to say that might leave him in some clean air on the track. Where's
But
Tommy
looks like a
Langley
mechanical
off to
issue
the
there
side?
for him. I think he's pulling off the track. He's not fallen off in that sense from pushing quite hard. I think he's trying to pull off the track from a mechanical issue.
And this is it. We've seen, so everyone just set this one lap, and then everyone who's managed to go around already will get another lap because we're only 20 seconds off the checkered flag being thrown. So
Let's see where Tommy Langley ends up. Rafael Sartsaris now back to the top of the leaderboard. So he's a previous round winner, now jumps to the top of the leaderboard. It's all happening in the final few moments. Ryan Barker at the top of Pocket Rocket, naturally aspirated ahead of Mark Roberts and Stephen Wilkinson, and actually Christian Vieira now moving around as well. Marcin Backovic and Stephen Wilkinson as well. So I think actually perhaps the most interesting battle in the closing moments, that mad dash to the checkered flag. You see Amy Thompson as well squirming around in the exige. Eden Young now pops up, puts in a 206.6 to get fourth in class. Michael Greenhue now makes an improvement as well, 209.3. Again, in the closing, in fact, the checkered flag has already come out. But just after that, I guess his final hot lap, then Michael Greenhue makes up a place as well. So,
keeping an eye on the sector times as well to see who's out there on fire. So yeah, Annie Thompson fastest first sector. Not so much in the second sector, but we'll see if she can kind of like make that back up. But it's quite interesting seeing across the different classes.
Yep.
Around the 156 mark, we've got quite a lot of cars if you look at those. So only, I think, Dean Riley, the Clubman cars, actually, running faster than the 156. But then we've got Andy York in Classic and Retro. We've got Rafael Saris, as you say, Tommy Langley in Pocket Rocket Force Induction, and Ryan Barker in Pocket Rocket NA, all running in a 156 on that one lap that they all got to do. So you can see why there was lots of traffic out there.
Joe Bullen's on course for a new PB as well. Lewis Hyam, Joe Bullen, and Peter Rushforth all setting personal best sectors. So Joe Bullen in green sector 1 and green sector 2, is he able to, let's just see, 203, 204, 204. A nice improvement there, 3-second improvement from Joe Bullen, but not enough to change the standings. Mark Roberts and Stephen Wilkinson look like they're still, there we go, Tommy Langley's car.
There is Tommy Langley still at the side of the track, so... But he turned that lap, didn't he? He finished that lap.
Yeah, and I guess that was it. And then you can see,
so maybe he managed to recover it a little bit.
Yeah. And then he
but
stopped
not
out,
enough
didn't
for
finish
a
sector
full
3.
another lap. So, yeah, definitely some issues going on there.
Arco Nowhere in the comments. I think this was about Jamie Biss. Got the smallest car and still finding the grass. So it was just true. You know, I think the smaller cars have that advantage here in terms of the track is that bit wider for them. But yeah, pushing that hard that he still managed to find some grass. That was very amusing there. I think Jamie Biss really making the most of these final few minutes. Let's try to run through the provisional results before they get wiped off the screen. So our provisional classic and retro winner of Attack 2 then, Dean Riley, ahead of Andy York, Mark Donnelly, Eden Young, and Michael Greenhue. In Clubman, our provisional winner for Attack 2 is Clive Hopwell, ahead of Dan Buckingham and Annie Thompson. In Pocket Rocket Forced Induction, Our provisional Attack 2 winner then, Rafael Tsartsaris, ahead of Tommy Langley, Lewis Heim, Joe Bullen, and Peter Rushforth. And in Pocket Rocket, naturally aspirated, our provisional Attack 2 winner is Ryan Barker, ahead of Mark Roberts, Marcin Bachkovic, Stephen Wilkinson, and Christian Vieira. That was great fun. By the end of it, I
mean, probably not so much for the drivers.
Maybe not for the drivers. That was great fun. All right, that concludes our Attack 2. More of the same, I think. Less red flags, but more of the frantic driving. That was great fun, which I think wraps up our Time Attack 2. So, thank you. We will be back shortly for the Time Attack Super Attack, which is the main event of the Time Attack day. But don't go anywhere, because before that we have the Racing Honda's Championship Race 2. And if you're watching from the trackside, the Motorsport UK Drift Pro Championship exhibition as well. So we will take a little tiny short break, but don't go anywhere, because we're going to leap right into the Racing Honda's Championship Race 2 before your kettle boil. I don't know, but like soon.
Right, I am here with Sammy Listener. He's one of our Class B drivers down in the pits today. Obviously, podium finish at Snetterton. How was it?
Yeah, good. Really good race. Set myself over the curb, and I think Dan followed me, which lost me the lead. But I think, to be honest, Dan might have found a way through at the end anyway. But yeah, second and fourth in Snets, that's good.
Yeah, very strong, very strong.
Yeah.
Obviously, it made Dan absolutely work for it there, 100%.
Yeah, I'll take that as a bit of an accomplishment, to be honest. Dan's a very good driver, and if I'm creeping up to it slowly, then I'm all for it. Yeah, it's good.
Holding on to third place in the championship, reckon we can score some points today, get up there?
Yeah, I think so. We were good here last year.
Yeah.
Pace is good. Mechanically, the car had a bit of a disaster of a weekend, and we went home with our tail between our legs. But yeah, I'm feeling confident. Yeah. Looking like it's going to be a good day. Yeah. Happy with the car in the dry.
Amazing.
Can't wait to get started.
Fantastic. Obviously, we have got the car behind us here. Yeah. Talk us through what have we got going on?
It's your pretty normal sort of EP3 spec, really. Carbon bonnet that I've done myself, and a few bits and pieces inside the car. Enki wheels are nice. RPF ones though wasn't really good on an EP3. Yeah, quite your normal Class B spec. Lots of YSR parts, YSR brakes, coilovers, all that sort of stuff. So yeah.
Amazing. Obviously, confident today?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Good luck.
No problem at all. Thank you.
Well, if you thought race 1 was good, I think race 2 might be priming to be just about a little bit better, because we are now getting set for our second race of the weekend, of the day, here at Tunefest North for the Racing Honda's Championship. We're just getting a little bit of drift demo action going on, so we'll have another interview come up in a moment's time. But we are now coming up to our second race, and if you want to recap what happened in race 1, it was Will Self who started from the front row of the grid alongside poleman Liam Collins, who took back his qualifying lap record in the dying moments of the qualifying session. And then it was simply Will Self controlling the race from the front. Early on, Liam Collins got himself a 10-second time penalty, as just watching some of the drift cars go out onto the track whilst we wait for our Racing Hondas to do so. I think they're doing one of their final sessions of the day before we get to our Racing Hondas action. But back to what was happening in race number 1, Liam Collins then picked up a 10-second penalty. It was either for a jump start or an out of position start. And because of that, it meant that he was in danger of even dropping off the podium entirely, because in the early stages there was a fight going on for what would have been net third place at the time between James Kiff, who we'll hear from in a second after he spoke to Charlie this morning, So I had some talk back in my ear there for a second. Just going back to the recaps, we can use this time whilst we're waiting for the drift cars to finish their off to look back at race 1 and go through the results of race 2. Probably puts my rambling skills to the test here. I can usually talk for 20 years, so I'll wear out your eardrums in a second and go through everything to do with racing Hondas in about, 20 minutes or so. But once we've done that, we're going to go back to what happened in race number 1. Whilst I regain my train of thought. So Liam Collins picked up a 10-second time penalty. Initially, it was a battle between James Kiff and Phil Wright, and James managed to pull himself away from James. James managed to pull himself away from Phil. I can't even speak. Managed to pull himself away from Phil in the early stages and managed to build a gap. And that's a car that's been enhanced with some of the new area they've been putting on it. They've been putting on area that they've been testing at Castle Coombe, and it's been working. They put a new diff on that car as well, and it seems to be putting the package together. And this is James, who's got lots of experience, I think, racing bikes and all sorts. Has been around Oulton Park before, and he was just testing some new parts in there because he only joined the championship back at Brands Hatch, if I'm correct. That was only 2 rounds ago. In those 2 rounds, he's actually been incredibly impressive in class. He's picked up a 7th and a 5th at Brands Hatch, then a 6th at DNF, sadly, at Snetterton. And then, of course, here, in the second race, he was fractions away from taking his first podium. He was chasing down Tommy Knight in the end. He was on course to take what was going to be a fairly straightforward and comfortable 3rd place, but for whatever reason, I haven't had any info coming through yet as to why he slowed up, but Tommy Knight's car slowed up on the run towards the checkered flag, and only just did we see James Kiff lose out on that 3rd place. Tommy Knight had just about enough drive left in his EK Civic to be able to get to the line and keep that 3rd place. So that means then that's a podium for him in that context. And then we get to the cars behind them. If I look back at the result of race number 1 to give myself a bit of a reminder of what happened, I should know that, being the commentator, give myself a slap on the wrist. So yeah, Will Self took the victory by what was on the timing screen 13 seconds. In the reality, it was 3 seconds because of the 10-second penalty. Tommy Knight picked up just the podium in 3rd place, but he was 0.173 of a second ahead, but that doesn't tell the whole story either. James Kiff, though, that was his best result in racing Hondas today, and that shows that the updates he's made to the car certainly have worked. They certainly have made that car faster, but he wants to try and bridge the gap to those top 3 in order to be able to get himself a lot closer and in contention for a podium. And he was that close to getting a first podium, but luck was on the side of Tommy Knight in that sense too. Philip Wright was a bit of a distant 5th. He was 2.2 seconds back. And then Fraser McNeil, who was running a reshelled car after he shunted it at Snetterton in race 2, has been getting used to that car again, and 6th position for him was actually quite a strong result. If I look at his results prior to Oulton Park today, his best result to that point had been P5, so that's his 2nd best result of the season, and that P5 came at Cadwell Park in race 2. The rest of the order in the Class A runners, we had James Alford running in 7th place, and James Alford, who prior to this point, his best result had been 6th twice at Cadwell Park and at Brands Hatch. He has now picked up a 7th place. He's a very consistent sort of second half of the top 10 runner, trying to break into the top 5 where he can. As you can see, some of the enjoyment here for those of you who are drift fans who are watching some in the background. I might even commentate on some of this as you're watching, as you're seeing them go through turn 1. I can't say I've ever commentated on drifted before, but I do enjoy it and it's quite fun to watch. So if you're watching down at the circuit, do enjoy the sights and sounds of the drifting whilst I ramble on about racing Hondas. And with James Alford, he's been a very consistent top 10 runner in the second half of the top 10 and getting stronger as the season's gone on, being quite consistent. He came into the weekend 7th in points and managed to make that work pretty well. Dan Thackeray, who continues to be unstoppable Dan, has now won 8 wins from the first 9 races. Put my teeth back in. 8 wins from the first 9 races, and he's looking pretty clear at this point that he's going to be a favourite for the championship, not just in Class B, but overall as well, because he has been having that consistent form. He's an ex-Civic Cup runner, and he was battling with Max Edmondson for the 2023 Civic Cup title until his engine literally went up in smoke when it blew at the Formula Ford Festival finale at Brands Hatch that year in 2023, and thus gave Max Edmondson his first title in that championship. So Dan has come across to racing Hondas. The car is pretty much, as far as I understand, the same spec that he's run in the Civic Cup, and he's running it here. He's a quite fine driver. He does also jump into a couple of the time attack sessions to give himself a little bit of extra tack time to do that, and there's been, lost Nick briefly, a handful of those drivers got out to get a bit of extra track time to enjoy themselves because it is a single day event. You don't really get a chance to test, particularly not yesterday, because for those who don't know Oulton Park, there's a restriction on how many days that they can actually run on a Sunday. It's things to do with church rules or something along those lines. I can't say I'm an expert on that, but that's exactly how that works. And yesterday there was some church-related activity going on, and the teams didn't actually get themselves into the Parc Ferme, into the Paddock until about 5-6 o'clock in the evening when they were starting to set up, or at least from 3 o'clock onwards. It was around about that time. So that track time is all important when it comes to be able to run well, particularly when you've got a free practice session, a qualifying, and 2 races that are all on the same day. So that's a very compressed day, and because Racing Honda's events all happen on the same day, so you've got to be able to consistently run in each session without problems. If you do get problems, that can then start to multiply over the course of a day. If it's a big problem, it can really hamper the rest of your day and possibly even put you out of it. If it's small problems, you can fix them, but they're frustrating, and so you have to really get on top of that and make it work as best you can. So Dan Thackeray has made the most of the fact that he's been pretty strong. It would have been 9 wins out of 9 had he not retired from Brands Hatch in race 1 with a technical issue. And that win actually went to his nearest rival, defending champion of Racing Hondas in 2024, Ryan Cunningham. He won the title last year in Class C, moved up to Class B. He's got the number 1 on his window, the Kent Models EP3, and that car's been pushing hard as much as possible to try and chase after Dan. He has been, and I say this politely, second best, and he has finished every single race and done it on the podium. He hasn't finished a race off the class podium all season. His worst results have been 2 third places, and that was at Oulton Park in race 2 and Snetterton in race 2 with a pair of thirds. The rest of it has all been second places, apart from Brands Hatch in race 1. Third of the points coming to the weekend was Sam Linster, and I talked about earlier on the fact that he was that close to ending the streak or adding another non-victory to Dan Thackeray's record in 2025, but he just about made a mistake on the last minutes of the race, the last few corners of the race, and that gave Dan Thackeray that victory to keep up his 7 out of 8 record going into the event, into this weekend. But Sam's been, again, very consistent. He did get the disqualification at Brands Hatch race 1, but outside of the second race at Brands, where he got 7th, he's been a very consistent top 5 runner in Class B. He scored now 4 podiums, if you include his third place that he took earlier on this afternoon, but he's taken 2 third places and a second. In fact, he's taken 2 podiums in a row now, considering that was second place in race 2 at Snetterton, and then race 1 today, we got third place. Again, working out my ADHD brain on that side. And quickly run through the rest of the class. We'll go through Lewis Barker, who had a bit of a rough race 1, if we talk about that. He had a tangle with Trevor McConnell, which put him further back, and then from there he had to kind of drive angry a little bit to pick his way through the order. He did pick up, in the end, a place on the final lap after he passed Sammy Milam to give himself 6th in Class B. And the Europa Crash Centre and BSR racing, the Ben Sharp racing car, certainly did give him a bit of damage limitation. If I look at his results going in for that one, his worst result to that point had been 6th in class. Well, he took another 6th in class. That's his 4th time he's done that. The worst result he's taken so far in class was 10th right at the start of the season in Cadwell Park. So that's something that's been pretty intriguing to watch for. And he has had a class podium, picked up race 1, Snetterton podium in that side too. Spencer Fortag's had a very interesting back and forth throughout the season. Came into the weekend 6th in points. Picked up a 2nd place at Oulton Park in race number 2, but he had a nightmare weekend at Snetterton. He picked up a DNF in race 1, didn't start race 2, and then when he came to do race 1 earlier on, he picked himself up 4th place. So that himself actually is his 2nd best result of the season, because before that, that's his 4th top 5, the 5th top 5, because he includes his podium. And he finished 5th 3 times and now a 4th on top of that, which works pretty well. We should talk about as well, as we should be doing as well, about the new S2000R, which completed its first race successfully without any problems, didn't get involved in any dramas that was going on ahead of it. And Luke Sedjakowski, who I imagine probably will put the car into race 2. I imagine it will. We're just looking out of the window to see if there's any signals that it's any queuing in the assembly area, and they've all gone through, so it looks as though they are not quite there yet, or I can't see them out of my sight. But Luke Sedjakowski, who I mentioned in terms of the launch about it, and we can talk about the S2000 for a moment. We have got an interview with James Kiff, which I'll transition to in a second, so you can stop listening to me talking and have the much more brighter, shall we say, sort of sights and sounds of Charlie Harmon, shall we say, talking to James Kiff rather than listening to me ramble on. But in terms of the S2000, we'll go through the couple of articles that we had here being launched. It was launched, of course, towards last week. And the S2000, I have to say, first of all, if you haven't seen it yet, if you get the chance to go before TunerFest North is over, go down to the top of the pit lane, right near where the pit exit is, and go to the takeover garage, and do go and check it out before they load it up back on the trailer, because it is a real piece of kit, and it's been impressing a lot of people here since it made its debut. A lot of people coming up to take videos and pictures with it, and to find out more about it. There's been some great inquiries, I'm sure, and it means that it looks like the new S2000 Cup for next year is going to be pretty healthy in that sense. For those who haven't seen it yet, or haven't heard it yet, it's the new S2000R race car. It's got 240 brake horsepower, has a substantial rear wing and a frontal aero splitter, and it takes the the original AP1, and it also worked for the AP2 Honda S2000, and it will transform it to make it a really different race car. And it's a rear-wheel drive option in a championship which is primarily front-wheel drive. If you think about the fact that we've got Civic Type R's, Civic EGs and EKs, you've got Integra DC2s and DC5s, that's all front-wheel drive, so that's all one way of driving a race car. With the rear-wheel drive option, you've got the S2000. It's the logical choice, given it's the most cost-effective, because, let's face it, the next step up from that is something like an NSX. And NSX become as rare as anything, and they become as rare and expensive as old-school other JDM classics like Skylines and Supras and everything else in between. RX-7s you can throw in the mix as well. So the S2000 makes sense. It initially runs in Class B, and of course that's a maximum of 195 brake horsepower per tonne. And of course it will graduate for next year into its own S2000 Cup class, which will have its own dedicated points table, and it will crown its own champion in the mix as well. Now Tegua has been tasked as well to provide the build kits and the components, which means the owners can build their cars as they wish. And they can even enter them before the season is done, because it's eligible for Class B. You can, before the season's done, before the final round at Snetterton in October, if you can pick yourself up a donor car, which you can do so for around about roughly £7,500, you can then go ahead and build using that parts kit that you get through from Tegua, supplied by Luke and his crew, and you'll be able to put it together for around about £16,000, which is not too bad when it comes to club-level motorsport race cars. And you could enter the last round of the season. There's still 3 meetings to go. We've got Brands Hatch in a couple of weeks, then we go to Knockhill in Scotland, and then we go to Snetterton back once again on the 200 circuit in October. So 3 opportunities before we have the dedicated S2000 Cup to get some early 2026 running in 2025 in one of these S2000s. And there's still about 3,500 S2000s on UK roads. There's plenty of cars out there in order to make it happen. And also as well, there's an incentive where the first 3 people, the first 3 entrants that build and race an S2000R race car using the kit will get a full season's worth of race entries paid for by Tegua. They will do that for you. It makes your expenses that little bit easier. That's one thing you haven't got to worry about. Your race entries taken care of if you buy into this new class and buy into the S2000R, buy into the kit, buy into the vision that's been put together by Time Attack and by Racing Hondas and by Tegua to pull this together and bring this new different Racing Honda into the mix. It's going to be all quite crucial. Now, in terms of the feedback we've had for that car so far, and I'll touch on this before I then switch to something that's much more interesting to listen to, which is listening to Charlie interview James Kiff. The car's already had its first development run, and that was at Oulton Park on Wednesday, which was impressive very much. Luke put in more than 40 laps around the Grand Prix circuit at Donington, and immediately said it was brilliant straight out of the box. And to give you a tell of just how good this car is, he said within no time the Craner curves were flat, no lifting. Now, if you know the Craner curves, if the car's got enough grip and you're bold enough, then you can go ahead and go for the Craner curves flat. So to do that straight off, to give that amount of confidence to someone as experienced as Luke from Tegua, who of course here at Racing Hondas and Time Attack races a souped-up kind of JGTC GT500-esque looking NSX that's in the top class, he's got quite a good feel for a car that's got good grip and good aero, so his judgment is quite sound. He said the handling, the power band, the braking are all spot on. The engine, of course, revs to around 9,000. Of course, that works with the VTEC you have in these cars, and it makes it sound as good as it feels, which is quite excellent. This dev car, of course, has been running for the first time here today, and as I say, if you want to take a look at it, then be sure to go and check it out in the Tegua garage, which is right at the top of the pit lane, right towards the pit exit. So right down the end garage, which is nearer the end of the pit lane before the pit exit. You'll be able to check it out and see. So if you want more information, get in touch with Luke and Tegua, go and see them, take a card, take some details, and also go and visit the Racing Hondas website as well for the articles and information. And who knows, if you're inspired, and there's been some inspiration from online people watching, you can take a look and you could possibly find yourself in an S2000 Cup car for 2026, or even if you can build it fast enough before the season is out for 2025, give yourself a bit of cheeky extra pre-2026 running before the season is out. We'll slot you into Class B and you can get more of these S2000s out, and hopefully we build a nice class so we can help continue to fill out what's been a always well-supported Racing Hondas grid and bring a rear-wheel drive element, a third element, into the mix with the Civics and Integras. On top of that, I still maintain we need other Hondas in the mix. It'd be great if someone had an NSX, someone had a Jazz. I dare someone to race a Honda Beat, and there is one here in sort of a Marlboro-esque livery that's around near the Obsession tent if you want to spot it. I dare someone to enter a Honda Beat race car. If they can do that, I'll be very, very happy. Right, I'm going to stay quiet just for a couple of minutes so you can understand someone much more interesting, which is both Charlie Harmon and James Kiff. He can talk about his aero for his car, and then once we do that, we'll continue building up for round 10 of Racing Hondas 2025. But for now, here's Charlie and James talking earlier on this morning.
Right, so I am here down with James Kiff in our pits at the moment. How he's one of our Class A drivers. Obviously, we're a couple of rounds into your first ever season in Racing Hondas and cars in general. How are you finding it?
Yeah, good. Enjoying it.
Yeah?
Yeah, fresh build, fresh to the car racing scene. We're probably still only 3 hours in total driving this car, so it's all very fresh.
Yep.
But loving it.
Yeah, having a good time.
Definitely.
Amazing. Obviously, I might say you had a couple of diff issues at Snetterton last round. All good here?
Yeah, new diff, different gear set in the gearbox as well, so we're hoping for better drive. We couldn't get drive out of corners at Snetterton, so yeah, we're hoping the car's going to be a different animal here.
Amazing. Obviously, we've got some new aero on the car as well. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, when we built the car, we didn't really know what we were looking for or aiming for with the aero, so since we've been here talking to some of the other guys and getting some hints and tips, we've gone down a bit of a aero route with it, which we're hoping will help. We've spun a couple of laps at Castle Combe and I was pleased, so
good.
yeah.
Amazing stuff. Is this your first time ever on Oulton Park, whether that be bike or car?
No, I've raced a bike here. I have driven a car around here.
Yeah.
We've not tested with this, so we're going out fresh with this car, but I do know the direction of the track. So
You got faith?
I got faith, yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Good luck today.
No problem.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
I must go back onto the mic with a correction. If I said less interesting to listen to with Charlie and Kif, I meant more, but you can blame my ADHD, so we'll go with that one. She's probably dying laughing in the media centre now. Anyway, back to more important matters, which is now race 10 of the season for Racing Honda's 2025. The cars have left the assembly area. If you're watching down at Lodge towards Deer Leap, you'll see them coming across the line right now. Well, he's coming under the bridge, and we'll get ourselves set for this one. Now, when we saw the draw earlier on, the top 7 were being reversed from all 3 classes. And how it works in race 2, if you've never seen it before, all the classes are started together. So, for example, all Class A cars start together, then there's a gap, then we have all Class B cars together, then there's a gap, then we have our pair of Class C cars. So rather than before in race 1, when it was all together based on their overall times, we separate them into their classes to make it a little more interesting. And, of course, the top 7 are reversed in each based on the ball draw. So that means looking back at the results, it's James Alford that will start on pole position in his EK Honda Civic. Alongside him on the front row of the grid, the yellow EG Fraser McNeil for Kilty K-Swaps. Then it's Phil Wright and James Kith will start on the second row of the grid. For Tommy Knight, who hopefully should be there after his issue. I can see the blue EK Civic, so he has made it onto the grid in third row, alongside Liam Collins, and then Will Self, who of course won the race, starts back in 7th as a result of the top 7 reversal. He's got Bob Barron alongside him, who hopefully, if he's fixed his rear suspension after the contact with Talbot, which I think he has because he's on the grid, so that's good to see. So that's him on the 4th row. Kevin Talbot and Dave Buki will then come next, and I can see the green and blue Integra DC5, so he's also made it too. So we've got our full quota of Class A cars. That's perfect. Now on to Class B, where Sammy Milan will start on pole position after his top 7 reversal. He'll have Lewis Barker alongside him on the 6th row of the grid. Luke Sedjakowski in the S2000R Cup car, which is a single round entry and a guest, starts alongside Spencer Fortag. Then it's Sam Lintzner and Ryan Cunningham who are on the podium on the class in race 1 earlier on. And then Dan Thackeray starts 17th as our race 1 winner in Class B. Then it's Trevor McConnell. Bradley Yates is our single round entry, who's getting more signatures towards his Ferrari Challenge aspirations, and Owen Diver. And then it's a complete swap over of the Class C cars. So Callum Hampton will start on pole position for Class C. He's alongside Matt Rowling, the points leader and the race 1 winner as well. So cars already make their way off onto the formation lap, and there'll still be a chance for them to get their temperatures up, the pressures up, get the can't even speak, the tyre pressures and temperatures up as much as possible to get them in the optimal range. You've got to be careful on a warm day like this, because of course you can go too far. If they're too cold, the tyres feel like ice. If they're too hot, the tyres feel like ice. And particularly with the front tyres, if you start wearing them too much, you lose grip, you get an understeer. If you heat the rear tyres too much, you're going to get oversteer. Now, that's not saying too much of a bad thing in a front-wheel drive car, because you want more oversteer to counteract any understeer you might have on power. But too much of that, and the rear end's going to be swinging around like Bob Barron does when he hits the brakes, and it'll just be all over the place. So I have to give credit though, Bob Barron has got that rear wing, and it has seemingly stopped some of the swinging of the rear end, as also has changed the brake bias. That usually helps. So this is going to be quite intriguing, particularly now later in the day. There's a bit more cloud around, so it feels a little bit more calmer, a little more overcast, a little cooler, so it might help with some temperatures. What will be very fascinating, though, is with this partially reversed grid, watching some of the faster drivers pick their way through, and it hopefully should give us a handful more battles. Not that we haven't had battles throughout the mix, we had 1 or 2 key moments, but when you sort of mix things up a little bit here, it makes that a little bit more tangible, a little more exciting, thinking something possibly is going to happen here. Cars making their way around onto the grid. You see Bob Barron there, he's moving. There's also Kevin Talbot in the DC5 Integra. There goes Dave Buki, who was the Class B lap record holder in qualifying, and I think his Class B lap record does still exist, because Dan Thackeray didn't beat it. No, he did beat it, but it's Class A and C that haven't changed, so I'll correct myself on that one. So Dave Buki was a lap record holder in Class B, and now he's no longer, which is fascinating to see. And James Alford, who's in his rather fine-looking EK black Honda Civic, and that's the kind of 2 90s generation Civics in front. And that's the great thing about this Class A as well, is that age of a car doesn't really matter. Case in point, Will Self leading the championship. He's the red car in the shot if you're watching on the screen, car 34. That's one of the oldest cars on the grid. He's got the Civic, I think it's the Barley spec, whatever that means with trim levels for Civic EG machines. And his car's one of the oldest cars on the grid, yet it's the car leading the championship. It's won now essentially 4 races this season, and he's going to try and go make it 5 if he can from what will be the 4th row of the grid. So they make their way through Hislops, and whilst they're doing that, give you a bit of info on Oulton Park, which, as I mentioned earlier on, it began life in the grounds of a former country estate using old estate roads and wartime military access routes after World War II. Held its first race back in 1953, and it then in 1954 got extended to include the Cascades and Island Hairpin. Knickebrook was also added in later on top of that too, and the circuit became the home of a fantastic race, the Gold Cup, which they still hold here as a historic event. But it used to be a race where you'd have even Formula One cars racing here back in the 60s and 70s, even the early 70s. Imagine Formula One cars of the period racing around here. You wouldn't get that here in 2025. It'd be extreme, but it'd be not quite what we're going to think in terms of a Grade 1 circuit. And several of the circuit's corners named after local landmarks or events like Old Hall or Lodge and Hislops. There is also a story about Knickebrook, which I won't get into too much, but I'd say just look that up on Google and you'll see exactly what I mean by that. There was an incident back in 1991, sadly, with Paul Wright, which changed the safety of this circuit. But now under MSV's ownership, it now runs BTCC, British GT and other great machines in the mix in terms of championships. And now, of course, Racing Honda's ready to tackle race 2 for Oulton Park. So, you know the drill. It's all calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in, and it will do in a few moments' time. We're going to look for the green flag at the back of the field. One car going to the pit lane. Looks like that's Bradley Yates, so he'll start from the pit lane, but the green flag is at the back. Stand by for action then. Round 10, Racing Hondas here at TunerFest North at Oulton Park, ready to light it up one more time. Here come the red lights. Who's going to get the whole shot down towards Old Hall for the first time? Lights are out and we are underway. It's a clean start for the first couple of rows and a cracking start from the front row from the outside of Fraser McNeil. Wright tries to shoot the gap through the middle but gets boxed in between the two front row men, and Fraser McNeil leads. He turns in through Old Hall Bend into the first corner, takes the lead. Full Wright's wide over the curb on the exit. One car also out wide. I think it might be possibly a bad start for James Kiff, but he survived that. And down the hill they'll go on the avenue towards Cascades for the first time. So McNeil leads it. Olford's causing a bottleneck here. He's got Knight around in second place, and Will Self's gone around the outside to third place already. That's a storming start for the championship leader. He's gone from 7th to 3rd in just 2 corners and is already chasing after James Alford for second place. Down Lakeside they go for the first time into Island Bend, and look at them pouring their way through side by side, and round the outside for second place goes Will Self down to Island Bend. That should be astonishing. Down the outside goes James Kiff for 4th position, trying to get round the outside of Full Wright. Full Wright bumps the curb. It's side by side also with Bob Barron getting the mix as well. They're nearly 3 wide on the exit on the approach towards the first chicane at Hislops. This is fantastic. It's Britain's not Hislops, but I'll get to that in a second. Side by side, there's always a little bit of contact between the two men that came to blows on the end of lap number 1 in race 1, which is Bob Barron and that was Kevin Talbot. But again, ready for the lead from 7th of a lead in barely half a lap for Will Self down the inside of Fraser McNeil, and Will Self hits the front. Exceptional start for the championship leader, and he's not hanging around whatsoever. 6 places gained in barely a lap. That's exceptional. So Will Self leads, McNeil in second place. It's now Tommy Knight in third place. 4th has gone to James Alford. Watch the rest of the pack coming through as they swing through into view, and now Tommy Knight's on his toes. He's on the back and looking up the inside to Druids. Here comes the Blue EK Civic for the second position spot if you can come through the inside of the yellow Civic of Fraser McNeil. Look at that Full Wright swarming over the back of James Kiff. He couldn't get past him in race 1. He's trying again early on for race 2. McNeil goes back down the outside to defend from Alford, who looks on the inside for the right-hander at Lodge Corner. It is all action, as I thought it would be at the end of lap number 1, and through it all from 7th on the grid, Will Self leads it. So Self leads, Knight in second place. It's 3rd place for McNeil, 4th for Alford, 5th for Kiff, 6th for Wright, 7th for Barron. It's Talbot, Buchan, Collins. That's the top 10. Spencer Fortag leads off the road, going wide on the outside. That was possibly, I think maybe Talbot or Barron going wide at some point, and the exit of the Old Hall corner. They're back into slipstream once again. McNeil holds his place in 3rd place, but they're all stacking up behind him. Through the left-hander at Cascades, now down Lakeside for the second time. And they'll fire it down at 100 miles an hour up towards Island Bend. But incredible stuff from Will Self, not hanging around. And we said it before, his intention for this year, he wanted to win the championship, and he has gone for it right from race number 1. James Kiff down the inside then, making 3rd place. Fraser McNeil gives him the place pretty easy, and James Kiff, if he can stay there, he's got another 12 minutes to do it, but he could be on course if he stays there to take his first podium. He's got a long way to go. Talbot then takes a little bit of touch of the grass as they chase after the pack. It's 5 of them for 3rd place now as they wind their way through the first chicane at Britain's. So it's now Kiff from McNeil, from Wright, from Barron, from... Where's James Alford? Where's James Alford got to? He's disappeared. He's behind Dave Buchan, so possibly he was the one that ran wide, but he came across the line in 4th, and he's now down to 9th, so he's lost a ton of places. And Liam Collins is back in P10. He's made no progress whatsoever. So the man who finished 2nd in the race, he got a 10-second penalty, has now sunk down to the back of the top 10 and made any play positions whatsoever. It's got a lot of work to do to get itself towards the front. Side by side for fourth, here comes Phil Wright, moving around under brakes, down the inside towards Druids, and takes the place. And now we've got the two Kilted K-Swaps cars nose to tail. Fraser McNeil might be about to lose a place to his teammate Bob Barron, and Kevin Talbot's in the mix too. Now, careful with these two. They made blows at the beginning of race 1. We saw both of them retire pretty much on the spot, so I'm certain neither of them want a repeat of that. Across the line to the end, lap number 2. Self now has a lead of 1.6 seconds. Tommy Knight's chasing after him. He's only lost. He's matching for pace. They've both done early 151, so they're pretty close at this point. As Barron pressures his teammate through Old Hall Corner to start lap 3. Back with the Class B battle, and it's Spencer Fortag under threat from Ryan Cunningham down towards turn 1, and down the inside for third place behind them went Dan Thackeray on. That was Sammy Linster to take the position. All action in this second race, so we've barely got 5 minutes. Look at this, 3 cars stacking up behind us. McNeil was not comfortable on the racing line. He has to go to the outside to defend here. Side by side, is Barron going to go around the outside? Surely not, but he's got past before he even gets to Island Bend. Talbot says, right, you're going to make it that easy? I'm going around the outside as well, and he's got through. So 2 positions lost for Fraser McNeil after starting on the front row of the grid, and he's dropped from 5th to 7th in 1 move. Barron, Talbot, then McNeil. That's the scrap for 5th to 7th, but they're losing ground to the top 4 as they head up towards Britons for the 3rd time. And then we've got, now that's Buki and Collins, so we've lost, I don't know, Alford is there, but he's lost a position to Liam Collins. I thought he'd secondly disappeared because he was in 9th, so something's happened with James Alford. In the pits is Lewis Barker. To issues for the Europa Crash Centre team car. Looks like he won't be scoring any major points today. Look, it's damage possibly to the left front. They're trying to get something off the left wheel off to have a look, whether it's bent on the wheel arch or something that's happened. But nonetheless, not good for the man who finished 6th in race 1 and was hoping for more points to try and get back up the table. So Will Self then, across the line at the end of lap 1, end of 2, picked up 1.6 seconds. Ryan Cunningham has taken the lead in Class B, so he's ahead of Spencer Fortag. So we wait for our Class B runners to come to view. There goes James Alford. I was hoping we see our Class B runners come through in a second, because as we see the rest of our Class A contingent head down towards Lodge Corner. Still McNeil falling back into the clutches now of both Dave Buki and Liam Collins, and I feel that Collins is getting to a point where you might have to say, come on, get a move on. He's trying to squeeze up the inside, but Dave Buki threw the block on the inside line, exiting Deer Leap, which means it forces Collins to have to sit back and lose a bit of ground, and they're all leaving James Alford behind. So either he's just lost pace from the start of the race, or he's nursing a problem, or just not confident in the car at the moment, remains to be seen. And Buki's still under big pressure from Collins on the approach down towards Cascades. Coming up towards already half distance. You don't want this race to end. I think the phrase is, someone hide the checkered flag at this point. It's not over yet. Here comes Collins with a great straight line drive down Lakeside. He's got the punch of the engine on that Integra up into what will now be 8th position, and Collins is through. So he's not as high as he'd like to be, but he's making steady progress. And as I mentioned, it's the days you don't win races that win you the championship. If you can try and minimise the damage that you lose some cars scoring ahead of you, that can work in the end. Now for the lead, this could be on, because Tommy Knight has absolutely lit up in this second race. He sets a person at the fastest first sector of anyone else. He was 4 tenths quicker in the first sector, and he has the fastest lap of the race. He's done a 1:50.940. Again, 4 tenths quicker. So it was 1.2. Tommy Knight now all over the back of Will Self. Is Tommy about to drive himself possibly to his first race victory of the season? Never mind about that, we've also got the battle for Class B going on. This is for 2nd place. Dan Thackeray is behind Spencer Fortag with Sammy Linster in the mix, and also Ryan Cunningham is in the lead here too. Now if Dan can't get past and he finds trouble trying to get himself around Spencer Fortag, could Unstoppable Dan finally be stoppable? So we've got stories here in Class A and B where we could see lead changes here and even first wins of the season. I told you race 2 would be exciting, and there's still half of it to go. Across the line, top 2, up towards Old Hall then. Half distance reached. So, Will Self leads. Tommy Knight in 2nd place, on his tail by 6 tenths of a second. Kiff is in 3rd place in the Integra. If you go back to the Class Bs, and again, Fortag defensive to the inside to try and defend from Thackeray, but he must surely dart to the inside to make the move. He thinks about it, puts himself into Fortag's mirrors. The FN2 bouncing around as Fortag tries to get back on the power, and Linz is getting frustrated as well. He's on the toe as they come up through Deer Leap, 3 of them together. But I've said it so many times, the harder these 3 fight each other, the easier it is for Cunningham to disappear up the road and take his 2nd win of the season. He's the only man to have beaten Dan Thackeray. Of course, Dan retired from that first race at Brands Hatch, which gave him the victory nonetheless. But a win is a win. He'll take it any way he can. Is this win streak again about to be broken, but not because Dan Thackeray retires, but because he can't get around Spencer Fortag and then can't get after Ryan Cunningham in time. He's stuck in quite a logjam here. He's now got the Spencer Fortag FN2 in front of him, and he's got Sam Linster right on his tail. And remember, Linster led Thackeray for the vast majority of the race at Snetterton before he made a mistake and let Dan Thackeray through. So if he hadn't done that, again, another race that Dan would have picked up. And that just shows that Class B is getting stronger and stronger here as we watch Fraser McNeil under threat from Dave Bookie in that mix. But Class B getting stronger at the front. It's not just Dan Thackeray dominating on pure pace alone. Now, Fraser's lost out to Liam Collins, and also so goes Dave Bookie. Another place gained. Look at this, a trio for second place out of Britain's over Hilltop. And Thackeray is getting very racy indeed. He wants the outside line, but Linster's there as well. Thackeray throws the block. He goes defensive on Linster by attacking Spencer Fortag down the outside. We get the up and under here as he tries to switch back through the exit of Hislop, snap through Knickerbrook, nose to tail. And this is all just bottlenecking up with Linster stacking up behind him now. The three of them climbing up Clay Hill underneath the Oulton Park Bridge. As I watch the leaders in Class A go through, Tommy Knight still on Will Self's tail. There's Ryan Cunningham, defending champion, followed by Fortag. Look at the car moving around under braking. Fortag is pushing as hard as he dares now. Look at bouncing on its suspension as he goes out of Druids. And again, Thackeray going to the attack. He sweeps to the inside line. This is the chance he's got. He's on the grass. He puts his two wheels on the grass, keeps his foot in. Dan Thackeray up the inside in towards Lodge Corner. That's an astonishing overtake up the inside to take second place. He wants to win this championship, and you do it with moves like that. Incredible. Over the crest. If you can watch that on my live stream, if you watch it down at Lodge, that was sensational. Two wheels on the grass down towards Lodge Corner, and incredibly held it firm. Kept his foot in, no word of a lift, made it up the inside and said, I want this place, you deal with it, I'm putting my car right there. End of story. Incredible stuff. So Dan's up to second. Now the trouble is, he's got a gap of 3.7 seconds to try and close in just about over 4.5 minutes. Is that going to happen? I think the damage is done. I think Ryan Cunningham is possibly too far ahead, and this might not be a victory. And the trouble is, he's not getting away massively from either Spencer Fortag or Sammy Linster here. So he's trying. He's wide there through Island Bend. In towards the hairpin they go. It's a fascinating Class B battle. He's edging away, but not to the point where he's getting away too desperately and closing you in. I'm going to keep an eye on sector times. What's his sector time compared to Cunningham in this first one? He was quicker by about a tenth and a half, but that's not enough. That's not going to bring it down. He needs a mistake or an issue for Cunningham. Touchwood, no commentators, curse med. In order to try and catch him here. I'm not sure if I can see that happening unless he does make some kind of an issue or Dan finds just a sudden burst of pace in this latter part of the race. And now Fortag has another problem, which is Sammy Linster right behind him and runs wide on the exit. Second part of Hislops. This will put Linster in prime position to try and pass. The leaders have gone past me, still almost nose to tail. And here comes Linster. Great opportunistic move. Slides past Fortag. He missed the shift. Couldn't get his power in on time. And up the hill through Clay Hill, he managed to get himself third place. So Linster back onto the Class B podium, and Spencer Fortag, as hard as he defended, just didn't have enough left in him. He'll have to settle for at least fourth place. But fair play to him for holding on to that as much as he did. Now, I want to keep an eye on the Class A battle because that's now quite close. In fact, here it is. Now, I'm also going to check something because I'm seeing there's exclamation marks on my timing screen. Let's have a look. Time penalty. That doesn't seem right. I'm going to read what the timing screen says. It says time penalty number 24, which is Tommy Knight, and time penalty for 137 Kevin Talbot. But listen to what the time penalty is. It says 137. No, that's not right, surely. Time penalty number 24. It says number 24, 137, plus 140 seconds. That's a 2-minute, 20-second penalty. That's not right, surely. There's some kind of a penalty that's been applied, but it can't be 2 minutes, surely. That's extraordinary. We'll try and figure it out after the race rather than wonder it now, because they're both showing having penalties on them. What the penalties are for exactly, I've absolutely no idea, but we'll have to wait and see. So this might not be for the victory, but we'll enjoy it as if it is, nevertheless, until we get confirmation otherwise. Otherwise, it might be quite confusing for Charlie down there to try and work out who the victor is. So Will Self then leads the way still by about half a second with Tommy Knight chasing after him. This is as competitive as I've seen Tommy all season, and I have to admit, I'm not meant to have favourites, but I do quite like his blue Honda Civic. Some of my favourite cars looking on the grid, but don't keep that quiet. Over the crest at Dealey they go. Now on to what will be the penultimate lap of the race. We've got 1 minute 53 on the clock and they're doing 1 minute 50, so they've just got across with enough time to do 2 laps here. But is Tommy Knight going to have enough in the tank here to try and pick a move and push himself past. James Kiff is still third, holding off Phil Wright. This will be a legitimate podium for him if he can hold on to this one. Bob Barron's 5th, Kevin Talbot is 6th. Oh, and Spencer Fortag stopped. And that's on the exit, I think, of Britain's. Now, if you can't get that moving, dare I say the words red flag, because if that car's stationary, it's technically on the racing line. The rest of the Class B field goes swarming through. That's going to be interesting. I hope it doesn't end under red flag, because this has been a storming race, possibly, I think, one of the best races we've had all season. Possibly the best, with so many connotations, so many battles and moments to watch out for. I think that Lex in the social media group have a field day with all these clips. There's yellow flags down at Britain's, so no overtaking. They're going to negotiate it here. Now, are they going to cover it? No, red flag, race has been stopped, and they'll have to declare it as a result because the car's stationary. Spencer Fortag's car can't move, and so therefore, anti-climax. We're hoping for a great battle, and Tommy Knight will be absolutely frustrated at that, and I think so will all of us, because it's a shame, and of course it's not Spencer Fortag's fault. The car faltered where it did, but it's kind of robbed us of what would have been a grandstand finish, and Tommy Knight, I think, will have to settle for, well, we think second place, because looking at the timing screen again, I'm just going to read it again verbatim, what I can see here on the screen. It says time penalty, number 24, and then it says 137, plus 140 seconds, 140 seconds. I don't know what they would have done to have such a strong penalty imposed on both of them, and I think it got applied quite early, so what that was for, no idea, whether that's a glitch in TSL or something else. We'll leave it for TSL and the timing guys to work it out in that sense, but it's a shame. We were looking for such a great climactic result, but once again, in a situation with a red flag, it means that we have to go back to a last complete lap. So it is a 5th win of the season for Will Self. It's Tommy Knight who takes a 2nd place. Now, the timing screen has now changed because it's showing that Tommy Knight's gone down to, or is it maybe a 10-second penalty, I wonder? So maybe it's an error. Maybe it's a 10-second penalty for an out-of-position start, which is what Liam Collins got in race 1, either being too far forward in his box or false starting. So if that's the case, it's now demoted Tommy Knight down to 10. I think it is a 10-second penalty because he's now 10.5 seconds behind Will Self on the timing screen, not half a second. So I think actually Will Self is the winner. James Kiff gets 2nd place. That's his best result by far and his first podium. It's a shame we can't talk to him. Otherwise, I think we probably should rope Charlie to get James Kiff in to have a chat, because I think that interview so he did in the world of good with good luck, because we played the interview before the race and now he gets a podium. So good luck, Charles, I think we are. 3rd place for Phil Wright for him. That's good for the 23 champion. Tommy Knight was 4th, but after his penalty, I think it definitely is 10 seconds rather than 140. That's a glitch on the screen. 5th for Bob Barron. That's the top 5 for Bob. Then it's Liam Collins picks up 6th after he was right towards the back of Class A at one point. Dave Buki 7th. Kevin Talbot, after his, what we think, 10-second penalties, dropped him to 8th. Fraser McNeil takes 9th after he started on the front row of the grid. And then it's James Alford in P10. And Ryan Cunningham does take his 2nd win in Class B of the season and doesn't need a Dan Thackeray retirement to make it happen. It was Dan getting caught up battling with Spencer Fortag and Sammy Lintzner. That's what's given him the victory. So a new victor. It'll be the 2nd time he's talked to Charlie this season. And Ryan Cunningham does it on essentially pure pace alone. He doesn't need a retirement to help him out. And then Lintzner in 3rd place to pick up another top 3 for him. And breathe. That was, I think, one of the most energetic Racing Honda's races we've had, and there's still 6 more to go this season. So if they can be all like that, bring it on. Will Self then with his 5th win of the season, and does it on countback on the result after the red flag by, for the timing screen says 9.4 seconds. It was a lot closer than that on the road. James Kiff will be delighted with a first podium in his Integra. That's only his 3rd round of the season, his 6th ever car race, which is incredible for him. So the Integra working wonders for him, and that new aero working beautifully to get himself 2nd place. And Phil Wright, who couldn't get past Kiff again this time, he takes 3rd and the final podium spot. Tommy Knight, after his 10-second penalty, which you think is for either a jump or out of position start, means he gets demoted to 4th and off the podium. Bob Barron takes the top 5 with 5th, but it's Liam Collins, Dave Buki, Kevin Talbot with his 10-second penalty demoted to 8th. Fraser McNeil and James Alford rounds out the top 10, despite he started on the top 7 reverse grid pole. He's back of Class A, sadly. I think possibly a problem of some kind as he fell backwards. Ryan Cunningham breaks the Dan Thackeray streak. He takes his 2nd win of the season and doesn't need Dan Thackeray to retire to make it happen. Dan Thackeray spent battling with Spencer Fortag and Sam Lintzner. He takes 2nd place from Lintzner in 3rd. I don't think Fortag will be classified because he wasn't running at the time of the red flag, and if that's the case, usually you don't get classified. It means Bradley Yates moves up into 4th in class, and Callum Houchin takes a class victory. So another new person for Charlie to have a chat to for the 2nd time this season. And again, it's on track, it's on pure pace alone. So Houchin wins Class C, Matt Rowley in 2nd in class, then Owen Diver, Trevor McConnell, and we lost Lewis Barker to the pits with an issue. I need to lie down because that was quite an extraordinary second race. And again, if the next 6 for the running for the final rounds of the season is like that, I think we say bring it on. Racing Hondas bringing the action at TunerFest North at Oulton Park and delivering in spades. Excellent stuff. Now comes the waiting bit. Once we gather together our drivers and get them down to Lucas Oil Board, where Charlie will be given all sorts of questions about that race. They should have plenty to talk about in that one, I'm certain, because so many talking points in that race, so many flashpoints and highlights in that race. I have to say, Will Self's opening lap was a thing of beauty. From 7th on the grid, he went through to the lead barely half a lap in. He was starting 7th on the 4th row of the grid. By the time he got down to Hislop chicane, he'd passed Fraser McNeil and was into the lead of the race. And that outside move through Island Bend, absolutely sublime. Talking of sublime moves, Dan Thackeray was determined to get that lead for Class B, or second place for Class B for Spencer Fortag. 2 wheels on the grass down towards Lodge Corner, kept his foot in, stood his ground, didn't want to lift off at all, made the move stick, and that, in fact, could be one of the moves where if he gets in second place and it's the points that make him a difference, that potentially could have been one of the moves of the season that eventually, if he does, wins Class B and possibly even the overall title. That was unbelievable driving from Dan Thackeray, and he deserves all the plaudits for that as well. James Kiff, again, what can we say? All the work he's done with that car, and I think he's still got a rookie cross in his car as well, trying to learn his ways. It was an exceptional drive. The reverse grid certainly helped him to get himself up in the order, and getting a second place, which was 3rd on the road, but after the penalties applied, gets him 2nd. He will be over the moon. If there's any way we can get him on camera, that would be amazing to get a conversation with him and have a chat with him, because I know he'll be overjoyed. I think you can count probably both me and Charlie as good luck charms, or Racing Hondas is a good luck charm, because he's managed to pick himself up. His best result by far. That's the incredible one, and that might be a breakthrough result on top of that too. If he can do it once, he can now try and do it again. He'll have the confidence that he can get on the podium. He knows the car's in the right direction now, and he can get himself into the mix more often in Class A. We're getting close to super attacks. I'll be handing over to Alexi and Susie in a moment's time once I get the signal to hand over to Charlie in Parc Ferme. And of course, as well, Class C, it was Matt Rowling who lost out to Callum Houchin. So Callum takes his, I think that's his 2nd win of the season, given that the other wins got taken by Andy Barnes at Donington when he won both. And then the other victory he took was when Matt Rowling and Andy Barnes came together at Brands Hatch in race 2, and that allowed Callum to come through and take the victory under the red flag. That's his 2nd win of the season, and that'll be some points he'll gain back. It'll be a little bit of damage limitation, but again, he won't say no to a victory. And Matt did say, both of them did say, that they reckon Callum's car might be stronger because it had better grunt in their mix as well. I need to stop talking and have a lie down, so I'm going to thankfully hand over to Charlie, who can have a chat to our top 3, because I don't know what else to make of that incredible race round 10. I think we need to hear from our drivers, because I'm certain they enjoyed that too. What a way to round up Racing Hondas for 2025 at Oulton Park. Bring on the next round.
Right, we are down in Parc Ferme after another very chaotic race there, so I am here with Will, our Class A winner. You did 6 places before you even completed a lap. That was incredible.
Yeah, I think I just got lucky really. So made a right sort of guess at which side to go with a few people, and then just kept my foot in and committed, and it all worked out well in the end. But yeah, fair play to Tommy Knight as well, because he kept me honest for the duration of that.
Yeah, I was going to say he was right on there. You were switching between who got the fastest lap. He sort of really was on your tail.
Yeah, I mean, I've just looked in my book of excuses, but the front brake pads on my car are not up to it. So I was pushing the pedal harder and harder and harder until eventually it was just locking the rears. So I had a massive moment into the hairpin where I just reverse entry at whatever speed it was, and I'm surprised I stayed in front of him, to be honest. And then he was right on me, and another couple of laps and he would have been there, because I kept making stupid mistakes.
No, of course. Obviously, held on to the championship lead this round as well. Confident going into the next round?
Yeah, I mean, if the car works, I'm quite comfortable driving it now. So, you know, I'm happy that we'll be fighting at the front from here on.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations again. Thank you so much. Right, we're going to grab Ryan over now. Ryan's our Class B winner. Come on over. Congratulations. How was that?
Yeah, it was good, yeah. Obviously, the verse grid being 7 reverse, it was a bit like it's going to be tricky to get through. Yeah. Obviously, I think there was 2 non-starters, which made it good, well, better for me. Managed to get down on Sam on the start. Yep. And managed to sneak up the side of Lewis. And then it was a do or die really on Spencer into Cascades. It was like now or never, because the car was starting to go off. So it was like, I need to get it done and try and get a gap on old Dan.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. And Dan, to your benefit, got very much held up in the race as well.
Yeah, we did, yeah. So just got the car back, we've seen a gap, got it to get it back. So thankfully with the red flag, the brakes were non-existent towards the end, so we've been struggling with them all day. So,
Of course. Obviously, heading into the next round, confident?
yeah, definitely, yeah. We've done some different changes, and it's definitely working. So.
Should we head on it for Dan?
Definitely, yeah. Give him a run for his money.
Congratulations again, thank you. Right, we're going to grab Callum over. No, stop. Oh. Wait, wrap up. Fantastic, right, that is everything for us today at the Racing Hondas. Thank you so much.
That was amusing. Non-stop action at Tuna Fest North, I gotta say. Wow, that was great fun. Yeah, I thought let me come up. I'll come up and sit with Scott for this one. Yeah, that was great fun. So great. That's that interview bit at the end. Good times. And just like that, we leap straight into the super attack. Now, Luke Sandziakowski, 139.6. Wow. Very quick from the get-go. Wowee. Oh no, come on. Martin Henry stopping out on track. That's not what we want to see. I actually heard it come past here and thought, ooh, is that a K-Series or something? Now, context, I've got a Z20 that I want to swap into something, but I can't get on board with how Z20s sound. I think they sound pretty bad. It's a great engine in lots of other ways, but I can't get on board with the sound. And when I hear them with a tubular manifold, before I see them, I think, oh, that sounds quite nice. And the same thing happened just now with Martin Henry's car, which is a great spec. Spec that I don't think I can hope to match, but whatever he did to get it to sound like that, I want to do on mine too. But currently it's not really sounding like much at all, as Martin Henry stopped out on track and jumped over the fence. Yeah, it's been quite an eventful day. I mean, of course, I think the Racing Hondas Championship is that's a tough act to follow. I think that race really blew me away. Oh my goodness, Darren Spooner, I think all four wheels off the ground there. Wow, and kept it collected and kept going. Oh my goodness, something did fall off that car, but that looked like perhaps something bodywork related. Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, this has been, wow, everything is happening. Cars are breaking down, cars are coming off, great battles all over the place. Yes, lots of red flags, but the red flags are like little palate cleansers in between the action. I think if it was just non-stop, then that would be quite overwhelming, actually. So yeah, wow, I think this has been an absolutely fascinating day. Susie just joining us in the commentary box. Look, Susie, look. Darren Spooner's got damage to his front, and he went off onto the grass and went over some kind of mound, and he fully leaped into the air. Wow. Yeah.
Not so good then.
Not so good, but yeah, it's what a crazy day, I think, in the world of.
I missed 5 minutes of the session.
You missed 5 minutes of the session. You've missed a car in the air. Time Attack Rallycross. Wow, that was something. Martin Henry, sadly, has stopped as well. Literally.
I think it really has been a war of attrition today.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Getting through to the end of the day has been so many issues for so many different cars.
A lot has happened.
Everyone's struggling with temperatures. And yeah, just keeping the car, running and get back out there for the final.
Yeah, I actually feel like we don't call it final anymore, do we, this year?
No.
It's the Super Attack.
The Super Attack, sorry.
I keep calling it Attack 3.
It's habit.
I know. I keep calling it Attack 3. But final, yeah, because it's like Attack 1, Attack 2, and then Super Attack. Oh, yes. Luke Sandziakowski faster than anybody in Sector 1. A little bit slower on Sector 2. Of course, I use the term very loosely because Luke Sędziakowski is very fast regardless, although at the moment Bradley John has the edge over him.
Yeah, so I've just seen that, and again, and this is what I was reinforcing earlier, that we're seeing the cars going out, and if they're not getting the kind of flying lap really early on in the sessions, it's just struggling to bring the temperatures back to get that time later on in the session.
Yep, it's definitely pretty roasty toasty.
I'm going to keep an eye on Ilya, because he was actually saying that he just discovered that what he thought was low boost was actually high boost. So basically, he thought he was running on high boost, and he's been running on low boost.
Okay.
So he's now got, and then as a reward for actually now finding where high boost is, he's got a little bit more. From his mappers, so have a little bit more power than he was running with earlier.
Okay.
So we're saying potentially kind of, for 60, 70 horsepower. So.
Oh wow, that's a massive chunk.
Yeah.
I mean, for us low power people, that feels like a big chunk. I guess for Alexander Volkov, 60 horsepower here or there, it doesn't really, barely touches the sides.
He doesn't even notice.
Yeah, but 60 horsepower, that feels like quite a big jump, actually.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see how that impacts Ilya's times compared to the last session. Just looking back through those times.
Oh. It looks and sounds pretty fast. 152.4 there for Ilya. Josh Barrett in the Caterham. Personal best in sectors 1 and 2, and he comes across the NSX of Luke Sędziakowski, who hopefully will have spotted him in his mirrors and will move out of the way. There you go. Luke Sędziakowski jumps to the inside. Nice and clean there. Gets out of the way of Josh Barrett, who comes across the line with a 145.7. Good enough for third in the pro class. A little fair bit adrift from Luke Sędziakowski there, and Bradley John even more so. But
I mean,
early
huge
days,
power difference though between those three cars.
Definitely.
So the NSX and the Evo running big horsepower,
Yep.
and Josh definitely not up in that level.
No.
But very, very nimble car.
Well, exactly,
and also the coolest man coming out of the car.
Yes.
So far, so.
It's hard to say, isn't it? Because even yes, you want the power here, but we were also discussing in the context of Andrew Kime, for example, how actually the chassis also matters a lot, and actually power doesn't necessarily matter maybe as much as we think it does compared to circuits like Snetterton 200 and stuff like that. So I don't really know. I reckon Josh Barrett's got a chance here, but let's see.
have the combo here. I think that's it.
Yeah.
You need the power for all these fast flowing corners.
Yep.
But it needs to be controllable. You need to have the chassis as well, and all of the handling.
I mean, even here, there's a lot of downhill stuff, but conversely, there's a lot of needing to go uphill as well, right? Fighting gravity. You've got downforce as well, which is like pushing you down, and you're trying to go uphill. So yeah, you want some beef as well.
So see Ilya there, set
big improvement there from him. Yeah, he just took 5
376.
seconds out.
Yeah, so and obviously improving on his time in the last session as well. So
which was what?
Which was a 148.2.
Okay, so he's found a second there.
Yeah, so
wow.
That's it. That's hitting the right boost switch.
Yeah.
Definitely helps. Top tips. Yeah, I mean, the story today, as I was saying this morning, is just been about battling the heat, and also just a lot of attrition today. We've seen a lot of red flags. We've seen a lot of stuff go wrong.
Yep.
And I think drivers where they're really kind of like pushing and dealing with the temperatures, and sometimes that's meaning they're going beyond the operating temperature of the tyres, it's getting too hot, and so we're seeing people kind of like running wide, we've seen people coming off into gravel, so all kinds of things today. So actually just looking even down the entry list.
A bit of oppo there from Josh Barrett as he comes through that hairpin now.
Yeah, it's just making it through to our super attack round and actually picking up the points. That's what really counts for the championship.
Yeah. I mean, I made a point earlier that the red, so much has happened today that the red flags have been like little palate cleansers. Because if it was just non-stop action in the quantities that we've had it today, then it would be a bit much. So maybe the red flags were okay, actually, an opportunity to reflect and gather our thoughts, because it's been a pretty frantic day in the world of time attack. Lots going on, great battles, and great stories as well, breakdowns and recoveries and so on. So really stuff that really weaves the tapestry of time attack. Josh Barrett there completes his flying lap, personal best sector 2. Let's see whether there's any, no, I think that, oh no, that was a very slight improvement. I think 145.000. Yep, that's a personal best there for him. The screen doesn't, the Lucas Oil live stream screen in the top left doesn't actually indicate when someone's done a personal best or not. So perhaps you might wish to follow on the TSL timing website as well.
So we've just seen Luke Sedrikowski go across the line and set a 138.006, taking that first place in pro from Brad John.
That's
and I think this
very fast.
This is it, of just trying, you see, like instantly he just completely off the throttle, just coasting the car around, trying to get all of the temperatures back down.
Yep.
Because it's
really
really hard on the cars. It's really brutal. Look at what the temperatures actually are at the moment, because like I say, it's very comfortable in our air-conditioned commentary booth, but it's 27 degrees outside, so
I've kind of missed
really
all of this temperature stuff, because here it's been fine. But I am curious whether the TSL timing might give us track temperatures and stuff like that.
Yeah, I had a few drivers saying that they'd imagine that the track temperatures are really, really high, and I think, again, that's hard on the tyres, it's hard on the engines, it's hard on the drivers.
Yep.
And I think even as I was saying, like, we're talking about attrition, we've only got, out of all of the cars on track, I think we've only got 6 cars that have even set a lap. So we've got 3 cars on the timing screen actually haven't set a lap. I know Martin Henry's one of them, and I know, again, after I spoke with him, he had so many issues at Snetterton. And then, yeah, catching up with him earlier, so he was saying the alternator belt was snapped again. Then he was having issues with yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so that happened at Snetterton, and he was having issues with an oil temperature sensor.
Josh Barrett, yep, sets personal best there.
So yeah, and we haven't actually seen him turn a lap or set a flying lap. So maybe again those issues kind of rearing their head again. And also no lap from is it Kevin Horsley in the black Impreza? Oh, that's him out on track.
That's him.
Following at the moment, right? Okay. Well, that's only, what have we got? 5 minutes left on the clock.
It's really I think we might be having 15-minute sessions or something, because this one felt like it went really quickly.
So yeah, they were saying again, they go out, they have like one warm-up lap, and then it's just literally go for it. So this will definitely be the lap in which they're trying to set their fastest time. Because you just don't know. I mean, again, it's been an eventful day. You don't know if you're going to get another clear lap.
You might get another red flag or something.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it.
Exactly. So yeah, Kevin Horsley's setting a 153.146.
Yeah, it's a tricky balance, because on one side you think, you want to wait until you get a nice bit of clean air and clean track and so on. But on the other hand, you also don't know, if you wait too long, maybe you're going to get a red flag or something and lose loads of time and have to do in-laps and out-laps and all of that stuff. Do you do a banker while you can, and then see how it comes, or do you wait for the perfect moment but then risk a red flag coming out or something like that?
So we've got Eric Holmes now that we can see on camera, and again, he was a car that hadn't turned a lap until now. So I wonder if people were waiting for their moment again, just so. And like we're saying, you go out there, you just set the one flying lap.
And it's pretty high risk.
It is.
Looking at how today's gone, that's pretty high risk.
It is,
approach.
but as we're saying, it's like if you don't do it when you have the opportunity, who knows when you come around again, there might be a red flag, there might be something on the track. Your temperatures might have gone too high, so you really have to take the opportunity when you can get it. A big flame popping out the side there of Eric's car. So as he's coming back round onto the start-finish straight, yeah, and I mean, there's definitely going to be a hot lap from him. So yeah, up into third there. So I mean, look at the gap there between him and Ilya. It's like really tiny gap with a 147.6 from Eric and a 147.3 from Ilya.
Ilya up to second. So yeah, he'll be pretty happy with that. Amazing that he just had to switch the wrong way around, and perhaps that actually explains a lot about today.
I mean, that's a good way to find more power, though. It's a nice, easy way to find more power.
Yeah.
So, we'll take that. Brad John really seems to be on the flyer here. So, he obviously had that absolutely flying lap in the last session that was disallowed because of track limits. So, we'll see, and that was coming round this corner. So, yeah, it's being much more tentative there. Keeping an eye on that time. But so improving on his time of a 1:38.6, but not enough to bring the fight on. Just, well, I guess 0.6 of a second off Luke Sejkowski. So is he going for another one there? He's got his lights on.
Yeah,
so
looks like it.
Again, I mean, again, we're saying this is really hard on the car to go for 2 flying laps, especially when, you know, they're like 1 minute 40 laps. They're not a short lap, so it's really, really hard on the car in these temperatures.
It looks so fast as well, doesn't it? These pro class cars.
And whoa! Yeah, really pushing the limits there. So you know he's really going for it.
He's making up for all that lost time from earlier on. I think I saw him just put down tyre marks as well. He's really, really pushing on here. I think he just did it again.
Car sounds unbelievable as it goes past. Absolutely screams.
This looks really, I don't know what it, maybe because it's such a big car. Oh, it's happened again.
No. Oh no. Can he keep that going and get out of the gravel? He does.
Nice.
He does, so that's good.
Oh, it happened. This was the same place, wasn't it? Maybe. I mean,
yeah, I think it was. But yeah, I think you could see he's really pushing on there. And again, I wonder if this is just getting to the point where the tyres are just asking too much of the tyres to go for that second flying lap.
Maybe that's what happened last time. Yeah, maybe he did too many hot laps back to back. And
yeah, well, I think speaking with the drivers as well, we saw 2 cars going off at the same point.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
So we don't know if maybe there was something on the track that kind of like contributed towards that. But yeah, I think you saw that Brad John was really, really on the fly there. So I think just asking a little bit too much of the car there.
That looked really fast. Yeah, I think because they're such big cars and the way you just see them, how they move, it looked really, really fast.
Checkered flag is out.
It was great fun.
And we haven't even talked about Mike Osborne up there setting the fastest time in Club Pro.
I mean, we've only had, what is this, 8 cars to talk about. And there's been so much going on here, there. Wow.
But Eric Holmes out on a fly-in, so let's see if he can.
Yeah, personal
tiny
best,
gap
sector
between him and Ilya.
I think he ran wide and lost some speed there.
Yeah, you can really hear the tyre screech.
Yeah.
And just keep an eye on that because as
Yeah,
the
look, a
checkered
slow
flag is out,
sector 2 there for him as well. Different line through there compared to the others. Way different.
Well, they're interested. It's like how much of that is intentional, and again, so yellow flag. So unfortunately, he's going to have to back out of that.
Maybe there might be gravel all over the place. Maybe that's why.
Well, that's going to be out for that session then. I think that was the last car out on track.
That could have been really interesting. Yeah, Eric Holmes was definitely moving just then. But yeah, cut short by that yellow flag.
This is it. You have to take your opportunity when you can get it, because you know, as we've seen today, you don't know how long the session is going to last if something's going to happen.
Yeah, especially today it seems like that little window of opportunities there, and then it gets slammed shut. Wow. So our provisional super attack results then. At the top of Club Pro, it's Michael Osborne ahead of Ilya Krylov, Eric Holmes, Darren Spooner, and Kevin Horsley. And then in the Pro class, our provisional winner of today's super attack is Luke Sejkowski ahead of Bradley John, Josh Barrett, and Martin Henry. So our drivers now will head into Parc Fermé, and we will, in the meantime, clear the track. I'm not too sure what brought out that yellow flag. because there's a separate flag for track surface. I mean, it feels like gravel on the track is the natural explanation. I mean, maybe. Bradley John there at the end dragging some gravel on, but then you have a different flag for track surface, don't you? Or maybe not. Maybe I don't know my flags well enough, which is very possible. Anyway, let's see. Hopefully we can get whatever. Yeah, I can see stuff being swept up in the pit lane as well. But hopefully that will get cleared up pretty quickly.
Just checking the times though. So Luke obviously did improve on his time from earlier from attack 2. So with a what did he end up telling? A 1:38.006.
Wow, nearly 1:37s.
And that is, again, now I've got too many screens open. Just looking back through lap records, so yes, and that is a lap record.
Of course, we've got Martin Henry's car on track as well, which we need to get recovered. It doesn't look like too bad of a recovery, right? Because it's on the grass that's next to the track. It's undamaged, I think. So hopefully you can just pull it along with a rope and get it out the way.
Yeah, he's had such a lot of drama today, and Snetterton as well. But Snetterton really came good for him right at the end, and he managed to get that one fine lap. And sadly, it doesn't look like that's been the same case today.
Yep. Well, so let's we'll keep an eye out on that one, and hopefully we can get our club classes super attack underway shortly. But in the meantime, we're going to leave you with a little ad break for just a few minutes. All right, green flag then for our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive machines to get their super attack underway. Those of you watching the Lucas Oil live stream, you'll see Alexander Volkov occupying your screens in the Club 4-wheel drive GTR. So these two classes then designed to accommodate cars that perhaps you might call a track day car or a track car. So not full-on extreme spec like what we see in the pro classes, but also not really road cars either. But you know, that balance in the middle, the track day spec, track spec cars. So cage, treaded tires though, composite bodies in some cases, composite panels at least, stripped out interiors, aero, engine swaps. And of course, Club 2-wheel drive or Club 4-wheel drive being decided by your drivetrain.
So one of the things I want to keep an eye out for in this round is going to be this battle between David Dyson and Luke Capethorne.
Yeah, that was really interesting.
After Luke kind of stole his lines, that followed him around.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know David Dyson's local track, saw
Yep.
how he was driving those and then improved on them. Caught up with David Dyson quickly. He did say not giving away all of his lines, but as he said, you know, as we're seeing today, if there's an opportunity, you just have to go for it. He was conscious of Luke being behind him, but it was like, you know, you just have to kind of like get that hot lap in because you don't know if you're going to get another a chance later on. So, yeah, we'll see if there's maybe a little bit of a secret line around a few different corners that he manages to kind of play out, and I'm going to be keeping an eye out for that battle in Club 2-wheel drive.
It's really interesting that those kind of games that you start to play. Like I remember in the past where I had a great rivalry in Time Attack, and when I felt that somebody was doing that, and as soon as I saw them, I'd be like, back off, back off, back off, let them through, let them through. I'm not going to like reveal, like go into the pits. Like as soon as I felt them hanging on me and studying that, I'd be like, no, I'm going to wave you through now and back off. And vice versa, you know, the same thing would happen where you think this driver's quicker than me, I'm going to stick to them. Oh, Johnny Fletcher's come off. And so you try to find different little ways to shake them off your trail. So interesting, if David Dyson really did keep something up his sleeve, then that wouldn't be unprecedented.
We will see.
There are
I'm
lots
gonna
of little
keep
games that we don't see.
a close eye on those two. And also, I think they've gone straight out there. So David Dyson's gone straight out and set a 1:48.6, which I believe is quicker than any times he was turning in Attack 2.
Ah, okay.
And Attack 1, so maybe he has. He's taken the secret lines, but he didn't let on to Luke Capethorne, so we'll see if Luke has anything to answer with.
Oh, Neil ran.
So
He's run into trouble again.
There. So I wonder if that is just braking a little bit too late.
Hopefully
in
something like
section.
that, yeah.
Again, we've just got the difference between the Cayman GT4 RS and then the VXR, and the fact that they are so close
It's
over
incredible.
a lap is fantastic to see. Cars from different eras, different different drivetrains.
Yep. Front engine, front wheel drive, mid engine, rear wheel drive.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
Different
Four
levels of
cylinders,
power.
six cylinders, yeah.
Yeah, different levels of technology. And then still over the course of a lap, very, very similar.
Yeah, and I guess
lap times.
one's basically as it came from the factory, right? And then the other one's very much, you know, built up. I see Martin Henry's car still out there, so you were right, actually, doubting if that needed to get recovered. It's still there. And the track is green, as we can see, so.
So we've got the two Saxos out on track there, and there's fantastic shots of them both going around. And again, two very different cars. Two Saxos, but
I mean, they're two Saxos.
I mean, there's one K24.
Oh, yeah, there is that.
One naturally aspirated K24,
Yeah, yeah.
one supercharged.
Yeah.
That, you know,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
still very different. I think Andrew Kime really having a blast out on this track as we saw.
Yeah, the three-wheel. Oh, look,
Three-wheel,
and that's. I think that was Johnny Fletcher parked up in that corner. So, goodness.
I mean, at least it's very out of the way, so it doesn't seem to be affecting any of the flags being
Yep.
on the track, which is good because, as we said, we've just seen lots of red flags being thrown today, and I think the drivers will be very happy to just have a clear session.
Yep. Very unlikely pairing here. The Speed 12 TVR, and of course the 335i. Not two cars that you'd ever picture together, but here we are in Time Attack. I was thinking just now what you said about the, even the two Saxos, right? Like on the face of it, you think, okay, well, there's two Saxos, MBD, and then you think, in Time Attack, nothing is that simple.
No.
And one of them is supercharged, and the other one's K24 powered. Yeah, it's never simple in Time Attack, is it?
No. I'm very glad to see Dean Taylor back out on track then. So he set the 145.7. So I think they were actually having a bit of a misfire, which is why we saw the slightly slower times in Attack 2. So yeah, 145.7 is a great time. He's just 1 second off Alexander Volkov. And I was talking with them and they were saying...
Yeah, that's close.
Tim was saying, and again...
Oh, and he's gone off now.
Oh, I've just jinxed him. I just feel terrible saying that. Again, is that just coming into one of the chicanes?
That's
just
coming
a
out
little
of
bit too late.
Shell Oil's corner, so
Yeah.
he's just at Britain's chicane there.
So at least there is a place to go if you're braking too late for one of these. But again, we're just saying Dean really pushing that. But again, big horsepower car for Dean Taylor, but not as big horsepower as Alexander Volkov.
Yep.
So yeah, down on power, but yeah, only a second behind him.
I mean, Andy Grady, I overheard some pretty high numbers being
Andy Grady, unfortunately,
thrown
we're
around.
not seeing him back out
Yeah.
on track. So, had more power before today because Stetson ended up having to have a new engine.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, today, it's new engine time again.
Is it?
Yep,
Is
so
that what
I
it
believe
was?
it's dropped a valve. So, yes, unfortunately. So, yeah, having
Wow.
a very not good day after that. After he popped the drive shaft out this morning. So, yes, unfortunately, it's going to be a very expensive couple of rounds for him.
Yep. Painful.
Yes, it really is.
Yeah. But I was going to say, even these numbers that I'm hearing are still triple digits, right? And then you have Alexander Volkov, who's like well into quadruple digits of horsepower.
On the low boost setting, yeah,
on
of
low
course.
boost.
But he's having an absolute blast out there. Every time I've seen him, he's so happy. He loves how the car handles on tyres. Car's performing faultlessly.
Yeah.
Which again is really surprising. You'd think a big heavy car is really, really working those tyres. High speed track. Lots of horsepower. His tyres must be going through an awful lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's really, really happy with how the car's performing. And Mike Butler as well, having a good day out today. So running fourth in Club 2 wheel drive, and I know having a few kind of like issues, I believe with the gearbox at Snetterton, and then maybe kind of like a little bit of a misfire and a little bit down on power. But actually, yeah, having a really good day today.
I think I heard he's got a bit more power for today.
Ah, interesting.
Not much, but like some little thingy in the map got tweaked. So not really anything to write home about, but just one of those little quality of life, drivability, type situations. Just a bit nicer power curve.
So I think again we're seeing
It's fallen a bit quiet, isn't it?
Yeah, what I said earlier of like
Yeah.
the fastest times are going to be when people are going out there. They're going to be early on, when the tyres are fresh, when the cars temperatures are all at
that
good
TVR
levels.
is right on the line, isn't it?
And it's a big old car to
it's
get round as well.
It looks like some kind of great white shark. In the foreground, it looked so threatening and massive, but yeah, it was, I think, perhaps a little in the way there.
Yeah, and that's going to take Mike right off his hot lap there, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's
a real shame because look, he had the fastest second sector as well.
True. It's a big old beast to try to navigate around as well.
I wonder if Mike can stay on it again for a second hot lap, or if he's got, like we say, cool the tyres down.
Yeah.
I'm just seeing, so Luke Capehorn is in the pits. He has his bonnet up. There are some people standing around staring at it. I don't know if that means there are problems or if they're just trying to see if there's something they can tweak to take the battle back to David Dyson. Doesn't seem like a hurried look under the bonnet from what I can see, so I hope he's not got any issues because I'm really looking forward to that battle.
Okay, I was getting a bit confused by the times on the screen because I can see cars on track that aren't on the feed, on the stream. But actually, yeah, for whatever reason, actually, if you take a look at the TSL timing screen, or those of you watching on your phones, you could look at the TSL timing website and you can get the full live timing screen that we're using. There are actually a few more cars. We've got 12 cars on track right now, but only 7 on the live stream. So don't worry if you see, you're not going crazy. If you see cars on track that aren't reflected on the top left, yes, that is a known thing, so don't worry there. Neil Robson then in the 135i BMW.
Yeah, Neil was saying they've been having issues all day, unfortunately, and I think they were hoping they've resolved those for the final, but otherwise we'll see them back at Brands Hatch. Oh, we see Andrew Kime coming off there. Oh, and
oh, keeps it out of the barrier. Nicely done. Oh, I think he was nowhere near the barrier. That was just the camera angle.
I wonder where that is, and I wonder if that might end up causing a red flag, or if he's too far off the line.
He's quite far off the track, isn't he? He travelled quite far. Look, he's got it going again anyway.
Around? Is that after Cascades, I think, maybe? Just pushing a little bit too much? Yeah, I get the feeling that's after Cascades. Yeah, luckily he is going again then.
Yep. Managed to keep that going. Nice. Oh, that TVR is, there it is, in the pits. Driver's out of the car, though. So perhaps that's it for this session for the Speed 12.
So we're seeing Luke Capehorn here. So I think he must be on his outlap, because we saw him in the pits with the bonnet up.
Yeah, they're long outlaps here.
Yeah, they really are. So I'm going to keep an eye on him when he comes across for his flyer, though, and see what he can do. See if he can find that little secret line that David Dyson didn't show him.
What I was going to say, as Andrew Kime pirouetted off the track, David Dyson, downshifting twice as he came into turn 1, and it sounded amazing. Naturally aspirated cars really do sound fantastic. Quite rare these days, but yeah, they sound, really good. And the one of the Giovinazzo bros saying ciao, hello to all in the chat on the YouTube stream, on the Lucas Oil live stream. So good to see you. Thanks for joining the stream. Hopefully we'll see you back in Time Attack at some point. Mike Butler in the supercharged M3 makes his way down. Well, again, it looks kind of roughly, approximately downhill, but it's actually a very bumpy way down, which really challenges your chassis and your suspension to keep you on the right path whilst you're doing all of that, and trying to brake while you're doing that as well. So quite a challenging circuit to drive. In fact, not even quite, but a very challenging circuit to get right.
Just again, sneakily looking down the sector times. David Dyson on his fastest sector 1 time. Luke Capehorn out here, but again, just trying to look.
It's very close.
It's very close. What are we, 3 for the first sector? I think 300ths of a second between the two of them.
Yep.
So, although Luke Capehorn then set the fastest sector 2 time. So they're both out at different parts of the track. So I think Luke is going to be first over the line.
Great shot there of Alexander Volkov on the heels of David Dyson, and he clipped that curb and kicked up some dust as well as they came through. Great shot.
Oh, so Luke Capehorn going across with a 1:49.618, which improves his time, but not enough to kind of like take that to David Dyson.
Looks like David Dyson's getting out of the way there, his indicator on, and he's going back in the pits, in fact. So I think maybe so is Alexander Volkov. I mean, this is visually such an epic track as well. Like, all of these shots are, of course, the production team are a big part of that as well, but the setting here and how it's so fast and narrow and tight, it looks so. It's a great circuit to watch as well.
It's a beautiful circuit, and it's a great spectator circuit. If you're here, there's really, really great views at multiple different points around the circuit. But what we've also got is the littered cars around the edge of the circuit.
I couldn't have seen Bradley John's car
It looked
there.
like Bradley
It kind
John.
of did, didn't it?
It did.
But also Johnny Fletcher popped up and then went off the track, and maybe he's on the other timing screen. Okay, so Johnny Fletcher never set a lap. Oh, and he is back in the pits, actually, apparently, according to the TSL timing screen. So maybe that was Bradley John's car, which is strange. Stopped right by the just before the pit lane entrance.
Yeah, like I say, this is the real battle today, is just keeping the car going for the whole day.
I mean, it's fun to watch. Like, it's really interesting. Look, that's Bradley John's car. What's that doing there? What a day.
Cars littered about the circuit.
Incredible. Wow. Like yeah. That has been I think the story of the day, really, is how tough it's been on cars.
Yeah.
Which, is very interesting from a Time Attack follower point of view, but as a driver, as a owner, as the budget holder, spender, credit card person, it's so painful when you have a round like this.
Yeah,
it's just the worst.
Andrew Kime on his...
A little bit of Saxo on Saxo violence there as Stu Summers makes his way past. Oh, also cocking a wheel there as well. We've seen a lot of that from Andrew Kime, but Stu Summers equally capable.
But Andrew Kime actually set the fastest sector time. So faster than David Dyson, who going round and set the fastest first sector. And then Andrew Kime come round, and I think by 0.08, so 800ths of a second, just faster than David Dyson in sector 1.
Incredible. Oh, and Stu Summers is off. What has happened there? Looks like perhaps he's pulled off there. Oh, he's got it going again. Okay.
Okay, so is he going to rejoin?
Look at that. This track is just phenomenal to look at, especially like we now got the sun setting and the golden hour kind of situation happening. What a track. It's
absolutely brutal on the cars today.
A great watch. Mike Butler there powering out of the Shell Oils corner.
So Andrew Kime, even though he had that fastest first sector, so not improving in his time overall. So, although he must have backed out, because he's kind of like 10 seconds. 10 seconds off his time. So, yep, and this just reinforces my theory. If you're going to go out and you're going to set a lap, do it early on in the session, because temperatures really seem to be against everybody today.
Yeah, like you can try to cool your car off to a point, but I think it's maybe, especially in a super hot day like this, you're going to struggle to. So you have your chance as your temps are on the up, and then you're going to struggle to bring them back down again and find yourself in that optimal window again. Very tricky conditions, but luckily, we have many experienced drivers who've done Time Attack for many years, who are used to dealing, that there's so much more to Time Attack than just showing up on the day and driving a hot lap and going home. As we can see, there's a lot of other challenges along the way as well. Checkered flag is out, so perhaps let's whip through these provisional results. David Dyson then is our provisional Super Attack Club 2-wheel drive winner with a 148.3, ahead of Luke Capehorn, Andrew Kime, Mike Butler, and Neil Robson. And then in Club 4-wheel drive, Alexander Volkov is the provisional winner, ahead of Dean Taylor. Oh, actually, that's not the full. This is the
Andrew Kime has just gone through and improved his time actually on his last lap on the checkered flag.
So apologies for that one. I'll use the TSL timing screen actually instead, because we don't get the full results for this particular session on the stream. So Alexander Volkov ends the session on top ahead of Dean Taylor. And then, as we said, David Dyson is the provisional Club 2-wheel drive winner with a 148.3, ahead of Luke Capehorn, Andrew Kime, Mike Butler, Neil Robson, Stu Summers, David Frost, Nick Good, Neil Wren, and then Ben Morris. Johnny Fletcher having failed to set a flying lap. Those are your provisional results. And as we've seen, it's actually quite a long loop around for drivers to complete their checkered flag lap and head into Parc Fermé. So we'll just give them a moment to do so. And then after that, we will head into our Clubman Classic and Retro and Pocket Rocket Super Attack. And we will be ready to get that underway in just a few minutes. All right. Clubman, Classic and Retro, Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated, and Pocket Rocket Forced Induction are up next. And you can see that recovery truck at the top of the pit lane ready to spring into action if needed. But perhaps,
well, let's hope
hopefully,
they don't need
no
it.
more today.
No, no, especially after the last session. Of course,
Wow.
they had their session really cut short. I think
Yep.
some drivers only got, some drivers only got one flying lap, I believe, maybe. So, yeah, let's
Yep.
hope they get a full session out there.
It's a really nice Impreza Classic over there, isn't it? In white with the gold wheels just across the track. It's a great looking car. I think we've had a
It's a great
great
looking car.
turnout at Tunafest North.
I mean, fantastic weather as well.
Incredible.
Maybe not for the cars, for spectators, amazing.
Yeah, for the clubs, for the spectators, incredible weather. Yeah, for the cars, for the time attack drivers, definitely much less so. I think it's been quite a challenging day, to say the least. In the meantime, so we can see our drivers queuing up to join the track to get their super attack underway. In the meantime, in the bottom right corner of the Lucas Oil live stream, you can see a QR code to vote for your driver of the day. So thank you everyone for getting involved in the stream. Can confirm spectators' weather has been fire, says Albert. So, yep, thank you for that. Thank you for getting involved in the comments. Thank you for watching the stream. Thank you for clicking and liking and subscribing and all that good stuff. And yeah, there's also the Lucas Oil Driver of the Day vote that you can go and get involved in as well. Just scan the QR code on the bottom right corner of your screen. And you can vote for the Lucas Oil Driver of the Day. The Lucas Oil live stream, a very welcome feature. We experimented with live streams a few years ago and then put that on a shelf. But it's back with a vengeance for this year, all thanks to Lucas Oil. So definitely a great addition to the coverage. Session has now been green lit, so we can see our various Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket machines heading onto the track.
Yeah, and I think, again, we're just going to see drivers going out there and try and set that lap really, really early on in the session. So I saw Dean Riley right at the head of that queue of cars waiting to go out, and he's going to be going straight out there. He was saying especially his cars, he was really suffering from heat soak, so when they come in on the previous session, they're having to sit in the pit lane again, where you've got the mid-engine car. It's like just all of that heat just transferring into the engine. Really, really need this clear air. So he's right out there at the beginning. Yeah, I'm going to be going straight onto it.
Interesting big puff of smoke out of the back of Michael Greenhugh's car as well as he accelerated out of the pit lane. The old PD130 doing what it does best.
It's the diesel power, that is.
The diesel power. It was pulling like a train, smoking like a train.
I'm very glad to see Tommy Langley back out there as well. They were saying
What happened there?
There was just a wiring issue. So they had a wire cut out and fell out the fuse box. Something disconnected.
Okay.
Easy to fix. So they're back out there again now, but it just cut out the car.
And also, it looks like Christian Vieira is back as well in the pink and black Honda Civic that stopped on track earlier on, well, off the track, but he's back, which is great to see.
And also Jamie Biss, so we saw Jay going out and really going hell for leather, didn't we, in the MX-5? So
that was great fun.
So also keep an eye on him.
Yep.
So
more of that, hopefully.
Yep, so this is it. There's going to be a lot of action on track, but again, I think the majority of the action is going to be in this first kind of like 5 minutes, so you almost don't know where to look, because every car, we're trying to keep track of what they're doing.
Ali is down at turn 1, says it's been a mega day on the live stream. So thank you for joining us, Ali, at Tunafest North. It wouldn't be possible without the tuning fans who turn out in force at all of our shows. So thank you very much. This is why we do it, is so that we all have a great time. So thank you for making the trip.
Just you can hear the whine of the Dean supercharger as it goes past. From trackside cameras.
Interesting to see what Jamie Biss can muster up in this super attack session. That was a very entertaining watch in Attack 2. So let's see if we might have some more of that in the super attack. You can see his headlights have just switched on. So I think Jamie Biss has engaged attack mode. And hopefully that means some more on-edge driving.
Yeah, this is it. Everyone's just going to be going around. They're completing their outlap now. They're going to be going for this for the first session, the first lap. And we're going to start to see these times coming in very early, I think. I think it is maybe a little bit cooler. Maybe a little bit.
I was going to say
easier
it
on the cars.
feels it, but
Actually,
of course it does.
It does because of the air conditioning. No, apparently it's exactly the same temperature, so it's still very, very hot out there.
Marco in the comments voted in the Lucas Oil Driver of the Day vote, so thank you for that. Those of you watching the live stream, please do get stuck in as well. The QR code is on the bottom right corner of the screen. A nice lick of flame there from Dean Riley's car. That was great. Clive Hopwell on his tail as well in the Golf R.
We've just seen this steady stream of traffic go past the commentary tower here, haven't we? As everyone's just going straight out. They almost don't have the time to wait for that clear air on the track.
Little lock up there from Eden Young in the K11 Micra. With the new side skirts as well. I think he said Ilya had new side skirts, so I guess Ilya did his own and Eden's. Of course, they're Haltech stablemates, so I guess while the side skirt machine was out, he did them for both cars.
Yeah, so we've seen Eden not setting that purple first
sector.
sector.
Purple first sector. Wow. I mean, it is early days, right? Oh, red flag. Whew. Oh my goodness, red flag again. What is it this time?
Well, that is a real shame, because I know all of these drivers have been very, very keen to get the time on track.
Okay. So we're going to file our drivers back into the pits. I think this recovery might be a little bit more involved. But fingers crossed, all good there. Okay, the driver appears to be out of their car. But this recovery, this particular one, might take a while to recover. Fire machine is out on track as well. Yep, so hopefully all good there, especially if the driver's out and about. But from what I've heard, in fact, there we go. So that is, yep, this is...
that looks like Ryan Barker's Civic.
I believe that is the one. Yeah, very high-speed circuit here at Oulton Park.
Ouch, I mean, missing.
But there he is. Look at that, look at that.
Side.
He's fresh as a daisy. Look at that.
Fantastic to see that he's out of the car and looking okay. I mean, they would take him for obviously for a check, but that looks really nasty.
Yeah. Wow.
Missing both wheels on the side of the car. So.
Wow. That is an interesting one. So, luckily then, Thankfully, Ryan is out of the car. But I think it's one of those things that when we drive at Oulton Park, that's kind of always at the back of our mind, because it's such a fast circuit, but also so bendy. So that risk is there. So perhaps we will throw to a little break, because I think it might take a moment to work out what we do next, because it's quite late in the day as well, and that's going to be a big recovery. We do have a camera in the pits though, luckily. So let's have a look at what's going on over here then. Our competitors across Clubman, Classic and Retro, Pocket Rocket, Naturally Aspirated, and Pocket Rocket Forced Induction head back into the pits. Some of them are still making their way back. So yet a very long lap indeed. Rafael Tsartsaris there in the Mini. In fact, there is our other Honda, the car of Christian Vieira.
So I'm just going to have a look through some of these times, because as we were saying, cars really needed to go straight out there. And as I mean, unfortunately, we've just demonstrated that again. But I'm just looking through. So Rafael Tsartsaris is leading Pocket Rocket Forced Induction. Hang on, trying to compare the screens. Where are we at? With 156. But the fastest car out there again was Dean Riley with that 153.052. Just trying to compare that to his other times. So I think that's the fastest time. Yeah, that's the fastest time he's put in today. Which again, so many screens. Sorry.
These calculations are they're beyond me. I'm very impressed.
Which is just fast enough though for the lap record in Classic and Retro. So he's literally just gone straight out there. And again, just reinforcing exactly what we said. You go out, you go out on your first flying lap, and you go for it.
Wow.
Just seeing if perhaps some others as well. So Dan Buckingham in Clubman beating his own previous lap record. I'm not sure what we saw in the previous session. So yeah, seeing an improvement there. It's all right, we've only got about 7 screens to compare. So he's just taking that from Clive Hopwells, because I believe Clive was faster in the last session in the Attack 2. Yeah, he was. So he's just taken that back from Clive. And in the process of doing so, looks like he's set himself a lap record again.
So it's interesting. I was having this conversation with Scott earlier on as well, because apparently there are lots of lap records that have been set in racing Hondas as well this year, not just today. And we're also seeing the same trend in time attack as well. You can see, look at the Marshalls pushing the Civic back over onto its 4 wheels. But this has been quite a fast year. Across Time Attack and Racing Honda's Championship, we've seen lap times falling all over the place, lap records and so on. I wonder if the difference is the new Yokohama Advan AO52 tire, which I've heard a lot of good things about. That seems to be a very well-regarded tire. I think it's pretty new to the market, but people seem to be really getting on very well with that.
Yep. Yeah, there's been lots of positive comments around in the paddock, and obviously, as you say, like some of the fastest times we've seen lots of lap records getting broken this year.
Yeah.
So I think undoubtedly that's a major part of that. I mean, of course, we see improvements being made every year to kind of like technology and the kind of like the modifications that people are making to the car. But yeah, it's been so across the board, hasn't it? This year?
Exactly.
So yeah, I think obviously a really, really key part to that.
I think control tires can sometimes be a bit divisive. I think some people like some brands more than others, or they want the freedom of choice or whatever. It's one of those subjects that people like talking about. But I think this year, this Advan AO52 has been pretty universally liked. You know, I am yet to hear anything bad about it. Yeah, I think that's been really interesting. So we can see the recovery flatbed maneuvering onto the circuit now. I think it's probably worth taking a short little ad break, but it seems like perhaps things might be not as bad as they seemed, and perhaps we might even get some track action going again. So let's see where we are in just a few minutes.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
So that recovery still underway. The clock has been stopped. The clock, in fact, has been adjusted down to 10 minutes. So perhaps then we might still get 10 minutes of track time back once this incident is cleared, and we can see that EP3 there of Ryan Barker now lifted onto the flatbed, which is progress. Of course, what's left is various bits and bobs of glass and gravel and oil and so on, perhaps to be swept up. But actually, when I first saw that incident, those shots that we all saw just a few minutes ago, I thought, I think that's the end of the day for us. But actually, credit where it's due. to the marshals, that looks like it's been cleared up pretty nicely. So that progress is going pretty well. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, and the marshals always doing an incredible job
Yeah.
out there as well.
Yep.
Like, we wouldn't be able to race
Definitely.
without them. The cruel irony as well is looking at the times is that Ryan Barker had set the fastest time in Pocket Rocket NA so far.
Oh.
But as we're saying, actually, not many people have turned a lap because, again, we've got 20 cars that are on our timing screen. Only 14 actually had a chance to set a hot lap when they were out. So, and it does seem like they've taken this opportunity to bring Brad John's car back in. So
Pretty
one
smart.
of the cars that we were seeing at the side of the track. But yeah, if Ryan had set the fastest time in Pocket Rocket NA so far, and then it's just, I mean, it's up for the rest of the class to see if they can beat that time in the 10 minutes that they've got left. And as we know, the 10 minutes, I mean, it sounds like a reasonable amount of time because it's half a session. But at Oulton, with that, 2-minute outlap, and then you're looking at a kind of like a 2-minute hot lap as well, or somewhere around there.
Yep. Especially if you're at the back of the queue getting out, right?
Yeah.
That's it.
And then you've got all of the cars on top of each other as well, and everyone's going to be very desperate after, especially after how Attack 2 went for this class, where again they only got a chance at 2 laps. Everyone is going to be very, very desperate to get out there and get a time.
Yep.
So let's hope everything goes much more according to plan when the lights go green again.
The marshals there really springing into action. I saw someone sprinting just now.
Again, doing an amazing job out there of trying to get this back on track
Thank you
again
very
as
much.
quickly as possible.
I think everyone's eager to see. You can tell by the energy and speed with which that all happened. I think everyone's keen to get the cars back out for a little bit and to not end the day like that. Okay, the clock's been rounded down to 8 minutes now. But we could see with those bits of debris being swept up now, I think the end is in sight for that recovery, which means that hopefully we can get the Clubman Pocket Rocket and Classic and Retro machines back out on track for the remainder, the final 8 minutes, 7 minutes now, it's been rounded down, of their super attack. I think it's going to be pretty frantic.
Just see Martin Henry's car being recovered in again.
I mean, it makes sense, right?
So as we're saying, in the downtime, it's just like get those cars that we were just seeing, multiple cars at the side of the track in safe areas. But obviously in this downtime, that they've used that to recover these cars.
Yeah, what a day. It's been definitely very challenging.
Yeah, very much so. And as Ryan was saying earlier when I was talking to him, so his brother actually competes
green
in
flag, lovely.
Excellent. It's good we're seeing that. So his brother competes in the Racing Hondas Championship, and they've got the same spec car.
Okay.
And so they're basically trying to see if he can get the good enough times to maybe kind of like transfer over to the kind of like racing.
Interesting.
So I mean, there is another car out there of identical spec. I mean, very much in use by his brother in our sister championship.
Yeah, he's gonna have to fight his brother for that one. Yeah, so there you go. Look, the cars at the back of the queue have a minute less than everyone else. And then, they're going to go and do their outlap. So Marcin Backovic now at the back of the queue is literally 50 seconds later out of the pit lane than the others. And then he's going to do a 2-minute outlap and all of that stuff. So he's not going to get many fast laps, many hot laps after this.
But this is the thing, if you're in the middle of that pack, you've actually got traffic to contend with as well. And then it's on a big circuit, so normally that wouldn't be an issue. But because, like, as you can see on the camera here, we've just got like this kind of, well, actually I say I say there's only 3 cars. I was going to say a constant stream of traffic, but people are also going to need to find that clear air. They don't want to be getting held up by anyone else either. So this is really, really tricky for these drivers.
I mean, they're all queuing up here, right? So yes, there was a little group of 3 cars there, but this is like 5 or 6 cars, and you know they don't have much time at all to put some hot laps in, and they're all going to start. You know, needing to consider traffic and so on. But let's see how that pans out. Very interesting indeed. If they were racing wheel to wheel, if this were that kind of championship, then I think this would be very interesting to see all of these different types of cars all mixed up. You would, in this case, think, well, maybe the faster cars should have gone out at the front of the queue and the slower cars at the back, and so then everyone gets, but like you can't. That's so tricky to try to organize. So yeah, let's see how it goes. I think this is going to be really interesting. And of course, navigating the traffic is one of those key challenges. Oh, we have Lewis Hyam is off the track already with his hazards on in the courier van.
What corner that was that? But that looked like being on the outside of the corner, which is obviously very risky. So let's hope you can, keep that car moving.
Yep.
Actually interesting, we just saw Dean Riley back out of that lap and let Annie Thompson go past. So I wonder if he's waiting to get, again, he's just trying to get clear air, basically. He knows he's got the speed in that car. He was the fastest car out on track earlier. So if he just wants to get enough clear air around from not having anyone around him to potentially kind of like mess up his hot lap. Just a theory.
It's
anybody's
there's going to be
game.
so much going through their head now, right? What do you do? I'm trying to game through it in my head now. I don't even know what I might have not even bothered. I think this is going to be quite a lot of stress trying to work out how to best play this one.
I mean, it completely is, but as we know, you only need that one hot lap. But it's like you need to go out and get it.
I think if
that might be a risky game for Dean to be playing.
If I already had a lap on the board, I think I would sit this one out. I think this is going to be quite stressful, trying to do all of these, calculations of who's got what pace and track position and clean air and all of this stuff. If I had a lap on the board, I think I wouldn't get involved in this. But there are some, Langley, Rushforth, Greenhue, Wilkinson, Young, Donnelly, who don't have a lap yet on the board. And this is, of course, the super attack. This is where the big points are awarded. So you have to have a lap on the board. Otherwise, that's going to be a massive blow to your championship.
So just seeing Annie Thompson just across the line and Jamie Biss, like both following each other, both driving very quick laps. But Annie Thompson right up on Jamie Biss, but not conceding on the corner, because again, Jamie is still really, really on a flyer.
Yeah. Well, they're both on hot laps, so no one has to yield to anyone.
Exactly, and so Annie Thompson actually had the fastest second speed trap time and sector 3 time of anybody on track at the time. So again, this is it. I think our drivers have got just over 2 minutes left in the session, and they're really all going straight flat out there. I mean, it's exciting for us to watch, but it must be incredibly stressful for these drivers.
I was just watching Mark Donnelly now, and for a moment I was just kind of assumed that his car is rear-wheel drive. But of course, it's not this generation of Escort, front-wheel drive. He's just pushing that much and carrying that much speed around that it's just moving around that much.
Well, Mark Donnelly's just gone across with a 153.7.
Ian Young!
Oh, goes in with a 151.8.
Incredible. What a session this whole day has been, really something. And you see Ian Young punched in that purple lap and then backed right off.
So you had fastest sector 1 and sector 3 as well. So
yep. I feel like we might have a few more surprises in store.
We're both on our feet. We're both
literally
seats,
stood
so we're
up.
both
Yeah,
just standing here looking at all of the screens. So, and again, it's like I'm interested. know, what Dean was doing. He's obviously kind of like looking for that clear air. But is it going to be? Does he have enough time to actually go out there?
I think
and try and
Eden's
beat that
been
lap. So
quite.
I mean, that was a great lap from Eden, turning that in.
Yeah,
like absolutely amazing.
I think he's been quite opportunistic there in terms of there's a bit of chaos, there's a bit of craziness going on, and Eden was right in there to exploit that and managed to punch in a fastest lap whilst everyone was scrambling around.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was very clever or lucky or both, but that was great stuff from Eden Young.
Yeah, very interesting.
Ryan Barker. Oh, right. Yes, of course. So yeah.
I mean, but he is still the fastest time in Pocket Rocket NA.
But look, it's got three green sectors, and I would have thought from the recovery one of them would have become yellow by now, but no. That was, of course, from a previous lap. Oh my goodness. So Lewis Hyam's
really pushing in the van there.
Pocket Rocket van. Getting a bit of understeer on there.
I mean, we have got checkered flag out as well, so...
But there are lots of people on hot laps because they haven't had any that real, some drivers haven't had many hot laps to speak of, so they're making the most of the little that they've got to work with. So Lewis Hyam there really pushing that van as far as it'll go.
Just keeping an eye on all of these times. So Andy York went across with a one... Oh my God, too many times. 155.289. So this is it. Our top cars, all classic and retro again. So we've got Eden Young from Dean Riley from Mark Donnelly, the fastest cars on track.
An improvement there from Peter Rushforth, personal best at 214.2. Personal best also from Martin Bečković, 203.0. And this is well after the checkered flag has been waved. But of course, drivers still being able to complete their hot laps. And it's such a long lap that we're still having hot laps put in that are personal bests.
And Eden was saying he was actually on an absolute flyer earlier when the red flag got called in literally the corner before finishing the lap. So he, there's some justice for him of being able to kind of get that lap out there.
That was absolutely fascinating. What a day it's been.
I mean,
wow.
Yes. Very, very eventful.
Oulton Park. Hang on. Dean Riley. What can Dean Riley... Has he got anything in the tank? Nope.
Just going across with 212, so...
Okay, so it looks like Eden Young then has this in the bag. Asterisk, provisional, Park Ferme, and so on. So let's run through our provisional results very quickly before the timing screen is cleared. So our provisional Classic and Retro Super Attack winner then is Eden Young, ahead of Dean Riley, Mark Donnelly, Andy York, and Phil Ackerley. Our provisional Clubman winner, Dan Buckingham, ahead of Annie Thompson and Clive Hopwell. Our provisional Pocket Rocket Force Induction winner is Rafael Tartaris, ahead of Jamie Biss, Joe Bullam, Lewis Hyam, and Peter Rushforth. And our provisional Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated winner, Ryan Barker there with a 56.7, ahead of Mark Roberts, Christian Vieira, Stephen Wilkinson, and Martin Bečković. What a day it's been. Minted day, says Albert on the comments, minus awful face sunburn. Yeah, that's never fun. Wow, what a day it's been. Thank you everyone who's been following on the Lucas Oil live stream for getting it stuck into the comments. Apologies if we couldn't get through to every one of them, but there's been a lot happening today. But thank you for getting involved. Thank you to everyone for making it to Tuner Fest North, powered by Lucas Oil. It's been great fun. Thank you, Susie.
We don't have long till we're going to be back on track.
We're going to be right back at it very soon as well.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Just 2 weeks to Brands Hatch.
Amazing. Right, well, drive safe, everyone. And we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, we'll see you at Brands Hatch.